Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up, above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up, above. Feels good. Starting to believe what will be, will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up, above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up, above. Feels good. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up, above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up, above. Feels good.
They've been trying for too long, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. Don't they know that I'm too strong? Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Determination on my side. Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. They're telling me to run and hide, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. takes, wherever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut.
I won't give you up. My heart's beating up. Give me your love. Just lose your mind. And you can have all my love when this is over. I'll trust you with my life when this is over. Need you here by my side when this is over. So stay with me. I won't give you up. Let me pull you closer. My heart's beating up. Feel it taking over. Give me your love till the night is over. Take my hand and trust in me. Just lose your mind.
Just lose your mind.
We faced every demon within. We fight every battle and win. Now we're much stronger than before. I won't give you up. My heart's beating up. Give me your love. Just lose your mind. And you can have all my love when this is over. I'll trust you with my life when this is over. Need you here by my side when this is over. So stay with me. I won't give you up. Let me pull you closer. My heart's beating up. Feel it taking over. Give me your love till the night is over. Take my hand and trust in me. Just lose your mind. Lose your mind. Just lose your mind. Just lose your mind. Just lose your mind.
I can't help myself, and I really wanna show you that I wanna get to know you. Believe what I told you, and I can't help myself when I look into your eyes. I see you don't wanna fight it. There's no need to stop trying, because I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, 'cause I know I can prove, baby, the last thing I want is to lose you. And I can
You deserve more than I ever gave you. You can fall into my arms. Yeah, I promise I can change for your love. Oh baby, I don't mind, 'cause your love's so hard to find.
Take control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Starting to believe what will be, will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and this pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up above. Feels good. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and this pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up above. Feels good.
They've been trying for too long, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. Don't they know that I'm too strong? Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'cause I'm a juggernaut.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
There are wild things, they are hiding, lying in plain sight, not just hunting in the night, no.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
There are wild things they are hiding, lying in plain sight, not just hunting in the night, no.
They've been trying for too long, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. Don't they know that I'm too strong? Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time, but I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Determination on my side. Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. They're telling me to run and hide, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time, but I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the WCS PH playoffs. And today we will be advancing one team to the grand finals, and we'll be saying goodbye to one of our beloved teams. Potch Spice here, along with Deadeye and Autolose. Guys, it's the point of no return. How are we feeling? Let's start with Deadeye.
Oh man, I just feel the intensity last playoffs, Posh Pies. No, that last playoffs was a banger. So many incredible plays, so many shocking moments, of course, comebacks. I just remember the quote from Forrest Gump, if you know that movie, guys. Of course,
Just keep
I'll just go to quote this one with a little revision. You know,
Okay, go for it.
WCSPH is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
Wow. Okay. Starting off with quotable quotes.
Come on,
How about-
Autolose. Be
how about you?
supportive, man. Be supportive.
How about you,
So,
Autolose?
the question is what chocolate, right? Chocolate.
Wow.
The local
Cloud
flavor.
nine. What are we thinking? How about you, Autolose? How'd you feel about last week?
Definitely excited, right? Definitely, I'm prouder now than I ever was of being a fan of WCSPH in general, right? All the games were really hotly contested. Not only that, this week is going to be our last weekend for the region for WCSPH. How fast time flies, I know. And yeah, as you have best mentioned it, today we will be finding out as to who will be our first representatives in the international waters. So it's really an exciting time to be a fan right now.
Yeah, like I said, point of no return. But let's look at the series highlights from last week and see where we've gone, because there was a lot of, as you said, a lot of banger matches. I know you almost lost your voice with one of them, but let's look at Autolose first. Give me your thoughts on what happened last week. We did say goodbye to two of our beloved teams, which is Team Secret and Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, this is the battle between RQ and Oasis Gaming, in where we saw Devil J elevated himself as the second ranked demon, or first ranked demon, because Demon Kite wasn't able to do a thing. Onto Devil J on 3 champions. We saw his Akali, we saw his Camille, we also saw his Darius. He was very much felt all throughout the 3-game series, and it was the first clean 3-0 of WCSPH playoffs, and it was really at the backs of this man. Look at this guy, just going ham, and terrorizing Asila in the process.
Now we're shifting over to Grindsky and Team Secret. You almost lost your voice
Yeah.
with this one.
Oh yeah, but actually Team Secret Grindsky, this is also a series where we have seen the capability of Grindsky in going to go for the comeback. And I do believe this is the first time we have seen a series here in the Philippine Wild Rift Esports scene that they are behind, that still manage to get the series through, stretching it into a game 5. But kudos to Team Secret though. They have played 14 games straight, 2.3 days, and that was insane. And I did remember, of course, Autolus have mentioned that Team Secrets has the better buff when it comes to Game 5 series, but in this moment, unfortunately, it didn't go over into their play style. But kudos still, they have provided beautiful Wild War.
Yeah, can I just say big shout out to Team Secret, because both their matches last weekend really went the distance and gave us so much highlighted moments. Autolose, you're about to say?
Yeah, but I just would like to break it down as to how Grindsky really carved the way out of that 0-2 hole. It's best explained by Chinese himself with the interview that he did with Berting Magiting, and in their page, he said that Team Secret is so good in selecting their fights, or at selecting their fights. And on games number 3, 4, and 5, they decided to match their tempo, play it slow, play it patient. And again, guys, being patient will be rewarded. That's what happened. They got rewarded off a seat to go against, again, another formidable opponent later in RRQ. So we'll find out. We'll find about that series later down the day.
Oh yeah, and I can't wait, because they're in the second match of the day. But first things first, we got to give some thanks and shout outs to our sponsors. First of all, to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
Yeah, and also we would like to acknowledge our official mobile partner in Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with 33 watts, pro fast charging enabled by the all-new MMT technology, and a 6 nanometer Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 is available at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
Yes, and also have the best time in the Rift with Globe Prepaid's Go Plus 99. Get wild with 7 days of 8 gigabytes data for all gaming apps, 8 gigabytes data for all sites, and only all net text so you can always be prepared to take up any challenges in the Wild Rift. Download the new Globe One app now to register. And of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. And guys, like you mentioned, this is going to be the last day, the last weekend. So I hope you guys have been tuning in. Tell everyone that we will be making history today, this weekend. We'll be crowning a champion and the two teams that will be representing our region. So let's look at the brackets and see what we have so far before we get into the first series. So break it down for us, Deadeye. How is this bracket looking? Is this what you predicted how the playoffs is going to be?
Exactly, man. My prediction, to be honest, Team Underground Fennel adversity here in the upper bracket. I really want to see them, of course, in the grand finals. This is my prediction, but to see them early on here in the series feels like it's gonna be a championship match still. But anyway, of course, on the last playoffs week, Oasis Gaming, Team Secret, that was their last run in our tournament. RRQ overtaking them in that sweep, but on that second series was also a banger. Grindsky Esports, of course, always mentioned the breakdown of that one of that game, but still Grindsky Esports. This is what makes them the underdog here in our series. They proved to be one of the top teams, now the top 4, because of that improvement, because of that split second decision coming in from this team, and now they are going to face RRQ here in the lower bracket. Yes, another elimination match.
Yeah, and moving on over to the schedule of the day, I just want to touch on that point just a little bit. Autolose, RRQ and Grindsky, it is looking like RRQ has been getting the better of them, though.
Exactly, and I will explain later as to why RRQ really has the number of Grindsky as we head over onto that series. But then again, if there is a time for them to conquer their demons, I'm talking about Grindsky, today is that day, because a win here will be advancing them over to tomorrow's match against the loser of our first series. So stakes could not even be higher. I guess this is the best way to really prove yourself that you belong in the top 3 teams. And Grindsky has a big task over RRQ.
Yeah, and also our first match is going to be, yes, Underground versus FLA. But before anything else, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you hear it. There's a bit of a news flash. Autolose.
News
live on the scene. What's up? What's going on? What's the news for today?
Thank you, Poch. Patch 3.1a has been deployed, and now we have a new patch fresh from the oven. It's today that it was implemented. Now, I actually just would like to emphasize on one big change of all the changes that has been put in there that I think would actually be very impactful, and that is the champion Renekton. Renekton has been adjusted. The laning phase has been, I would say, nerfed by a bit, but the scaling on the regen or the sustain of that champion has been, I would say, has been tinkered a bit. And remember, FLA's Baron Laner, Calm, is one of the best Renektons that we have here. So we have to carefully look at that. How about you, what is your 3.1a must-watch?
Oh yeah, the movement speed changes, the system changes with regards to the home guard and as well as the minion wave here. After 12 minutes, of course, we have now noticed the changes there for 40% movement speed. But for that home guard rather, but for that minion, it slows down into 10 only buff. So basically this changes here is targeting those split push strategies, what we are seeing on a trend right now. Because of the new items, specifically the Hull Breaker, we are now seeing the split pushes strategy being implemented here in our playoffs. But with these changes in our movement speed, it will now dwindle down. But of course, this home guard movement speed, this is spices things up. Expect more action because it's going to be an easy for the champions, for the players to respond in those heavy team fights.
There you go. And that was definitely the news flash. And for me, just letting everyone know that, thank you, back to me. Yes. And just letting everyone know that Yumi is still going to be kept in the bag. She cannot be picked just yet. So expect yeah, the cat not coming out of the bag for now this weekend. But that was the news flash. I can't wait any longer. Guys, let's head into our first series of the day. We got Team Underground versus Fennel Adversity. Autoluz, let's talk about Team Underground, because one of the biggest questions was the roster shakeup. But after seeing them last week, give me your overall assessment of them.
Okay, first assessment, passing mark for UDG. Now comes a second in the form of Fennel Adversity, a team that is not only as formidable as Team Secret, but also has a 4-0 group stage record against them. Now, backtracking to their first matchup against FLA, UDG went for 4 champions they had not previously used in the tournament, an overconfident move that handed them their first series loss. Then came their second meetup, when they were clearly handicapped because the sub-mid laner Cookies wasn't as synced with the team than they hoped for, making for a call for reinforcements. Last week, we interviewed Don. Don said that his team's solidarity has made the transition to the new mid laner a fair bit easier. However, if their previous series were any indicator, Midarina did not get to show off his skills until game number 5 on his Katarina. With careful planning by FLA, UDG may face an attack to the most inexperienced member of the team in the mid lane and could tilt the series to FLA's favor. So here are my 3 keys to victory for UDG. Number 1, play random. FLA studies their opponent like a book and gets disrupted by unfamiliar drafts and rotations. Number 2, Midarina needs to respect the jungle ganks by doming, while being able to maintain his confidence, that is. A lane kill against FLA may turn into a snowball that FLA will not let go.
Right.
And number 3, if Midarina gets targeted, UDG will need to rely on our solo player highlight, the Filipino decoy, the hero that UDG needed. And that is Don. Don has been so consistent in creating space for the team. His number from the last series and the season has been a testament to his stability. He is a low economy Baron laner, which means that he doesn't really eat that much resources. But make no mistake, he will make use of every bit of gold to still be effective in team fights and map pressure. Will he have another highlight moment like last week's? We will find out.
Ooh, Dawn, the hero that Underground needed and deserved. What a highlight moment. But let's shift our attention now to Fennel Adversity and get Deadeye on the mic here. Give me your overall assessment of them, because so far in the playoffs, they look pretty good.
They are, and they are still Posh Pies. Fennel Adversity, of course, they have taken down Oasis Gaming last week, and now they are here in the upper bracket finals. Again, this is my prediction that FLA and Team Underground will face in the grand finals. And now seeing them here in the upper bracket finals, it's gonna be a banger for sure. But you know what? This team is one of the most consistent as well, especially during the group stages run, and one of the best team fighting teams as well. It's just happy to see that these two teams will clash around. And Autolus have mentioned that Cookies has been their second meeting, has been in the roster in the second meeting, and they lose that one against FLA. I think this will continue here because we have seen now Midarina joining in, and this will need to be capitalized by FLA. They must punish the mid lane here, take advantage of this one. And what's great about this team as well is the diversity they have pulled off with regards to their team composition. Danny can now flex into an enchanter, doming on utility jungler. We have seen lane swaps as well between mid and dragon laners here. But what strikes the most is the presence of our player highlight for this team, and that is Calm. Calm. That IGN for sure is soothing, but you can really feel the hunger of this player to win, man. He has been very, very, very aggressive in the game against the side here of Oasis Gaming. You know, he is flexing as well his diverse play style. We have seen him on that carry role on his Darius. We have seen him on that setup on his sets, and as well as his split pushing play style on his Camille. So, you know, flexibility and his hunger, of course, to win this game is one of the best characters of this player. Is very well suited as well for FLA. So, man, expect calmness to be an opposite playstyle of this player against UDG.
Ooh, All right, let's move on over to the head-to-head highlight with Calm. The Calm one versus the Dawn, the big Dawn on the other side. How do we paint this picture, guys? Is it the team fighting team in Underground versus the counterpuncher, the controlled aggression? Let's move on over to Autolose. Who does this favor more in this lane matchup?
I believe that Calm's most favored champion in Camille will be perma-banned by UDG. There is no questions there. Last week, UDG did target Camille 5 out of 5 games. So Dawn will have an easier time against Calm, I believe, because just looking at their track record, the 1v1s, there has been a solo kill already to Dawn's favor, and that could be repeated today. So this head-to-head matchup, I'm liking Dawn's chances.
Ooh. How about you, Deadeye? What are your thoughts on this head-to-head?
Of course, the stats, of course, with comparison of these two players, I do believe they do have similar stats here. But, of course, kill participation is much more under here for the side of Calm because he also splits pushes. It is one of his advantages here over Dawn. And this flexibility I have mentioned a while ago is also one of his strengths. But, these two players, both are role players. They step up when the team needs them. So both of these players also became impactful on their previous play of front. So Cam for me is the aggressive one for me, but Dawn here is the most composed because of the cinch. That was a very difficult play to pull off. You need a very much composure, mental man, but still both players still delivers this game. I'm very excited what will happen in the Rift.
Oh yeah, I can't wait either. We've seen Underground being put to the test against Team Secret, and Fennel Adversity just showing us and reminding us how well they perform against Oasis Gaming. And now put these two together, just reminding everyone that this is the two teams that a lot of the talent predicted will make it to the finals. So Christmas comes a little early for us that we're going to see this early on. So
here's my gift.
Yeah, there we go. This, if you guys asked for it, it is here. So we're gonna move on into our much awaited part, our predictions. But just letting everyone know now, since the stakes are a lot higher, we definitely want to respect these teams. We're not gonna have the consequences for now. I mean, maybe. I don't know if the PPGL cooldown you'll still have that, but for now, I know that Dash and Crazy Apple, we're looking at you. You guys owe us some TikTok dances, but for now. Let's see those. Let's see those predictions come on screen because I think we might be a little divisive. No, okay, just Deadeye. Okay, so I'm gonna give the floor to Autolose first. How come Underground on your side?
I believe the drafts overall will be problematic for Fennel Adversity. Again, if there's a team that really studies their opponent very well, that's Fennel Adversity for you, right? And they hate the element of surprise.
Right.
Now, Team Underground does have that. They have the Karma. They have the Shen. I remember back in the day, League of Legends PC, when Korea was a powerhouse, they often get beaten by West teams that employ a Shen strategy, which is a pick that Underground does go with. So when it comes to the overall preparation for the entirety of the series, the full 5 games, I believe Team Underground already has this in the bag, mainly because of the drafts and also because of the addition of their mid laner. Remember the second time that these two teams met? It was Cookies that was part of the starting five. But with Mid Arena, you have a more stable mid laner, you have a more crisp team. I believe that's going to be the advantage that they will use to win against Fennel.
I agree. I echo the same sentiments, and also, Mid Arena being the big question mark could be one of the things that FLA will target. But let's shift it over to Deadeye. You pick Fennel Adversity. Give us your thoughts on that.
Sure. Great points, of course. Autolose there, but Fennel Adversity also have their strengths here. Yeah, they play by the book. They hate surprises there. But I think on their playoffs run last week, they did also have some diverse plays there. We have seen them not only doing the same composition, they experiment there, and they implemented it as well with great finesse. And now here against Underground, Mid Arena, he has showed up, but this is also a double-edged sword for them. And I think Fennel Adversity should take advantage of this new roster as well. But, Fennel Adversity-wise and Underground, it's really hard to predict. I predict a 3-2 stretching here the distance. But of course, favoring Fennel Adversity.
Okay.
Not only I'm in Longo blood, bias something. But of course, Fennel
The regional
Adversity will
bias
take
is
this
strong
one.
on this one, huh?
Yeah, oh my gosh. Hey, you know what? The gut feel is there by Deadeye, so who knows? How about you, Autolose? Do you have a series score in this one?
3-1
3-1?
in favor of
Wow.
UDG.
Okay, I would have to go 3-2. I think this is going to be a close one. We're just going to have to see. I can't wait, guys. And also, let your voices be heard. Use the hashtag WCSPH. Let us know your thoughts. And also, join us in the PPGL Discord for the watch party, because we cannot wait. Let's head on over to the Rift and throw it to the casters, because we have, up next, we have Fennel Adversity versus Team Underground. Casters, take us to the Rift.
Two of the most thriving kingdoms in the land, once more ground to cover, and they have nothing else to conquer except for each other. There's only one first spot to the Game of Thrones, or the game of the upper bracket finals, the Dragons of UDG versus the Night King from FLA. The White Walkers has been one-upping the Dragons for 4 times now. Will things be different now because the new fodder of dragons, Mid Arena, is now in the roster? Grab your popcorns and drinks, everyone, because we're in it for the long run. Me, Dash, and Rico here with me have some VIP tickets to the greatest sits in the cinema, but yes, you can sit with us.
I know, right, Dash? We got the best seats. We're right in front. We've
Yeah.
got the popcorn. I got my 3D glasses on. It's gonna be hype for sure here at the upper bracket finals. And it's UDG and FLA. It's so crazy, right? Time flies so fast, Dash.
Yeah.
We're looking at this series as whoever wins this will not only take them to the grand finals on Sunday, but this will also take them to the WCS championships to represent our country in the Southeast Asian stage. So this series is a big, big deal. I know we're at the upper bracket that, if a team does not win the series here, they have that safety net of the lower bracket and they can still fight for a chance to get that last slot, right? But last week we saw Team Secret eliminated off of the competition. This was the team that was present in every single local finals.
Yeah.
If they can go home, anyone can go home. In the WCSPH, no one is omnipotent. No undefeated group stage runs, no dominating upper bracket run either. So none of that. The competition is just so crazy close.
Yeah, whoever wins this has a rest day tomorrow. So that is what they want to go for, right? So if they want to get the rest day tomorrow, they need to get this win, because tomorrow will be the lower bracket finals, and whoever loses there would get taken out of the competition. So there's a lot at stake here for both of our teams. I wish whoever wins here would use their rest day in the right places, get some training, get some scrims out there, just for them to train more, especially that we have a new patch coming, as we said. It came already right now, the new patch 3.1a. There's a lot of changes, but it really all comes down to how the players play these champions into their favor, especially the ones that have a good changes. For example, something like Renekton that has a lot more healing now compared to before.
Yeah, there's so many champions affected, right? Like the Master Yi. We saw how Sayonara plays the Master Yi a lot.
Yeah.
There's also Olaf, who has been a popular pick during the Team Secret versus UDG series. And I feel like it's definitely going to be an incredibly important pick, even though, the base damage of the Reckless Swing has just changed a little bit. I don't think it's going to affect his pick rate too much. I think he's still going to be an important component in the later matches.
Yeah. For sure. And also, the biggest changes here is probably if ever Nunu would come out, everybody would go for a bit of an AP, a sprinkle of it, then go for tank again after, which would be good. But because Jarvan 4 has also been buffed, the 5% extra attack speed to that might also change, because the Nunu Jarvan fight is always really tricky, right? They're always up there to counter each other. And which is good that it has been addressed to this patch. I just hope that the karma has been addressed for this patch, because the karma is just huge. I know that it's your favorite, but karma has been wreaking havoc even in solo queue games.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because you just can't fit her anywhere. Mid
Yeah.
lane, bot lane. We talked about how she's very flexible in different types of compositions. And if you pair a mid lane, it's a really good duo for your jungler if ever they don't have the necessary CC,
Yeah.
especially assassins, or if you want to go Graves in the jungle, which Sayo has played before.
Right. Which is now scary. I hope that they
Look
have
at that!
the Graves right there.
Olaf!
As you said, Olaf, I mean, the 10 damage nerf to Olaf won't really affect his pick rate that much. And it has been said also by the other talents, also the panel, Olaf would be a contested pick on this series because they really do love, or rather, UDG do loves to counter with an Olaf against the members of FLA, and they don't want that problem in their minds.
Oh yeah, definitely. The fact that Olaf is an answer to so many backline carries. We're talking about Varus. Not only backline carries that do not have a lot of mobility. So like the Ziggs, like the Varus. So I really like this ban coming from FLA. One thing that I'm looking forward to though is UDG's Kryptonite seems to fall towards against pick compositions rather.
Right.
FLA again, before in the entire regular season has not only 2-0'd but 4-0'd UDG. UDG hasn't won a single game against FLA this season, so this is very important. This first game is going to be very, very crucial.
Yeah, I just hope that whoever... Yeah, this is the time for UDG to get back to answer it with vengeance against FLA, because FLA has been one-upping them since the regular season, and it has been really hard for them to fight against them. But with the new addition to their team in the arena, I hope that he would be able to answer back against FLA. But now, let's take a look at the bans. It has been a lot of bans, a lot of tanky champions on the side of FLA. They don't want that in their problems, and I like that UDG banned Camille. It has been said a while ago by Autolus that they don't want Camille to actually come out. That's why they went in for the ban, even for the last pick right there.
Yeah, that's true. Like, Camille is a very important component of a pick composition. But FLA has shown in the past that even though the Camille is going to get picked, they can still answer with a lot of single targets, like Varus, like the Morgana, even towards Danny. So, and Assassins towards Doming. So it is still a very possible approach. Even the Leona coming from Raph. So I like this pick coming from FLA for their first pick. Set is a really good initiator. So at least their CC is already secured.
Yeah, really. Going in for this could potentially give UDG, I was about to say the Gragas would potentially come out, but because the Gragas already came out, there's still a lot of damage that they could put out right here. Now the Senna, the Gragas Senna, the classic bot lane combo on the hands of Larawan and Orthros would be pretty easy for them to deal damage, and also the pressure, especially at this first 4 minutes of the game.
Yeah, Larawan, Gragas and Senna lane is usually from last year, right? It's usually a stable lane. It's a very calm lane. But recently, from what we've seen during the playoffs, it has been a very aggressive lane.
Right.
So I'm excited to see how Larawan and Orthros, possibly Orthros, because we still don't know where the Gragas is going to go. It can still be flexed in 3 different lanes. Even Dawn can play the Gragas. So I'm curious where the configuration is going to go.
Yeah, now with this, the Morgana has come out, probably a dandy pick right here on their side, just for them to have the safety. This could, I was about to say that this could potentially say that they could go for that carry jungler or carry top side who has an insurance to the late game, which really helps out this champions. And the Jax coming out is really good that FLA got this.
Yeah, so they have that scaling secured already. Remember,
yeah,
that's gonna be the Shen. The panel already brought it up as well earlier. So the Shen could still go possibly towards Orthros or could still be towards Dawn.
Yeah.
Curious to see, because Shen is similarly like the Galio, so you need that delivery system. Who's gonna deliver the dash, the taunt for the Shen? So I'm curious to see. It could possibly go towards Sayo.
What I like about the Shen is this is a pretty much a Dawn champion. Because Dawn is a very calm person. So you know that he's just gonna go for... He's like the oil to the fires of UDG. And that's why Dawn could potentially get this, then enable most of his other laners. And if ever a Juggernaut is gonna be at the top lane anyway, it's okay that he gets out of the lane, because the Juggernauts won't be having the greatest time. The Juggernauts won't be having the potential carry potential on their side. But now, let's take a look at the bans. A lot of mid lane champions are getting banned here. They don't want that problem. And the Darius also, no Juggernauts for you other than the side of FLA.
Yeah, that was the thing, right? During their match up against FLA, I believe Arise has picked Zed twice in a row when the Camille wasn't open. So the arrangement would be Doming would be on a carry champion, Arise is going to be on the an assassin setup. So I really like what UDG is doing over here on their ban. So what is left? The Akali can still be open for the taking, especially that they do want to get that burst damage down. Burst damage, but there's just two tanks already on the side of UDG. So they're looking to be a very thick composition. And now with the Akshan, there's the supplementary damage, a lot of 80 on the board.
Yeah, because what Akshan does is the safety that he gives is really good. They just need one more damage option on the side of UDG if they want this composition to be complete. Mid lane is already secured for them. The Akshan does have a lot of early game potential, but because, like what you said, there's still an Akali that could come out in there. Oh, they picked the Diana. They want a beefy mid laner to have if ever someone is going to go in the side of UDG, this would be a good pick just for them to catch most of the members of UDG off guard.
I love the Diana. It enables teamfight with the showstopper into the Moonfall.
Yeah.
And I wonder what's going to be the arrangement now for FLA. What is missing here? Because it's either could be another AD carry or a support. It's going to be a jungle Lee Sin and it's going to be a Jack stop. So there we're going to be seeing a set. What I want to see from UDG though, a Rengar. You know why? Thrill of the hunt into Stand United. I think that can be a pretty sneaky.
Yeah.
Right, because the Kha'Zix is banned. What else can Sayonara pick? Unless they're going for, triple 80 composition, or triple 80 carry, rather, with range? With a Graves, perhaps? But I feel like Rengar fits in this composition so well. And looks like it's not going to be it's going to be a Xin Zhao.
Yeah, that's still okay, because the Xin Zhao does have a long range with the wind becomes lightning to the Audacious Charge. Would be good if you, like what you were saying a while ago, the delivery system would be good. But also, there's a potential there for them to do that still with the Akshan on the board. Because the heroic swing, like the hero, then here comes his Robin coming out of him, which is Shen from Dawn, which is really great also for the side of UDG. But FLA, kind of liking this composition. The insurance to the Jax would be great, but the problem here is on both sides, we don't really see a lot of damage potential. Yes, we have the Senna and the Akshan, but you don't really expect them to do a lot of damage into the later stages of the game. But because there's no ADC in the game, yes, they would be quote-unquote late-game champions here.
Yeah, that's true, because looking at the composition from FLA, right, it's a very melee-heavy composition. That's 4 melees on the board, only Danny that is not. So, and the fact that a Morgana still has to be near champions to take advantage of the soul shackles means that, okay, for a short period of time, we're looking at 5 melee champions on the board and 2 80 carries rather with the Akshan and the Senna. So they're going to be kiting really well. So I am assuming if ever FLA doesn't immediately layer their CC, doesn't execute it properly, they're going to be in big trouble because they don't have disengage. This is a very all-in type of composition. They used all their everything already. UDG can fight back. They have a lot of abilities to re-engage.
Yeah, back to the FLA versus UDG match. This is interesting because honestly, this is not your classic crit marksman that we're seeing for Larawan and Nidarina right now on the side of UDG. But because of this setup also on the side of FLA, we can call them late game champions. And that's just because they're marksmen or ADCs at that point. But now, look at the junglers and also looking at where Raph is. Putting some vision out there would be great just for them to know the rotation that Dominic could come out right here. After clearing out the Raptors, he could potentially go to the bot lane and go for an easy gap because they have vision at that part of the map anyway.
Oh yeah, for sure, 100%. The fact that it's a Lee Sin equals to early aggression. And if we're looking at any of the gankable lanes, the bot lane, just as you mentioned, is the most gankable of them all. They've got the necessary CC, they've got the face breaker, layering of CC rather, with the dark binding into the face breaker. And I think that's a really good combo to try and secure any of Larawan or Orthras in the bottom portion of the map.
Yeah, they also need to go for peels on the side of UDG because, they're the only team composition who needs to protect someone. The protection would come out on this game, and also it would be onto Midarina and Larawan. They need to protect at least, let Larawan die. Just don't let Midarina die, just for them to have that revive on their side.
Yeah, absolutely. Larawan has that big utility, with all the shields, with all the heals. So this is primarily a Sayo and mid arena game for sure, where the
Yep.
supporting cast would be Don, Larawan, and Orthros. So I am
Yeah.
looking forward to see how they're going to execute this, especially how, Doming is on an early game champion. So we'll see how he's going to affect the side lanes, and any of these lanes in particular.
I love this classic PC matchup, the Jax versus the Shen, and where they're just gonna split push every step of the way and find opportunities for themselves. This is at least better for Dawn, that he can go for more fights, especially in Wild Rift, where you potentially have a lot more fights, especially on the objectives. This Shen pick would be good against the Jax, and Calm could potentially be needing a teleport just for him to react on where Dawn is gonna go, like what's happening in the top side. They're just fighting. They're just punching each other right there.
I really love the trade that's coming here versus Calm. I mean, he was wanting to jump in, probably get a trade, get a whack or two against Dawn. So, I mean, it's a Shen. You are able to counter out these auto attacks as well. So I love how Dawn is playing this, very calm and collected. And there's so many wards, by the way, by the river. That's 4. That's 4.
Yeah.
Seeing where Doming can
What?
go, both entrances outside of the blue buff and near the mid lane, that's a lot of information. So Dawn is definitely going to be safe at top side, and also coming from the side of mid arena, he's also going to be a bit of that safe part.
Yeah, that's the whole river right there with the vision. Outside of UDG. So this is great because they know if ever rotations comes out, or Rise or even Doming comes out to the top side of the map, it would be seen. But now we're seeing the bot side though. Danny needs to flash away. That is almost a kill, and the Ignite would be able to get him getting the first blood for the side of UDG.
Yeah, mid arena
Wow.
with that big ult, and Orthros finishing off the kill. I don't think FLA saw this coming, even though, let's just say, there was not a lot of vision, or zero vision rather, on that part of the map. So really nice roam coming from mid arena. So this is a nice swap coming from UDG that we've seen. And with this early rotation, this means UDG can decide whether or not they want to attack this first Drake, which is the Cloud Drake, which I think would be very beneficial for UDG. They have a lot of roaming potential. That's Larawan, and as well as mid arena, with a lot of roaming tools in their kit in particular. So I love this from UDG. I feel like they are really going to prioritize the Cloud Drake because it works for them so well.
Yeah, they're the team who you're gonna expect to actually go in. That's why UGG really needs this one for themselves, just for them to get more fights in their belt. So now, with them having a proposal here, going for the Rift Herald and going for the Cloud Drake on their side, this would be great that they went in for the trade here. UDG's just stacking the Drake, just gives them more stats for themselves.
Speaking of stats, Hullbreaker first item on mid arena.
Oh, and also Calm.
That's true.
Oh,
they're going
a
for
lot
a
of them.
1-3-1. Yeah,
A lot of them. Okay, that's surprising.
yeah. So they're going for a 1-3-1 setup, right? So that means they're gonna go full skirmish or 1-3-1. Never, unless they need to contest something extremely important. So I think FLA getting the first Rift Herald of the game is actually beneficial for them. So it slows down the split push potential of the early split push potential actually of Dawn and mid arena at the moment. It buys them time. It gives them space rather in the map.
Yeah, it gives them space for Larawan to get the stacks and also get the items before going in for fights here, which would be great. And also for them, having the Hull Breaker on their side would just give them split push. Like what you said, the split push potential is what's needed for the side of UDG. Because, yeah, you have mid arena who can roam really fast with the heroic swing, and even Dawn right there who can just use the stand united if he needs it the most. So what do they need? Yes, they need the 1v1 potential just so that nobody could fight or win against them in a 1v1. Right now, Rice would have a hard time if he's gonna be fighting mid-arena.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be a huge issue, because the fact that FLA drafted something where they want to wombo combo everything, we talked about it before, showstopper into the moonfall, and then a big team fight. But UDG is going for the complete opposite route with their double Hullbreaker pickup. They're going for this big 1-3-1. So FLA definitely has to force fights. They have to eliminate people quickly, or else one tower will fall if they take too much time.
Yeah, I like the fact that they're doing an FLA on the side of UDG here, that they just want to go for picks whenever they can because they don't want to go for that fight. It's like the roles just swapped from UDG and FLA, because most of the time this is a UDG composition on the side of FLA, and now with this on their side changing it, how would both of these teams actually answer back? And that's the Hull Breaker, which is the answer of mid arena right here.
I'm gonna make a prediction now, Dash. We're gonna
Yeah.
see what 15 minutes with just 5 kills total. Because
I go
UDG
for
doesn't
10.
want to interact with right. I feel like that's what's gonna happen in this game. UDG doesn't want to fight. They do want a 1-3-1.
Yeah.
Okay, what's their 3-man? Obviously, it's gonna be Sayonara, Lara 1, Orthros. Orthros is perfect. If you want to do a 1-3-1, your 3-man has to have disengage, and Orthros is that. He will provide that. FLA, they have to pour all the resources to make sure that they can engage and as well reach that 3-man or the people pushing the side lanes. But I feel like it could be a little bit difficult with the arrangement that they have now because they need to have a lot of vision and as well as a lot of resources. They have to like invest 3-man or maybe even 4-man because again, this is a wombo combo centric team, a composition from FLA. So I want to see how UDG plays this out and get this 1-3-1 on the board.
Yeah, on the side of FLA, they just have an insurance which is calm, just in case they need to go for split pushes, which is great, honestly, for the side of FLA. And I just hope, like what you said, they can go for just fights right here. I think at this point, UDG, they don't even want to contest the objectives. Because of the top lane push right there, which happened a while ago, that potentially holds down the power of this Hull Breaker. It will be super hard for mid arena to go for pushes or even rotate if ever Calm would just get the wave state in favor of them to threaten a push in the top side. But it's a good thing that Don knows that. That's why he went to the top side because he's the one who has to stand united.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be extremely important later because 16 seconds on the clock. It's going to be the Infernal Drake. And I feel like UDG, they want this Infernal Drake. But at the same time, they also want the Rift Herald because it's going to help them push more towers. It's going to help them gain more space. But FLA, because this is a fast Rift Herald, they can go here.
Oh, Wrath is going to be the target. Flash has been used already. And now FLA doesn't have the Flash and Wrath. So this would be hard for them to go in. But with the distraction in the mid lane, the Rift Herald is already there. They can start the Infernal Drake and nobody on the side of UDG would be able to answer this back unless they want to go for it here. Gragas is really going in. They do have the explosive cast coming in onto their side. They don't have any spot, so that is an easy take for them. And the Static United comes out. Arise is going to be the target. He needs to flash away. Sayonara can still go. Wind becomes lightning. Would be able to hit. The Moonfall would be there, but not enough for them to get any kills. Just for them to get the Infernal, that was worth it for FLA.
I love this from FLA, right? They didn't want to overcommit to a fight just because they think they have more wombo combo power, more team fight power versus the side of UDG. But again, when I look at UDG's composition, they're still pretty scary when they want to go for a big 5v5. I think the only weakness that I can see is, of course, first item pickups. These are things that are most suited for side lane pressure, not exactly for team fights, because again, the stats that you have, or rather the passives that you have, is just definitely, benefiting yourself, and as long as you're solo, and minion buff. So I think that's the only thing that I see at the moment on what the advantage is for FLA if they want to go for a 5v5 as well. But UDG has all of the tools. They've got the Gragas, they've got the Shen as well, they've got the necessary damage, they got utility from the Senna. So I think I think FLA played that really well. There's still a lot of respect on UDG's composition.
Yeah, and we've seen the power of this Shen now during this game, because honestly, this Shen a while ago using the Stand United and just pushing in the top lane, getting the wave state in their favor, would honestly be great for themselves. I wish that this one on the side of UDG, they would use it in their favor, but Don, oh no, he has been pushed out of the way. He does have the flash though, for him to get away, so FLA still wasn't able to get the kill there.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna be fine. It is a Shen, so it's pretty hard to sort of keep that punish in. He doesn't have flash though, so definitely commits.
Ooh, they want to commit. Yeah, they're already on there. Dawning Shadow has been used for them to get the shield. Now, not enough still. They're just putting people into the one part of the map just for them to defend their turrets. They don't want FLA getting the pleasure of going for split pushes on the hands of Calm.
Exactly right. This is exactly what we were expecting. Like, FLA has to invest a lot of resources to knock down any of the side lane split pushers, like Midarina and as well as Dawn, and they are having that big struggle. They still have full ults though, so if they do want to engage in a fight here, it's highly possible that they're going to win this.
Yeah, if ever they want to go for top lane fights, and also Dawn, just a split pushing, the amount of pressure that Dawn gives for this, and Calm can even get a kill on him at this point in the game because he needs a third item to play the Ruin King if he wants to take down Dawn. Right now, Dawn is still a threat until the 15-minute mark, in where Calm would have the third item.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit difficult, right? And we can see the assignment now. Like Kam is always going to be going up against Dawn. Arise with the crystalline pickup. I mean, it's a full AD composition, right? So I think it's better for that big defense and to match the 1-3-1. Not necessarily match in a way to also do the same thing, but just defend, just to try and stabilize and slow the game down as much as possible. So as the game progresses, there's going to be a lot of pressure towards Calm here to scale.
Yeah, they want to go to top side, but right now the pick-off Moonfall comes out, would be able to hit onto the latter one, but not enough follow-ups from the side of FLA. Explosive cast onto Rise. The Rise might fall down. Bounding shot comes out with the backline right there. They do have the stasis for them to hold it. Orthos has been holding down the tower, but it's Sand United is there for them to get the shield and wrap. Falls down. 5 members are onto the top side. 1 member is waiting with the stasis, but the tower is going to fall down. Danny is still going to be next. FLA doesn't have any answer just yet. On the side of UDG, they got 2 kills down.
Nicely done by UDG. That was, I think, a big surprise because FLA was the one that initiated that. They thought that UDG didn't have that numbers advantage over there, but apparently they did. They did, especially the fact that Dawn can just stand united and make it into a 4v5. Yeah, exactly, 4v5. So unfortunately, that's something we talked about this earlier. Dash vision. Vision is going to be incredibly important if they want to engage full. Punish someone who's doing who's again pushing solo, but UDG again, really wise decision making here.
Yeah, I love the safety of mid arena, but now there's no safety. You want to get for fights here. They don't want to get them out. Okay. Explosive gas already. Raph has been the target, and now they get the pace breaker onto him. The damage is coming through, and they're really looking towards the fight right here. They're getting them down. They're taking them down one by one, but mid arena is still alive. They need to take him down, but now all of them are down. Mid arena needs to take one if he wants to get a revive, but no, he's a one-man team right now, and he can't take down 5 people on his own.
Yeah, that's 4 kills. That's 4 kills. And now Baron is alive. They can make a beeline straight because that's 23 seconds without the jungler of UDG. If they want to contend, I feel like this is going to go down fast unless UDG revives. They buy a teleport and see if they can go in. There's a ward by the brush near the top lane, but I don't think they can make it.
Oh no, yeah, they can make it. This is an oh no, that's an easy Baron on the side of FLA. And they even got the Mountain Drake during that whole a skirmish onto the bottom side of the map. But take a look at this, Riku.
Yeah, this is a really nice fight coming from FLA. I mean, that's a really good cast coming from UDG. But take note, we talked about UDG as a really good 1-3-1 composition. And the big wombo combo will come from FLA first. And once they layer their CCs, it's just so... It's going to be flowy. Like, they can just clean off the plate, which was UDG at that Dragon instance. And we talked about first item picks, right? The itemization coming from UDG is more suited for 1-3-1. Team fight is going to be a bit tricky for them.
Yeah, that's why it was hard during the whole fight a while ago. And also the pressure that Danny gives. Danny is super underrated during those fights because whenever he uses the Soul Shackles, he outpositions, he disassembles UDG. And that's why they can't even keep the formation a while ago. It was super hard for them. And also, the helpfulness of the Black Shield just helps out Cobb to just deal all the damage that he needs during the fight. And even in the bot lane, he's just wreaking havoc. He's just taking all the towers down.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now they're doing the 1-3-1 themselves, right? Because they have the Baron buff. It's crazy how that big turnaround just happened. And now they're losing all their towers. And this is space that UDG really wanted, right? And this is happening, Dash. This is happening.
Yeah, it's really happening. That FLA is just taking all the towers down, especially with the Baron buff just helping them out right here. And they're doing a 1-3-1 still because they want the Hullbreaker to be effective. But look at Domin goes in, but the Black Shield would help him out and not going to be able to do anything right there. The tower is down on the bot side and also to the mid. And now they're going to go. Soul Shackles right in. Showstopper comes out and the Pace Breaker would come out in just a bit. Stat United to buy some time, but they're losing the towers. Look at Tom. He's taking down the Nexus. There's still 4 members. Pretty healthy on the side of FLA, but because it's FLA, they're gonna run away. They're gonna play the safe route.
Yeah, you gotta love FLA's discipline, right? We've known this team even from last year that if they get the lead, they play it safe and wanting to finish the game in a clean manner. And this is full control now. All the lanes are open. No inhibitor towers anymore. The Nexus has exploded, and FLA just played this so patiently. I love the fact that, again, they were so patient. They know what their composition, where their composition lies. And look at this, 2 Guardian Angel pickups already on the side of Common Doming, especially that they know that Doming's going to be in the middle of things. He's going to try to set up in the backline after after getting that Sonic Wave resonating strike into
Yeah.
Dragon's Rage. And then Calm, of course, being... We talked about Calm, that the pressure of damage is gonna... Consistent damage is gonna come from him. That's exactly why now he's being a threat. Like 202? I know, Dash, I said 15 minutes. Did I? How many kills did I say? 5 kills?
Yeah, I
I
said
said
10.
5 kills.
Yeah.
You said
Got
10. You got it, Dash. You got it.
Yeah, but still, this is what's the problem is with the Jacks on their composition, right? Because with Dawn, yes, they have the threat of the split push, but because Calm does have the Blade of the Ruin King already, he can 1v1 anyone. He's not afraid of getting fighting against anyone. That's why he was confident on pushing the bot lane tower by himself. Because if anyone just comes in, he's just gonna go and counter strike. Nobody's gonna hit him. The only damage potential that UDG has are all basic attacks. So nobody's gonna hit him. He's just gonna be a pseudo tank on the side of FLA.
Yeah, exactly. It works super well. It works perfectly against UDG's composition. And now that the Elder Drake has spawned with FLA 2 stacks, we got to see them, UDG trying to scout out if ever FLA is there, and they are, but they have to worry about Calm. He's split pushing still at top side. Everything is open. He has Hull Breaker, so UDG cannot take the risk. Look at them. They want to go here.
And they don't want to give this Ocean Drake, because giving this Ocean Drake just gives them more potential to go for fights. But now
they
they're
got
going to
it.
take it down. Orthros doesn't have anywhere to go through. The body slam won't be able to hit, but he was able to flash away. Rav is still chasing them down. We're waiting for the cooldown for them to get in. Dawn now will have HP, and they can take down this tower. Calm could just go in. 1,000 HP. Counter Strike comes out. Guardian Angel is here, and everybody from FLA is here for them to take down the Nexus. And this is a great win for FLA. Takes game 1 in their belt.
Gotta love the patience coming from FLA. Yes, 131 comp coming from UDG.
Pressure.
We know what to do. We know how to fight. If UDG is gonna try to contest these objectives around their dragon, that is the time that they can shine. And after that fight in the dragon, it was a 10k gold lead in favor of Fennel Adversity. And I love how they played, again, very patiently. Controlled aggression, again, is their name.
Yeah, have you seen the faces of people from FLA? They're still serious because they can't.
they're still calm.
There's the pressure is still there. You can see it in their faces that they still can't celebrate because they need to win the next games for their side. Even though that they win this pretty decisively, that was not a lot of kills during the whole game. You were right. Even though that it was not 5, you were right that it's not gonna be a lot of kills, right? So that's what happened during the whole game because they don't want to give any risk of giving any advantage to the team. And on a team like FLA, you know that they're not gonna go for fights if they know that they're not gonna win it. It's always calculated if they want to go for fights.
Yeah, exactly. They have to be 100% sure that they're going to be winning that team fight at the end. That is exactly what they did. So far, Dash, I feel like we've only seen 2 official fights in this game.
Right.
The one in the top lane that we're seeing right now, and the third dragon that we saw, which was the Mountain Drake earlier. It was just a very low kill count game because, again, we talked about how UDG doesn't want to interact 5v5 because the first item pick of a Hull Breaker means that they want to do 1-3-1. But I felt like in this fight, I feel like, Orthros, I mean, you can use the explosive cask for disengage and both engage. Orthros used it as a big engage tool, but that's the thing, right? Once FLA goes in, they felt so confident because no disengage anymore. Let's go all in. And I love the decision making coming from FLA in this game in particular. They seem so unfazed. But I like what you said, Dash. FLA cannot relax just yet. We've seen too many reverse sweeps this last week, especially. So you can't let your guard down.
Yeah, it's super scary to be confident of going to even best of 5. So anything can still happen even if you win the second game. That's why FLA is not celebrating just yet. But yes, low prepaid player of the game, Dominic, was able to set up a lot of fights there, especially when on the third Mountain Drake, in where he used the Dragon Stage to pull Shen out of the way. That was really good. That was a low-key play that he did during that fight, but it was still enough for them to swing the tides in their favor during that Mountain Drake fight.
100%. I mean, I agree with you 100%, but I'm looking at the kill participation of Dominic, which is also 100%. It just shows how, how much of a cohesive unit FLA is, and part of that is Doming here being able to secure objectives. Like, even though there wasn't any much of an interaction against UDG, only maybe the 2 instances. It just shows how again, Doming was able to be present in everything and then securing the objectives for the side of FLA.
And this is pretty much a play style for FLA that they really just want to go for the discipline, the control discipline all over the map. They just want to take over slowly. If UDG wants a slow game, we're gonna give them the slowest game ever, and no kills is just gonna happen. But again, everyone, that was just our first game, and we can see the pressure in the faces of the players even if they win. And we all know how pressuring this game is. Whoever wins this would have a rest day and would have the first class seat to the grand finals on Sunday. So yes, everyone, we're just gonna be taking a short break before we go into game 2. We having a casters for today. I'm Dash and I was here with Riku. See you guys in just a bit.
They've been trying for too long, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. Don't they know that I'm too strong? Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Determination on my side. Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. They're telling me to run and hide, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut.
I won't give you up. My heart's beating
The White Walkers are victorious yet again on this first night of the battle of FLA versus UDG. UDG needs to answer back with this. It was such a great slow match from FLA, but it was still great, honestly, for this side. But now, again, we're gonna be your casters for today. I'm Dash and I'm here with Riku, and the game one was such a treat to watch.
Oh, I know. It felt like a very color-filled treat because we talked about how there's only two official fights in that match because of how both of the compositions, how they wanted to interact. And I mean, it was the first ever that we've seen two Hullbreaker pickups, especially two first item Hullbreaker pickups, and being and wanting to assemble that 1-3-1. Coming from UDG, and FLA just, okay, that's your win condition. We have our own win condition, and we're gonna wait for the opportunity where you're gathered as 5 because we assembled this composition primarily for the big 5v5. Even though we talked about how UDG can also initiate a 5v5 because they have a lot of tools like explosive cast, they got the body slam, dawning shadow, a lot of shields coming from Larawan, and just the overall kit in general. But because of the item path and how they were building their champions, it was more suited for a big 1-3-1 setup. So I love the adjustments so far that I've seen for both of these teams, actually.
Yeah, honestly, for me, on the side of UDG, especially when you're drafting a Shen on your composition, you want the game to be fast. You want to get, because Shen does really fall off later in the game, but it is the reason why Shen wasn't able to do anything at the later stages is because he needs to get, he's like a twisted fate. If you don't get a lot of fights in, you're gonna have a lot of problems because what Shen does is enable a lot of this early game fights and snowball from there. And that's why UDG wasn't able to actually snowball from there because FLA, they don't want any fights also. They were just steering clear of any fights that happen, waiting for Calm to get the Blade of the Rune King, get the Triforce before going for fights. And when he got that was the second fight of the game that we've seen to the Mountain Drake. And that is when they were able to wipe 4 people down on the side of UDG.
Yeah, I love the approach definitely coming from the side of FLA because they kept infusing a lot of gold towards Calm. Like he was eventually the most high-earning champion or high-earning player in that series because 2 Rift Herald pickups, I believe Calm got all the tower plates for himself there. So because of that gold infusion, FLA was like, okay, we're ready to fight on this third dragon. Like, we're really, really ready. And Calm, we saw him getting double kills. And I feel like as long as everything just layered in CC, the setup is perfect. You know, Calm can easily enter a fight comfortably.
Yeah, this is what's great about composition too, where you just have one person, one mouth to feed, and that was Calm for FLA. And when they were able to feed the Calm all the gold that he needs, he was just a monster. He was like the superhero bringing the cape with him, and he was just waving it. He was flexing it towards everyone right there. And that's the reason why he was able to even take down the bottom lane inhibitor turret by himself pretty easily. And that's why it all started there. It all crumbled from UDG at that point. Now UDG needs to answer back to this. They need to use their style. They need to use their confident style in where they're super good at team fights.
Yeah, I mean, when we looked back at the group stages, UDG was described as a team that no matter what composition they bring, they can still make it into a team fight composition because they're that good in these team fights, in these micro scenarios, in outplay scenarios. So I will see if UDG will completely flip the script and opt for something that can fight against FLA in a 5v5 scenario.
Yeah, and now with the same bans that we're seeing right now for the game from UDG and FLA, not a lot of changes, but what are they gonna ban just for them to change things up? Because if UDGs are respecting all of these picks, there's a pick that is gonna come out, especially that FLA is still on the first pick. They can pick the setup again on their side and UDG won't be able to answer back. Or would they give the Camille out just for them to get the set for themselves?
That's the thing, right? UDG has been having issues against Camille comps or pick compositions in general. Even being used by other teams like RRQ, it seems that they're really struggling against Camille pick plus everyone else. So I don't think they're gonna let this pass. And FLA don't fix what's not broken, right? They can still pick the set first pick here on blue side and flex that either towards Calm and towards Raph as the support like earlier.
Yeah, they need to change things up on the side of UDG. The Gragas and the Senna were not the problems of the composition, so they need to change things up, get a lot more damage for them, because Gragas and Senna in the bot lane is a lot of utilities already. So you just need to couple that up with damage. Let Sayonara go for the carry junglers again. Then that might be the answer against FLA here.
Yeah, there are a couple of choices,
Okay.
right? Right. Like, I mean, maybe
Yeah.
UDG can pick the same well, not exactly the same the same concept of having utility for Larawan and Orthros. Carry damage will go to Midarina and Sayo, because we all know, Dawn is going to be playing bruisers, going to be playing tanks that can help supplement and again be that meat shield for the side of UDG.
Yeah.
Oh
I
my!
I hope it's gonna be that way. Are we gonna see a repeat of game 1 here, Rigo? if they go for Jax here again, that could be a repeat of what they're saying here. The only thing that is gonna change the last 2 picks for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's don't change what's not
There you
broken,
go,
right?
yeah.
Like, here we go again.
Right.
But for change, it is definitely going to be on the UDG side. So if they pick something different this time around for UDG, something that is able to give a lot of consistent damage, because I think the difference would be Sayo on the Sinzao. Oh my god, okay, that still counts as consistent damage, right? Akshan still counts as consistent damage. So I feel like if we're going to be seeing the same picks, the jungler will be the big difference.
Yeah.
It will be Sayo on a carry jungler, not something like a Sinzao with early game presence, but at the same time doesn't necessarily contribute too much on the damage department if not ahead.
Yeah, they can take off the Darius here on the side of FLA, because if ever they're looking at the same thing on the side of UDG, they're gonna go for a Juggernaut on the top side to fight against Club. For example, something like a Darius that could go 1v1 against a Jax at the early stages of the game and maybe snowball against it and don't let Calm get the resources that he needs. So if ever they want to go for it, FLA needs to ban them.
Oh, wow. Okay. I think the biggest difference now, Dash, is Zed is open. We'll see, because if FLA picks up Zed this time around because it's open,
Yeah.
I mean, Zed, okay, Arise picked Zed twice against UDG and they won that series as well. So right now UDG is removing a lot of these team fight enabling champions like the Diana, like the Oriana. So, Karma's not there anymore. So what are your other choices? Will Arise pick something else this time around or go with the assassin route instead?
Ooh, they got the Lee Sin on their hands, so this could be potentially different. They don't have the engage that they had a while ago from the Lee Sin, and having this on the hands of someone like Sayonara would make it a bit more effective, because right now he could make it so that this is gonna. Oh no, I forgot about that. I forgot about Arise's Zed, and with this out, it would be easy enough for him to shut down the Senna and even the Akshan.
I know. This is gonna be really tough for UDG now. So, I mean, they do have disengage. There's 3 squishy members on the side of UDG.
Right.
I mean, they can still pick up the Shen if they there's the disengage that we didn't get to see earlier. So now this is gonna be a calm in the top portion of the map, and then it's gonna be doming this time around on the Jax. There you go.
This was what we were saying a while ago. They preempted the Darius pick because they were able to let it out. That's why they're just gonna go for the Calm, you're not gonna have the greatest day today, and we'll just let you fight the Darius. And that's why Domeng would be the one using the Jax. Yes, it's not as fast as it was before, but still, it would be effective enough if they would just get the resources in their favor. If Arise would be able to get the win against Midarina in the mid lane, that could potentially help out Domeng get all the resources he needs just for him to carry the game for the team.
Yeah, and I think the biggest difference for this dynamic would be you're paired with a Jax this time in the jungle. It's not the same setup that you will have if you have a Lee Sin paired with you that can provide utility, that can provide hold your target in the mid lane and make the lane air quote gankable. I don't think Counter-Strike is a way to just spin your axe and then try to gank. I think it's going to be difficult against something that's mobile like an Akshan. So I think Midarina and Sayo, I feel like, have the upper hand for being more of that security when it comes to holding people down and supplementing with that damage. But I mean, you can kill someone by just overwhelming them with damage. Like, forget CC. You can do that by strong arming your way to their HP.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of teams before, even the playoffs, so full damage. For example, someone like Grindsky don't even need any CC for them to win games. But now, here, maybe it would work. Maybe it would work at the side of UDG here with the damage that they have, especially that Lado 1 is now the one holding the Gragas. So with this, he's gonna go full AP, not like what Orthros did a while ago that he went to the Fimble Winter to the Iceborne Gauntlet for them to have more utilities. But now there's a threat for the explosive cast. If the explosive cast would hit you, that you need to be afraid.
Yeah, that is exactly true, right? Like FLA now has the threat. Like even though they want to build like full armor or something like that to battle against UDG's composition like earlier, it's gonna be difficult this time if they do that because Larawan, just as you mentioned, will provide a lot of big AP damage against FLA.
Yeah, especially on how Orthros is doing right now, because he is the one who's gonna be on the supportive side of things. He's just gonna be pressuring most of the members here of UDG, and they're not gonna have the greatest day right here because, yeah, look at the damage from their side.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's just a lot, and I feel like this lane, because it's a Braum lane, it's not exactly like a set lane where you have a lot of engage power. It's gonna be more on the defensive side where Danny's just gonna put Tormented Soil on the ground and then like, hey, I'm just gonna do wave clear, and they have to steer clear of UDG's laning phase because again, that's a Lee Sin now. It's gonna be incredibly scary. Your lane is definitely gankable. What I like now from FLA's composition is that they're the ones who has the 1-3-1 now. Remember, 1-3-1. The 3-man has to have disengaged. Braum is that person, is that champion rather. Dominic's gonna split push. Arise is gonna split push. So the tides have turned, sort of. Now I'm looking to see how they're gonna execute that later on.
Yeah, and the Braum factor here for the side of FLA would be the one holding on to a lot of damage against the members of UDG. Because remember, they have 3 people who could throw. They have a lot of people who could throw out a lot of those projectiles, and that's where Raph comes in. And as you said, this is the disengage potential for the side of FLA, and it's honestly good for them to have this, because having a disengage support on your side, for example, like a Braum, and also he does give a lot of CC too with the concussive blows, so it would be easy enough for them to lock down one target.
Yeah, that means it's also risky to set up dives. Like even though UDG may have priority at the bottom portion of the map, they have to think twice rather up against FLA's bottom lane. There is that black shield, there is that disengage that we keep talking about coming from the Braum. So again, this means Sayo might have to look elsewhere for any of the lanes that he can apply pressure on.
Yeah, and going on for it, we talked about the bot lane a lot, but now looking at the junglers, they haven't seen any fights just yet. And honestly, on a favorable thing here is that whenever this happens, it's gonna be favoring the one who has a lot of late game potential. So Sayonara, the pressure is on him to set the face for the game, because honestly, Doming is not gonna go for ganks. He's just gonna farm every step of the way. If ever UDG, he's the most reactive jungler here. If ever he's holding on to that Jax, because he doesn't really want to go for fights, right?
Yeah, exactly, right. Because it's, again, the complete opposite of what happened in game number 1, where FLA used to be like, okay, we want the 5v5. Now they have a very good 1-3-1 setup here on the side of FLA. So we're looking at a possible slow game again, unless UDG wins early, Sayo gets the ball rolling, because I can see a world where this is gonna keep happening, right? They're gonna trade objectives of Dragon and Rift Herald. Rift Herald will be a main priority for FLA because they want to keep putting more gold towards either Arise or Doming, and that's how they're going to get gold if they can't get kills. And that means unlocking more space for that 1-3-1 setup that we keep talking about.
Yeah, this is where it all starts. But no, FLA is gonna go the safer route. They're just gonna go for the Rift Herald. They don't want any fights just yet. At least get the first or second item before going for the fights, like what they did during the first game. They just want to get the Rift Herald just for them to get more tower pressure. And if ever they set that up, it would be good for them. But now in the bot side, though, Arise is gonna be the target. Death Mark on to the Living Shadow onto the backside. Would be able to get out of here though if ever he wants to go, but no, he just flashed away to safety.
I think this is really good coming from FLA. They're able to escape. We'll see if Danny clears the wave here.
Yeah, Danny comes out, Tormented Soul comes in. He's just risking everything for it, just for them to not take the tower in the bottom side of the map. They're taking a bit of time here, but Orthos almost dying was enough, and now they're gonna back away. No towers are down, but top lane, it's looking like it's kind of tricky there.
Yeah, I love this from FLA. They get First Blood Tower, and they are rewarded for that. UDG wanted to rush that First Blood Tower just because FLA got the Rift Herald. They wanted to make sure that they have that. We talked about Gold Infusion. It was Doming being there to get the turret plates towards the top portion of the map. So I really like what FLA is doing. This is exactly what their plan is. And for UDG, I mean, they were able to get a kill off of Danny, but the idea there, the goal of FLA was to not let the tower fall.
Oh, right. They don't want... Yeah, we said it even during the start of the regular season. FLA doesn't want their mid... They love their mid lane tower so much. So they don't want their tower falling down. So they are protecting it every step of the way. And one good objective there for them is take down the enemy's mid lane turret. Just for them to not have the threat there onto the mid lane. But now Colm is going for this. He has the showstopper. It's going to be a 2v3. Not a good fight to be in, but Danny is here to save them out. And they have the shield from the Haymaker Zon. Almost going to fall down. The damage coming out. And Sonic Wave would be able to deal them damage, but not enough for them to get the kill. Right now is not the time. They're gonna go. Lado 1 goes in. Body slam onto the explosive gas. Good disassembly on the side of FLA. Lado 1. Oh, there you go. There's the Sonic Wave. Not enough to get the kill still. Sayonara survives and not enough. Oh no, never mind. He wasn't able to survive. But Dominic is gonna come in. He's gonna go for the lead strike. Gets a 2 kill. 2 for 1 for now. And that was a great fight for there.
That was so close. That was too close. That fight could have gone towards any team. And at first it looked like UDG planted a very good bait. FLA was a 2v3 situation. But then boom, a lot of the members coming from FLA were slowly coming towards the aid of the rest of the members. And that's why it ended that way. And that's why we're seeing a 2 for 2. But looking at the trade for towers, look at Arise committing towards the mid lane tower. And meanwhile, FLA's mid untouched. Sorta. So I like this coming from FLA. Again, this is what they wanted to do. But in the meantime, Midarina has been getting gold of his own. He has been opening up towers because, hello, what do I see? Hullbreaker first item once more.
Yeah, going for the Hullbreaker again. And yes, with the Midarina here onto the top side, but especially on the 1v1, this is where it actually shines. Getting that 1v1 potential even against a Zed is big. You have the health, you have the resistances to not get one-shotted by the death mark. And also, having the Black Cleaver first item on the rise, he's not going to be killing Midarina at this first time. Maybe later on after he gets his second item, but for now, he's not going to kill Midarina that fast.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you there. The fact that Midarina also has been able to rush that Hourglass, that Stasis enchant, means that he has that defensive power to go up against Arise right now. So he's very comfortable. He has Hullbreaker, really good with split push, really good with the duels. And therefore with the Stasis, that is going to be a comfy spot for him to do. And FLA, or rather Arise, should be careful with the 1v1s.
Yeah, they need to be careful right now, especially that FLA does have slowly but surely Arise is getting those items. If he gets that second item, that is where his damage kicks in. But I hope he gets that before the Jaggeds come in because he's losing a lot of time. It's 10 seconds before the Infernal Drake. And look at that. Look at the pings. FLA wants to get this. And that's why UDG knows that. They want to take down Calm before that happens.
We'll have to see if that's a possibility. They're trying to create the sneaky attack. There's not a lot of vision in favor of FLA.
Oh yeah, they were able to hit it and they want to take him down. The Winter Spite was able to hit and the tower in the bot lane is now down. They don't have the pressure, but Lado 1 falls down. Now they lose a bit of that damage on the side of UDG and no more disassembly, no more explosive cast, which is a big tool. Should have been a big tool on this fight.
Yeah, it's a 4v1 situation, or 4v5 situation rather, and UDG is forced to go to the Rift Herald instead. And that's an Infernal Drake that they really needed.
Oh no, they can take this still. They can go for the Rift Herald on the side of FLA because they still have some time in UDG. Now, at least now they have Lado 1 before this fight in Rift Herald comes out.
We'll have to see if that's going to be a possibility because vision-wise, I don't think they have a lot of information. That was a fast Rift Herald dash.
Wow. What was that? That was so fast. I wasn't expecting it because Dominic doesn't have the Blade of the Ruin King just yet. But that just took so fast for FLA to take that down. Now they got both of the objectives again at the 8-minute mark. And this is a big win again for the side of FLA that they could leverage for them to get more towers onto their side. UDG took down 2 towers also, but with the Rift Herald, it might be easy enough for FLA to take 1 more or 2 more down onto their side.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the bottom portion of the map is the only thing that's left standing when it comes to first-tier tower. So FLA is definitely going to hunt for that part of the map. That means less space for Midarina to be able to get the split push down the road. And again, we talked about this before, the dual potential. Look at how Arise is playing. He's very conservative just because, you talked about this before, Black Cleaver first pickup, and the fact that Midarina has Stasis on the board and Hullbreaker. So 1v1, not available, so FLA has to invest resources to eliminate Midarina.
Now Arise does have the Hullbreaker also on his hand, so he wants to go. He
There
wants to
we
go for a
go.
1v1 against Midorina. I mean, I'll double you up. You get the Hullbreaker. I'll double you up. I'll get the Hullbreaker myself. So this is great. We're gonna be seeing 1v1s from Arise and Midorina maybe later on. But now they're all in the bot lane. They want to take down this tower. Remember, they have the Rip Herald, so it would be easy enough for them to take this. But what's hard about this though is that look at Don. He's also going into the mid lane. They want to take down this mid lane turret, and it might not be easy for FLA to take that.
Yeah, it's a bit hard with the wave clear provided by Danny with the Tormented Soil. So
Yeah.
it's gonna be a bit difficult. So UDG now, they can invest resources, see if they can get a pick here.
Look at the rotation because they saw it on the ward onto the river, onto the bot side. For FLA, they backed away. And they're not giving any fights to the members of UDG because they know right now they might have the disadvantage because they have the items, the item power spikes for the members of UDG, and it would be easy enough for them to win this fight. That's why FLA, they're just picking everyone. If they can go for a 4v5 before a fight happens, that's what they're gonna do.
It is a big possibility. It is gonna be a 4v4 without their mid laners.
Yeah. Would be hard. Danny does have the wave clear. They do have Calm to back away from this fight, though they have the showstopper. The one and great
Wow.
showstopper to the face breaker. Lana1 is now super low in HP. They can take him down. The Noxian Guillotine comes out. They have the 5 stacks on the head of Don. He's gonna come in. He's gonna get the dock again onto one, and this is the last kill onto the side of UDG. They take 3 people down without any towers for the side of FLA.
Yeah, I mean, FLA was expecting that tower to fall down so that they can take a comfortable 4v4, but so many members coming from FLA, again, they're squishy by the way, were taking a lot of tower hits. So UDG played that really, really well, but at the same time, FLA, a bit of this, couldn't get that tower down before getting a comfortable fight.
Yeah, they didn't have any damage there when they were fighting in the bot lane. They do have Calm, but they didn't have a Rise on that fight. That was easy enough. Look at that circuit.
Yeah, this is a really good apprehend coming from Don, right? But look at the tower hits. The Rift Herald charge wasn't enough at all. So Calm had to take a lot of tower hits. And then at that point, they lost their beefy frontliner. And then it was that big disengage. Actually, their big disengage was used for engage, to slow people down for that slow CC, for that knock up on the side of that tower, potential tower dive. But fortunately, didn't work out so well. UDG played that really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, getting the Noxian Guillotine especially, oh no, Calm needs to be careful here. If he wants to go in, he doesn't really have any vision and doesn't have any flash. He might get dumped on those. The apprehend comes out and he's just gonna fall down pretty fast before the Mountain Drake even spawns.
A really nice pick off coming from UDG. That means they're gonna have a comfortable Mountain Drake for themselves, and that's the thing, right? That's pretty. That's the scary thing about UDG. They are able to get these potential pickoffs because again, FLA very important if they have vision around these objectives, or else UDG can also play the pickoff potential. But look at Arise. He has picked up the teleport. He wants to join these fights. He wants to make sure this is not a duel. This is not a 1v1 enchant. This is something where they want to fight 5v5. So I like this pickup from FLA. He gave up the stasis. Midorina still not gonna let that go. He's gonna keep doing this. He's gonna keep split pushing and doing the 1v1s.
And yeah, having the safety of the stasis against a death mark is also super important. Right now, Arise doesn't have the kill potential just yet because we haven't seen him popping off right now because we haven't seen him get for that 1v1. Even fighting against Midorina would be a bit hard because he does have the Hullbreaker to give him more sustain and more health, which is going to be hard for Arise to actually use in his favor. And now UDG, with the advantage that they had a while ago, doubling down on the damage even on the side of Dawn, having the Sunderer and Black Cleaver, it would be easy enough for him to stack those 5 stacks on the hand. But Sayonara comes out. No damage just yet. Dragon's Rage has been put out already. FLA is just going to run away.
That's the thing, right? Coming from FLA. Or rather, coming from UDG. Look at Midorina's gold. He actually matches, what do you call this? Almost matches Doming.
Ooh. Good thing that Danny does have the Black Shield for the safety there. Good timing on there. If Laro1 flashed in there, that could have been the death of Danny. He wouldn't be able to put the Black Shield out before the stun from the body slam would be able to hit. What's hard about this though is that slowly but surely they have a lot of utilities on the side of UDG, and we haven't seen big fights here. It's like the same thing, like what happened during the last game, Riku. We still haven't seen one big fight. We have seen on the bot lane, but it's not a 5v5 fight. But still, if they're gonna go for a big fight here, FLA is waiting for the timing here. But now Domin could go for it. He does have the Death Lance and the Blade of the Ruin King already.
Yeah, he's able to match and survive a little bit more rather up against UDG. And I think that's the scary part, right? Because that's the pickup. Death Stance over Guardian Angel against Sayonara, which, you know, he has the most gold because he had the most kills. He has the most kills, rather, in this entire match so far. So I think that survivability, that air quote second life, is going to help later for these long-drawn fights.
Ooh, that Mark comes out just to push Midarina away. He's not even going to risk getting that. He has a tower down on his side. Ignite has been popped. Flash also onto their side. And Calm use the Proto Belt just for them to at least threaten Midarina with a flash in the barrier.
He hurts so much.
Yeah.
Midarina hurts so much. Imagine in a team fight. Imagine if he's present in these fights. He's going to deal a lot of damage.
They do have vision. UDG waiting for a fight. They do have the Dragon Shades onto the flash if ever they want to get a pick-off against FLA. But no, they're not going to continue this.
I mean, UDG really wanted that fight because, just as you mentioned, they had vision over that blue buff area. And the fact that Calm was seen at the bottom portion of the map, meaning it could have been a 4v3 situation. So I like it. I like the discipline coming from UDG too. If they felt like they weren't sure, so they didn't want to overcommit. And I like this. It's just game 2, Dash. It's just game 2. And we're seeing these teams play very carefully because we've seen so many reverse sweeps happen already in the playoffs. So I totally understand why this is happening.
We're seeing the pressure already onto both of our teams, but now Arise is going to be the target. But because he hid under the brush, they weren't able to commit. And if they committed, they could have killed Arise there. But it's a good thing they played it safe because they know they can rotate. Glacial Pressure has been put out. They do have the death mark, but the flashes have been burned already. Dawn doesn't have any flash. It would be hard enough for him to go for a start of the fights here.
No ults anymore. Deathmark will come up soon, but Raph's ult will not anytime soon. So I think that's UDG's short window. I mean, they don't have Dawning Shadow, but I think that's a really, really good opportunity. Especially Elder Drake has spawned.
They don't need to wait for Arise to get the death mark again. It's building up again. It's already up right now for Arise. So if ever they go for this, they're starting it.
They're giving this
slowly,
up?
but they don't have any vision here. That's why they can't even go in. They're having a hard time. They're trying to get it. They're going in. UDG would go to the fight, and Dragon's Rage onto the backline. The explosive gas would be able to pull them back out. It's a good bait for the members of UDG, but because they failed that fight, just because of the wall from Raph, it was enough for them, for FLA to get away.
Yeah, that means Elder Drake reset. UDG has no resources. That's 3 ults down on the side of UDG, and FLA coming back up. Bot lane is slowly pushing. We'll see. There's that teeny tiny ward by the pit, but I don't think it reaches the vision towards the Elder Drake.
No, they do have the Glacial Pressure now onto the hands of Raph. If they want to go for a fight, Midarina is also not here. He doesn't have any teleport. He needs to go and push to the top side if he wants to get this Ocean Drake, or maybe threaten them on the side of FLA. They're going to be starting this, but Midarina is pushing onto the top side. Remember, look at top side. They're pushing. Glacial Pressure comes out. No ultimate just yet. Not enough damage. They're buying a lot of time. FLA doesn't want to get this, but now UDG is threatening them. They don't want the recalls to come out. Arise is recalling. Would he be able to get the inhibited turret on the top side? Because Ocean Drake is also taking. They are really taking it. They have a lot of minions out there, and this is going to be threatened. They don't have Arise. They took down the top lane turret, and this was a big win for UDG because FLA is being indecisive right now. They don't know where to go. Do they go for a fight? Sayonara is threatening the fight. Oh no, they were able to hit it on him. They're not going for a fight. Calm is going to go in. Dominic is going to go out. They are going for the Ocean Drake. They want to take this out. Showstopper is going to come out. Teleport is going to come in. And they were able to get the Elder Ocean Drake. And FLA falls. 4 members are down and they can end this game.
What a fight! What an exchange! What a series set of events that we've seen, Dash! Wow. That was crazy. Midarina bot teleport, he's able to join the fight. Actually, it wasn't needed. He was able to apply pressure at bot lane, top lane rather, and UDG wins this game.
Oh man, that was so much to see for UDG, the decisiveness of them. Going for fights, continuing it. This death mark won't be able to do anything on the hands of Arise. It's easy enough for UDG to get that win now. We were saying a while ago, yes, they can't smile just yet because game 3 is still coming out.
It's 1-1 Dash. What a game coming from UDG. The way that they were juggling the dragon, the Elder Drake dragon, because they know whoever gets that Elder Drake is definitely going to be having a bigger chance of winning that game. It was incredibly close. It felt very, very even, but the decision making of putting Midarina. It was a big risk, right? Team Underground put Midarina a top side to split push. What they had to do, buy some time, start the Elder Drake to cause panic from FLA, whether or not they want to put, a Rise at topside or remain in the 5v4 situation. And the fact that they saw that the teleport has been baited out already, coming from a Rise, meant that UDG had teleport advantage because Midarina went back home, picked it up, replaced Stasis, and won the game.
And they had the timing right now. Ocean Drake, it's because that FLA didn't start any fights. That's why Midarina was able to get away with it. They didn't have any vision on that part of the map because when you don't have any vision, you don't know how many players are there. That's why it was hard enough for them to start any fights against UDG because they don't know if there are 5 members there. But when they saw Midarina, they had to make a choice. Will we go for it or will we not? And when they sent a Rise back right there, they didn't have the damage. That's why it wasn't easy decisions for FLA right there.
Yeah, it wasn't at all. It was a very... You're going to be forced to be really torn in that situation. The fact that at that time, FLA had ult advantage and UDG lost 3 ults, that was what gave FLA... It felt like that's what gave FLA, that courage to initiate this. But again, teleport advantage was on the side of UDG. Midarina was there. I mean, it was a 4v5 situation. Rise was forced to defend that part. So I really love this coming from UDG. It's the small things again that we've been seeing from this team.
Yeah. It's still pretty great that we have seen UDG at this form. They know where to go for and they stack the Drakes in their favor. And the stats just piled up. Right now, again, another Lee Sin. Sayonara being the Globe prepaid player of the game. Right now for the game, he was able to set up a lot of fights, was able to get a lot of those objectives, and didn't even let FLA to go for fights that Sayonara knows that they're not going to win. That's why he's always at the ready. Whenever Domin comes out, the Dragon's Rage is just going to get pulled out without even any questions.
Yeah, that's true. Every single time FLA wanted to engage, he used the Dragon's Rage to just kick them off. Like, okay, stay away from me. This is not the time to fight. We'll fight you later at the Elder Drake. And you're right, it is going to be another Lee Sin highlight, Lee Sin player of the game. And it just shows how much that we look at like Lee Sin and how the players utilize a Lee Sin. Like, okay, yeah, setting early game ganks, setting early game pressure. But Lee Sin is just really good at maneuvering around fights, especially around the Dragon Pit. And we saw how Sayonara basically danced around the battlefield when it came to objective fights.
Unless the Lee Sin gets banned, I can't expect that the Lee Sins are the ones who's going to get the Globe prepaid player of the game sit until Game 5, if ever this is going to go to Game 5. Because honestly, it was such a great showing for UDG, especially on their jungler, that they were able to rotate as fast enough. And what's hard about having a Jax as the jungler is that Jax has a pretty, what do you call that, specific power spike. And when he gets that is only the time that he's gonna go for the ganks, for the risk, for the fights, and that's what we saw during that game. And that is where UDG just capitalized on that power spike from the Jax. But everyone, that was just game 2. We still have game 3 and even game 4 right now for this game. It's just such a hot matchup. So yeah, let's see.
It's a hot matchup.
Yeah, let's see what's gonna happen on to game 3. We have bigger casters for today. I'm Dash and I was here with Riku. See you guys in just a bit.
I won't give you up. My heart's beating up. Give me your love. Just lose your mind. And you can have all my love when this is over.
can't help myself, and I really wanna show you that I wanna get to know you. Believe what I told you, and I can't help myself. When I look into your eyes, I see you don't wanna fight. There's no need to stop trying, because I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, cause I know I can prove. Baby, the last thing I want is to lose you. And I can feel the pain inside of us, and I know I can change for your love. Oh baby, I don't mind, cause your love's so hard to find. I wanna make it right. Every last bit of my heart I give to you. Yeah, we can call it a second chance for love, and I know I need every single moment with you, cause I finally found the one that makes me feel at home. And so I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, cause I know I can prove. Baby, the last thing I want is to lose you. And I can feel the pain inside of us, and I know I can change for our love. Oh baby, I don't mind, cause your love's so hard to find. I wanna make it right. Every last bit of my heart I give to you, and I'm sorry that I had to leave you waiting. You deserve more than I ever gave you. You can fall into my arms, yeah, I promise I can change for your love. Oh baby, I don't mind.
And we said it a while ago, right, Riku? We're in it for the long run. That's why Game 2 was won by UDG on a great fashion. They were able to get everything that they need, and they were able to bait out FLA. Such a great play with Midarina onto Akshan. But now, we're gonna go on to Game 3. We're still your casters for this series. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Riku.
I know. I mean, speaking of Midarina, right? This is a player that literally made his debut competitive stage in the playoffs of the WCS.
Right.
That
Yeah.
is crazy. He has experience. His first series was against Team Secret, who is a team that is has a lot of veteranship, who has represented the Philippines for 2 instances already. So imagine, won that first series, and now second, they're facing Fennel adversity rather. And what has been the play style for 2 of the games so far has been putting Midarina on an island, letting him do his thing and join the rest of the team once he's needed. So it's just focusing on that split push action. And I love how UDG is still committed to that strategy. Game number 1, it didn't work out so well because FLA assembled a 5v5 composition, basically. And now, it's different. It's the complete opposite. But they also had the power of the 4-1 split push with that action. And I really love how Midarina played with that action and the decision-making process for that entire game. It's just so exciting. So now, do they ban the action? Does UDG have other champions that can enable Midarina to do split push and put him in an island?
Yep. I mean, what's great about the composition that they put out a while ago, Riku, is that it is not a 1-3-1 split push composition. It was, like what you said, it's a 4-1 split push composition. Having done onto the Darius was enough for them to turn the tides around with this composition. They have the threat of a CC and also a very beefy front line onto the side that does a lot of damage if he gets 5 stacks onto 1. And that's why he was a constant threat also during the game, and Midarina just had the space that he needed for him to push onto the top side. I hope that right now FLA knows that this Akshan is gonna be a threat later on in the matchup, because Arise wasn't able to get a lot of kills against this Akshan, and that was supposed to be expected when you pick up a Zed.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It was, I think, even though, let's just say, okay, Zed, really good because of for 1v1s because of the death mark. There's a lot of damage, especially if you initiate first. You pour in all the damage first, and then boom, you're good to go. But the thing is, you got Vidarina having the Hullbreaker first versus Black Cleaver first item. You mentioned this earlier, Dash. And of course, who's going to win the 1v1? Of course, itemization-wise, it's way better for Midarina's situation. The fact that he also has Stasis Enchant means that he can survive the Deathmark pop and is able to, again, also win the 1v1. So, the thing about what happened there with the Rise, he kept the enchant, he kept the boots. There was still no enchant when he was trying to match the split push of Midarina. They were trying to decide whether or not they wanted a Stasis enchant to match the 1v1 or a teleport enchant to possibly make it into a 4v5 situation. But the thing is, they cannot take too much time. They cannot dilly-dally in these 4v5, 4v4 situations, or else towers are going to fall down. So you can see the adaptation throughout that match where, okay, you have Hullbreaker, I'm going to get Hullbreaker second item as well now, because you have Hullbreaker of your own. See if I can match the 1v1. There's just so many things to talk about in that game. It's crazy.
Right. There's a lot of itemizations that is not really the usual that you see, but now with this on the side of UDG going for the first pick, this is a bit of a change of pace for FLA that they're gonna go for the second pick. So Seth could potentially come out to the side of UDG, because for sure if FLA is still going for the same bans, it's not gonna be out of the picture.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's not, but I feel like, yeah, it's gonna be the same. There's still a big possibility that we're gonna be looking at the same bans, but because now blue side UDG, what do they want to prioritize? The Gragas and Senna lane has been one of the most stable lanes, because again, it's really hard to 2v2 them because you have a lot of range, they have disengage. So for FLA, what are your choices now? Do you want to ban the Gragas? Do you want to ban the Akshan here? What's the choice?
Oh, they banned the
wow.
Jax, so that's a change. So they need to do something else for the side of FLA. Yeah, as you said, they need to ban one of them or take them for themselves. Let Danny and Raph go for the Gragas Senna, because if ever that's gonna happen, Seth is gonna be the first pick for UDG for sure, because that's the only champion that they can go for. Karma almost came out. I thought she's not gonna get banned, but now it's a good thing that she was banned.
It's too good on UDG. Karma is just too good on UDG. So Galio is open finally so far in the entire series because of that Jax ban. I think that's the biggest difference.
Oh, really?
Oh, wow. They really?
Really?
Yeah, they definitely got to prioritize this for the side of Midarina. It's incredibly important. You mentioned this earlier, Dash. If they didn't pick up action first, FLA can take it for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Arise also plays a mean Akshan on his hand, so they're still threatening the fact that Midarina could go for split pushes, which is what's really great about it is that they can go for any situations. It's like a Swiss knife. Their composition is always a Swiss knife. They can go with anything. But now with FLA, what are they gonna pair up with the Senna? Is it the Gragas or the Galio? Because the Galio is also open.
Yeah, I think they're gonna be torn in, because what you sacrifice. Oh wow! I mean, Calm has a really good performance on the set, and Raph as well. So I totally understand the thought process of getting the set, because it's just too good on two of your players on the side of FLA. But Galio is still open, right? Gragas is still open. Gragas is a big key to 1-3-1 compositions, because you have disengage and you also have engage. This is very necessary for your 3-man. Galio is a different story, right? Because it enables engage and you need a delivery system. Gragas, on the other hand, is just more flexible and better for a 1-3-1 comp if UDG is going for that.
Yeah, I hope that they would be getting the Lee Sin was important. Getting that in Sayonara just for them to, if ever FLA is going to go for an engage composition. Because honestly, when you see a set and a Senna, you're going to expect a lot of engages. So it's a good thing that they have a lot of way to disengage. A Dragon Stage 2, the explosive gas would be great. But FLA, they need to try something different here. Because if they go for... Yeah, they needed the Diana on the composition, because what they have on UDG a while ago is that they didn't have enough AoE to threaten most of the fighting members of UDG.
Yeah, you mentioned this earlier. They lacked the damage, and the fact that they didn't want to wait for the second rotation of bans
Yeah.
to come up for UDG to ban Oriana and Diana again. So I
Yep.
really like this. So FLA is going towards the route of 5v5 team fight again, as what we're seeing with the first 3 picks, and not going for the 1-3-1 split push that we saw with the Jax and the Zed from earlier.
Ooh, they banned the Shen. Inside of FLA, they don't want to double that on the 1-3-1
Are they still
split
gonna
push it
pick the
inside of
Galio?
UDG. Yeah, because if ever UDG is gonna go for it, I mean, they have the set for Calm again that they can use on their side, but there's not a lot of options now for Dominic to go for the jungle. I mean, the Kha'Zix could, honestly, Kha'Zix would be banned. I can call it right now.
Yeah.
UDG would ban it. Yeah, there you
Oh,
go.
for sure. For sure. 100%. Yeah, I mean, so what are the options for Doming now? So I'm excited because it has
Not
been
a
a
lot.
transfer of, yeah, right? It's been a transfer of Lee Sin to Lee Sin between these two junglers.
Yeah.
But I wonder if UDG bans another jungler here and not the Galio. Because Galio has been paired a lot with the Moonfall in especially year 0 of Wild Rift. It has been a classic combo. I mean, we talked about Camille, Galio, Moonfall, Galio Diana rather, is also a very, very scary teamfight combo. So instead, UDG is going to ban the Grave. So I
Yeah,
wonder
there
what
was
the
a
options for
potential.
FLA.
Yeah, there was a potential for Graves to come out for Doming. That's why they were able to pull it out. But now, it's not a lot of options. They have the Fiora, though, if they want Doming to pick that up for them to have more damage, because they have a lot of CC anyway. But it's a good thing that they picked off the Darius. Because they needed to pick this Darius, because if ever UDG takes a hold of it again, they don't have a lot of options for the Juggernaut on the top side. They need to go for a fighter. They need to go for Fiora or something else for a fighter on the top side, just for them to match the capabilities. But it's also potential that the Singe from Dawn could also come out during this game.
Oh yeah, that's very true. I mean, they're gonna have like 2. Oh no,
Brand. Really?
they're going for a
Okay.
brand. They're going for a brand this time. Okay, brand was picked in their second encounter in the regular season.
Yeah.
It was Larawan on the brand, and as well as a Galio bot lane. So if they
Yeah.
do pick this up, it's going to be another Galio brand bot lane, which is
Yeah.
going to provide a lot of AP damage on the board. But instead they're going for the Renekton. So it's going to be a brand Gragas on the bottom
They can
portion
pick the
of the
Galio.
map.
I
Yeah,
thought
they can definitely pick
Galio.
that. What's going to be that? Okay, so it's going to be Doming set jungle?
Yeah,
Diana
if ever-
jungle?
If ever that comes out, that would be, or if ever they don't want that threat, because this is a brand, you don't really want to go for engages, because you need to
Morgana
get
jungle.
away from that. Oh,
Oh.
Rengar.
Rengar,
Okay.
of course.
They needed the damage, like what we said a while ago. They needed the damage, so having the Rengar is the safe to pick here.
Yeah, they needed damage. But at the same time, consistent damage? I think that's the question, right? Because usually if you see like an assassin jungler, either you go with double assassins. Yes, Diana. But build path-wise, Diana goes for more of a tanky route. So
Yeah.
this
for
is the worry, right? Damage-wise, they're gonna be FLA is gonna be relying on wombo combos and then making sure that they layer all their CC to make sure that people are chunked down enough for doming to make sure that they can finish off certain targets. Because yes, Senna can scale into the late game, unlimited scaling, yes, but overall Senna's kit is very utility based, so you got
Yep.
shields and heals. So I think that's my only worry, right? Like the damage could be the worrying trend. That's why I love what UDG did with banning out the Graves, because what else is there for consistent damage? Jace is gone, Graves is gone, and then what are your other choices? Tanks are your other choices. So I like
Yeah.
how UDG pushed them into this Rengar pit.
I was expecting a Fiora, to be honest, for them to have
Oh,
that
yeah.
consistent damage and also the true damage for their side. But because they have a lot of melees on this composition, that is where Brand thrives.
Oh yeah.
Melee composition is where the Brand does get a lot of his damage in, because that is the problem of Brand. Brand doesn't have a lot of range, and when you have a lot of melee champions, that's not a problem anymore, because not one could just throw everything, even the Pyroclasm, at the start of fights against the members of FLA. But now it's letting down on the top side. But based on the composition right here, Riku, it's looking like it's really threatening that UDG has this. They have a lot of damage and also a lot of disengage, which is good against FLA.
Yeah, that's true, right? They have that explosive cask in the side of Arthros. And I want to go back to what you just said. Pyroclasm is pure pain. It really hurts.
Definitely.
So much. And this mid lane matchup is going to be very tough. Melee versus range coming from Midarina. This is going to be Midarina having priority in lane, meaning
for
going
sure.
rogue, being able to have enough space to roam and pressure the side lanes alongside Sayonara.
Especially in the early game, Rengar doesn't really have a lot of that damage. That is when they can use that in their favor. Pressure the jungle, that is going to be pressuring the team, but now they pulled back onto Orthros with the face breaker. They still want to go for a fight in the bot lane, but yeah, they're not going to continue.
Yeah, that's going to be the play. I mean, it's a very... Senna makes the lane stable. You have sustain as well versus the poke coming from Larao, a harass rather coming from Larawan with this brand. But I want to see what's happening in the mid lane.
Mid lane, going for fights. Not really threatening that much. They're just trying to get the damage in right now because they do need to get the pressure onto Arise because Mid Arena is just gonna be happy here. Just gonna push this lane for himself just for them to get the. But I was expecting that it would be a lot further, this gold advantage right here. But it's a good thing that Arise knows how to space himself well.
Yeah, good thing Diana has at least that kit to farm from a safe distance, at least with your first skill. So I think that's a little bit of that consolation coming from the side of Arise. So but I can imagine that once everybody's like level 5 already, if they can see Midarina overextending.
Yeah, the Danny special going for a gank onto the top side with this one with the Senna, but still not enough to get it because the Calm is pushing onto the lane.
Yeah, they wanted to do the Danny special, right? Just as you said, to after the first back, I'll go roam top, see if I can burn a flash or a summoner spell against the enemy top laner so that Calm can have a comfy lane against whatever matchup he's going to go for or going to do. But UDG saw this coming. Like, it's fine. Dawn is going to be fine. Again, it's really hard, especially if the slice and dice is still available. You can just escape immediately after getting your spidey senses tingling.
Yeah, yeah. They need to get the threat here in the bot lane because they want the damage to come out later on the dragon fights. 1 minute onto the clock before the dragon spawns, and this is what we're saying. It's a good thing. Normally, the Senna set bot lane is super strong against most of the matchup, but because it's a brand, it would be hard for Raph to go in because the brand could threaten with the damage and also with the DPS and with the stun also on his side. It's just favorable for the brand.
Yeah, it's the fact that he's also carrying that exhaust, so is able to mitigate any of that damage window, at least to make sure that Larawan is safe. So I think it's a tougher 2v2. I wouldn't say like tougher that they're losing the lane, but it's more of they're not able to be more aggressive, just as you mentioned earlier in that 2v2 matchup.
Yeah, it's a good thing we're not seeing any big fights just yet because we're waiting for the 4-minute timer before any would come back out. Sayonara, if the Sonic Wave was able to hit, I was expecting that he's gonna go in, but because it wasn't able to, 5 seconds on the clock before we go on for the Drake. Thrill of the Hunt is up onto Dominic if ever they want to take this Drake. Oh.
FLA needs the Mountain Drake for sure.
Yeah.
To be able to survive most of these fights, because again, we talked about how much damage Larawan's gonna deal. So the Mountain Drake with the shields are gonna come in. UDG on the other hand, they also love this Rift Herald because they want to open up the lanes. Remember, Midarina, Hull Breaker. Hello. We're at it. We gonna see a 1-4 again. And even if Dawn gets the lead, we could possibly see even the 1-3-1 setup on this Renekton as well in Dawn.
Yeah. And also you expect an early to mid-game composition like what UDG has right now. It's for them to solidify their advantage, get the tower pressure against against FLA.
Ooh.
And FLA is waiting for that timing to get it before they go for any fights. They still are the same team. They want to get their items before they want to go for fights. Raph has been seen. Facebreaker comes out. The damage is gonna come in, and that's enough to get the first blood onto the side of UDG.
Crazy! He's even building towards Roa. That's how much raw damage a brand has. And we're looking at one of the tankiest, supposed tankiest member champion in the side of FLA. That's supposed to be Calm and Raph. Look at what happened to his HP. Just disappeared. That's how much brand does in this game. So FLA has to have like a lot of respect on this brand pick for sure. They have to be careful. Look at that. That's the respect I'm looking for. That's the Locket enchant being picked up already by Danny. They know what's up.
yeah, they don't want the damage to actually come in. But it's a good thing that they were at least able to take one Drake onto their hands. This is what happens usually, right? When you take the Repelled, you want to get the early game in your favor. When you take the Drake, you want to be safe for winter. You want to be safe for late game. And that's why right now FLA is going for the right choices. They chose the Mountain Drake just for them to get it. And that's the best combo for them to sustain more damage. Having the Mountain Drake, then having the Ocean Drake is ideal for FLA here. So they also need to take the second Drake.
Oh yeah, they need that spell vamp. They need
Yeah.
they need the physical vamp for sure to survive in these fights, just as you mentioned. So UDG is actually happy for that because they want the
Oh, going for it. They have the stun. Dawn would go for the Ruthless Predator. Calm doesn't have any mana, so he doesn't have any spells anymore to go for this fight. And he gave everything right here. UDG was able to get it, and now they're going for more fights. Calm falls down, and they have Dawn right here onto the Dominus. Would be able to get out with the Slice and Dice. A lot of members are going in. Sonic Wing comes out. Dominus is going to fall down. They're going to go for more fights, but still, a lot of them fell down for FLA. They don't have any damage just yet.
What a play coming from UDG there. They were able to set up this sneaky gank up against Calm. He had no mana at all, so therefore he is so vulnerable. It was a 2v1 at first. FLA wanted to respond to top side, but it was too late. The damage poured is already there. Their FLA's numbers were dwindling every single time. So UDG putting a lot of pressure on these lanes. And what we saw earlier coming from FLA, and this is, I wouldn't call this a copy paste of what happened in game number 1 with the composition that FLA wanted to do, but we talked about the potential lack of damage. There was no Jax anymore to keep farming, to infuse a lot of gold. So this could be a bit worrying coming from FLA because UDG, on the other hand, is a lot of damage to burn through on the side of FLA.
Yeah, this is the reason why we said it a while ago. The early mid-game composition for UDG, they're just fulfilling their objectives. They want to keep this gold lead in their favor because FLA later on would have tons of damage against them. Remember, that's a Rengar and also a Diana. If Diana gets the Rabadons, it won't be as easy as it was before for UDG to get this. It's a good thing that Sayonara, they're investing all the resources onto Sayonara, getting all those skills, but now again onto Rise, who have the damage, and they all have the members right here to the Hunt and also to the Moonfall, would be able to get onto the Dawn, and Sayonara won't be able to get anything just yet. But still, FLA doesn't even get any kills on the fight.
Yeah, just a lot of ults down on the board. Maybe just a flash, actually just Sayo's flash being able consumed on that fight right there. So FLA wanted to burn something even more, maybe even lives on the side of UDG before this objective spawns.
Oh man,
what a damage!
That damage onto Danny. He's already half HP with just 2 spells. He's down to half HP, and it was enough for them to get this. So yeah, they're just doubling down on it, get the Repelled as fast as we can so we can react onto the Ocean Drake. Even UDG is threatening the Ocean Drake right now. FLA doesn't have any answer just yet. They got the Repelled as fast. They set themselves up even from the 4 minutes of the game. That good timing would just help them out, and this Repelled in the mid lane would just threaten them on taking this Drake.
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure, right? From mid lane and ult pressure. A Rise and Doming is going to have their ults back up. So this is a very small window.
Yeah, 4k HP. FLA just want to go for a fight here. They're taking a bit of time the side of UDG, but now the fight is going to happen. 1k HP. They were able to get the Drake again on the side of FLA.
Wow.
But there the face breaker to the Moonfall. What a great wombo combo to the side, but not enough for them to get any kills just yet. FLA was able to get a 4 kill. What a great wombo combo onto that fight.
That's what we were waiting for, right? We talked about this in the draft. It's going to be reliant on the wombo combo, the layering of the CC to make sure that everybody's going to be chunked down enough. And then Doming and the rest of the squad is going to fill up, or rather going to remove the HP bars to the side of UDG. Yeah. There's Calm there for the resets as well. Oh. Let's take a look at that again. Yeah. It's crazy. Everyone had their ults up. There's the apprehend coming from Calm. Moonfall into the showstopper. That is the hole that we were looking for. The big 5v5 that FLA was waiting for. And that is during these objective fights. And I mean, I know UDG had the lead. 3-1-1 or 3 kills already coming from Sayonara. But at the same time, if FLA still executes them perfectly, if you can't deal any damage if you're dead. Basically, that's what I want to say.
That's a good point right there. But Rico, during that fight we have seen, right, that they were waiting for the right time, that they're just there on the Dragon's Pit. And that's what the time that they went in for the Showstopper and the Facebreaker leading into the Moonfall. What's hard about this composition, they're not always going to be able to do that. Because UDG would be able to stop them on their tracks. They have the explosive gas and the Dragon's Rage to stop them from doing that. But FLA just got the right timing there. And what's good about that is they traverse the gold lead. They lessen it Now they have the gold lead. Even it's a 100 gold or 300 gold, it's still enough to say that this is an equalizer because of that one fight right there.
Yeah, the equalizer would be a Rise here. He has the most gold out of everyone in this game so far. And we saw how much of his Moonfall is able to deal a lot of damage. So imagine if everything's layering. Look at the 3 Divine Sunders. If we saw 3 Hull Breakers in game number 1, we're going to be seeing 3 Divine Sunders.
Oh my. Oh my.
This is perfect, right? Because we talked about sustain. If UDG releases all of everything, especially Lara 1's combo on a brand, he has to wait for so long. And if FLA survives that one big window or is able to initiate first, then they're going to out-sustain UDG with the item builds that they're doing.
Yeah, the longer the fights go, the more it favors FLA. Because of the sustain from the Divine Sunder also would just help them out. And also, considering that Lara 1 is building more onto the HP side just for him to survive longer to the fights, which is smart, honestly. Without any ability haste, like what you said, it'll take a long time before Lara 1 could put out another spell out there.
Yeah, that's a thing, right? Oh,
Orthos gonna be the target. Boulder Strike would be able to hit, and also the Showstopper just for them to add more damage to the wound. And now this is gonna be the last member standing. Stasis Ladder 1 comes out, and this is damage. Boulder Strike comes in and was able to hit on the right target again. Raph is able to survive the damage from the gun. Was able to get the stasis. Buy some time. Flash. They're gonna go away.
they're not allowing UDG to do what they did in game number 2, where if the game is in like this sort of stalemate, then that's a time Midarina can keep split pushing. Because it's, again, we talked about this earlier before, the first item called Breaker. That means that's what he wants to do. He wants to split push. So for FLA, building this heavy engaged composition means that they can keep initiating like this, they can keep getting these picks, they can get the numbers advantage, and rinse and repeat this because they have the necessary damage if you pour everything onto one single target. So that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, this is where the brand falls off. If ever this fights, if the fights are scattered, that is where the brand falls off. Because the timing of the Pyroclasm needs to be timed right. But if everyone is jumping onto Lara 1, he needs to put everything out before he falls down, right? That is the pressure of what the brand pick is. And that is what FLA is doubling down to. Apprehend won't be able to hit. And now they're starting the Infernal Drake. They want to take this extra damage onto their side, but remember, they do have a lot of ultimates. Vidarina doesn't have his. Orthos would be able to get the target Gargoyle Soul Plate onto their side, but now with the damage right there from the Showstopper would be enough to stop them down. Sayonara is now low on HP. They're still doubling down. Ball Strike would be able to hit, and Orthos and Sayonara now low on HP. UDG is not gonna contest this.
They have no ults. Look at the ult bars. Well, it's not a bar, it's a circle. Look at the ult circles from UDG. It's nothing. That means UDG can't exactly fight this anymore. Look, meanwhile, look at FLA. There's still the Moonfall available. FLA is able to scare off UDG by using the resources that they had, and they had surplus. They had the Moonfall still. That means they didn't need to, and that could be a worrying trend later on. Leandra's pick up already for the side of Lara 1, so the dots are gonna hurt even more on the side of FLA. But that's the thing. If you can't release all your combo in that short sequence before FLA jumps on you, the brand can't deal any damage. So that's the thing, right? Brand is a little bit of that short range. So he's going to be in range of Apprehend. He's going to be in range of Doming just jumping on you. Moonfall as well. So that's the weakness. Even though Lara 1 deals a lot of damage, if they don't deal it first, they're going to be very vulnerable.
Yeah, they need to start the fight themselves. As you were saying, they are the ones who need to dictate where the fight is going to happen and when it's going to happen, because they had the brand on their hands. Now they're going for the Baron. There's no vision here on the side of UDG. They don't know that this is starting, but they also don't know that's already 3k HP. Sayonara is taking a long time. Just gonna be one sneaky Baron. They got it. Explosive gas comes out, but Orthos, no, they're scattered around. This is not a good fight for UDG. Orthos falls down. FLA takes this advantage in their own hands. Dawn needs to buy some time for Midarina to push the bot lane, but now they're all going to the bottom side of the map. The Stasis to buy some time, and he's just gonna fall down. Right here, a killing spree with the Baron. Icing on top of the cake for FLA.
Yeah, quick decision making coming from the side of Fennel Adversity, right? They saw that, okay, Midarina is split pushing. I don't think he has teleport yet. No, he has the Shadow's enchant. So that means he can't exactly join the fight whenever he's split pushing. FLA has a ton of engage, has a ton of damage themselves as well at the moment because they're in the lead, especially with the Infernal Drake on the board as well. So this is this is going to be very difficult for UDG to come back from.
Now, FLA wants to go for pushes. They have the Baron anyway. They can threaten that, and with the Lara 1 factor onto their side, even though that they have Midarina to go for split pushes, they can't even go for that. Because Midarina is going to be threatened by a Rengar and also a Darius, which he cannot 1v1. If it was a Zed, it's okay. But because it's a Rengar and a Darius, it would be as hard as it is.
He also has Hullbreaker himself, so Kong is going to be ready to face him if ever that would be the matchup. He also has Randuin, so that's a lot of armor on the side of FLA.
Yeah. Look at Kong, he doesn't even care that Dawn is in front of his face a while ago when he was pushing. He was just hacking on that turret. So yeah, with the Baron on his hand, it was easy enough for them to take the towers down. With the tower pressure on the side of FLA, this is gonna be good for them. They can take the objectives, and we all know that if it's FLA we're talking about, they're gonna wait for the next objective before they go in for the coup de grace, for the ending.
Oh yeah, for sure. Unless, you know, FLA sees an opportunity to jump on a target, which is highly possible because Doming can be extra brave to do so. Look at what he's building. He has Stone Plate Enchant as well. He has Death Stand, so he can survive a bit more if he does jump in first versus the rest of the squad when they do follow up. So I like this pickup coming from Doming. So now Elder Drake's gonna come up soon. FLA has 2 stacks. They got Infernal Drake in their hands. So look at this pickup coming from Midarina though. Instead of the teleport enchant that we've seen, when they wanna contest objectives, it's gonna be difficult. That means he's gonna join the fight this time around and not split push.
Yeah, he can't even do that job that he needs to do because he needs to go for the 5v5 fights here because of their composition. Without him, they don't have any constant DPS. Lara 1, yes, he does have the passive, but it's not enough. It's not enough to threaten FLA at this point, and where almost every one of them is pretty healthy. They have a lot of HP, so it would be hard for them to do that. Elder Cloud Drake is going to come out in a second, and UDG is positioning themselves well.
Gonna try to get big.
They were able to get the upper hand onto Orthros. He used the body slam already. Now, he doesn't have any flash anymore, so FLA can use that in their favor.
Yeah, but still, love the discipline coming from Orthros. Not able, he didn't use the explosive cast. He knew that flash and explosive cast is going to be enough. But that means no flash body slam combo in this next fight. He has to be a little bit reserved here now and see what the perfect timing is. Will he use the explosive cast for disengage or for engage?
They're starting the Elder Cloud Drake already. They want to go for fight. Dawn would be the target. He used the Dominus already. Half HP already. Now Dawn can even join the fight. They're starting it right now. They do have the vision on the side of UDG. But look at FLA. The positioning right here is just so good. They're going to go in. They went for the showstopper onto the backside. Sayonara would be the target. He was able to pull them back. Moonfall onto 2. And this would be good. They will be able to get the dunk onto the Noxian Guillotine. Look at Tom. He's just in front of everybody.
Oh my
He
gosh.
wants to get them all down. Sayonara. Oh no. They're just going to get taken down. Even Midarina falls. Triple kill onto the Dawn. Sayonara would just get threatened. Dominic is just so tanky. Sayonara can't even do any damage, and FLA can end this if they want to. The death timer is 40 seconds on the clock, but look at them. They're still going for the Elder Cloud Drake.
Yeah, they're going, again, FLA is the team that will surgically remove everything off of the map. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're going to get Elder Drake into the Baron pit, and that's how they're going to cleanly finish the game. And well, they're going back now. Baron is up, and then they're going for a straight B-line towards that. But that's the thing. Look at it now. This is FLA primed and ready to end the game. And you can see the respect that UDG did where, okay, look, that's the 3rd time Midarina had to buy another set of boots. Because he had Shadows Enchant into Redemption, and now what is the choice here? This is Midarina wanting to do the split push again, because that's what worked in game number 2. It almost worked in game number 1, but now the options are dwindling because of this 5v5 composition. Let's take a look at this fight again. I like how Lara 1 wanting to make sure to keep his distance to not get caught out of this big AoE, but look at the HP bars of FLA. The only one in danger is Raph. Everybody else is super healthy. That means Lara 1 and Midarina basically dealt the first instant of damage already, and still, they weren't chunked down. They weren't chunked down at all.
Oh yeah, it was super hard. Right now, the top side, Arise would be the target. Look at how tanky Arise is. He's going for a 1v2. He doesn't even care that Sayonara is there, and he's dealing tons of damage with the Baron. But oh no! Dominic just went in the middle of the hunt. Now Sayonara is out of the picture. It would be easy enough for them to paint it with blood on the side of FLA. They want to take this down. The bot lane turret, the mid lane, even the top side are gonna get taken taken down one by one surgically, but no, they take down Dawn, and now they're just left with 3 members down onto the side of Midarina. This is going to be the last stand for their side. They're wanting to end this. Look at the backside though. The damage from the side of FLA just so good, and they just ended the Nexus, and that was the coup de grace that FLA was waiting for.
What a finish coming from FLA. It looked pretty even. It looked really even, rather, at the first 10 minutes of the game, 5 minutes of the game. But then the big changer is having that 5v5 team fight unlocked for Fennel Adversity. And after that, it was a continuous run of winning every single fight after that. And now Fennel Adversity Dash is now at match point. They're 1 game away from representing the Philippine region. But you know what? You know what, Dash? This is WCS PH playoffs. We know this is most likely going to a game number 5.
Right. This could potentially still go to a game 5. I mean, if it's UDG also we're talking about, especially the game on Team Secret, this already happened. This is just a repeat of what's gonna happen. But what's a good fact right here, Riku, is that because we went to a 1-1, it's like we're back into the regular season in where it's just a best of 3 at this point.
Yeah.
And where it's like it all restarted back onto a best of 3, and where FLA gets the first win against UDG. I hope that UDG gets this game 4 just so we can go for the long run. But with how FLA is looking right now, they're more decisive than they were during game 2.
Yeah, it seems to be that the theme of FLA now, if we look back at the group stages, it's like, okay, FLA against UDG, we're going to keep picking these pick-ons. Even if Camila's banned, we're going to keep going for that, and it's going to work. But now, the key seems to be teamfight comps. Being able to layer down CC, that ease of execution after one lands and then everything follows after is just really nice to watch coming from FLA. The confidence that they have in these fights, and it seems to me that they're very unfazed now with the Akshan Hallbreaker first item being able to chunk down towers really fast if FLA dilly-dallies. But that's the thing, right? FLA has so many tools to engage, like, at the snap of their finger, right? They have so many tools to do that, which means Midarina will not have enough space. So I want to say I'm crazy. There's just so much to talk about, Dash.
Yeah. Arise, the Globe prepaid player of the game. Honestly, this is deserved. Because if you saw all the moonfalls that he did during the game, he was able, even though that it doesn't hit people because of the stasis, it was enough for them to pop the stasis. And that's good. Not letting anyone do CC, do damage, delay that for a bit, then if you pop the stasis, it's like a 4v5, a 3v5 whenever the moonfall pops off from the side of Arise. And it was enough for most of the members of FLA to clean house after that.
Yeah, the big moonfall plays coming from Rice just covers a lot of ground in these dragon fights, in these dragon pits, and that instance that we saw, where it was UDG starting that dragon, and it was that follow up coming from Arise after that showstopper, after that proto belt apprehend is what covered a lot of ground basically in that fight, and he did a lot of damage actually on this particular match.
Yeah, it was too much damage for the side of a Rise here. But again, that was such a great game, Riku. To be honest, game 3 was a more decisive, more calm FLA that we have seen there. Because honestly, with the Darius on the matchup, especially for the side of FLA, it took down the possibility that Dawn would be a big threat onto the top side of the map, and having the Darius was just enough for them to do that. And I really love the Darius pickups here from both of our teams. I think it's bannable if they don't want the threat of having the Darius again, because whoever has the Darius so far has won the game. Now we broke the streak that the Lee Sin would be always the Globe prepaid player of the game, and it was such a fun game for game 3. I hope we go in it for the long run for the game 5. It's such a big pressure for both of our teams, and now we're just gonna be taking a short break, everyone, before we go on to game 4. My heart is pumping so loud right now. I hope that this game would just give us more of that excitement. I mean, we have your casters for today, and Dash and I was here with Riku. See you guys in just a bit.
I can't help myself. So I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, cause I know I can prove. Baby, the last thing I want is to lose you. And I can feel the pain inside of us. And I know I can change for our love. Oh baby, I don't mind, cause your love's so hard to find. I wanna make it right. Every last bit of my heart I give to you. And I'm sorry that I had to leave you waiting. You deserve more than I ever gave you. You can fall into my arms. Yeah, I promise I can change for your love. Oh baby, I don't mind, cause your love's so hard to find. I wanna make it right. Every last bit of my heart I give to you. Oh baby, I don't mind, baby, cause your love's so hard to find. Baby, I wanna make it right. Every last bit of my heart I give to you. I give to you.
Gotta take control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up above. Feels good. Starting to believe what will be will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above.
Appear weak when you are strong. That is what they want to do here for the side of FLA and UDG. FLA just showed that in the first parts of the series, or rather first parts of Game 3, they were weak. They don't know how to fight. They don't know how to get anything. But in the end, they were able to show it. They were getting the right timings for their players, and that was enough for them to get the first win. I mean, the second win against UDG. And now we're gonna go to Game 4, everybody. I hope we get into Game 5. It's such a long match today. I love what I'm seeing. I'm so excited on how this could turn around. If this is gonna be the end, or this is gonna be the start of Game 5 for both of our teams. And now we're gonna be going in it for the match. We're gonna be your casters again. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Jake.
I know, right? It's already match point for Fennel Adversity, and not only if they win this year, if they win this game rather, not only do they get to the grand finals and move on, but they also get to represent the region. And I mean, there's 2 slots, but of course, it's really scary to go down there, right? Go down to the lower bracket. There's still that safety net, but we've seen how a lot of really experienced teams have said, goodbye to the WCS and eliminated in that lower bracket. So anything can happen. It has been incredibly close so far. It has been a big ping pong, right? It's first game FLA, second UDG, and now FLA. So will the trend continue? Will this be alternating? And what we've seen so far that has been a scary trend is that reverse sweeps happen a lot in the WCS PH playoffs. So FLA must win this game. It must win game 4 if they do not want what happened to Team Secret last time at the upper bracket.
This is where everything needs to be decided, even at the point of the draft. On the side of UDG, they need to get a draft in where they could have a potential to come back from it, which is the safest option for their side. But now FLA, they could just double down on the aggression that they did during game 3 and use that in their favor. Yes, they had the brand on the side of Larawan a while ago, but they were right on the targeting on that game. That's why Larawan wasn't able to put out the damage that he was expected to put out.
Yeah, he didn't have enough space. The fact that as the game progresses, the item builds coming from UDG and the dragons that they were stacking were very countered a lot of what Larawan wanted to do on the brand. Like, after a single fight, you could see that only Raph was in a dangerous, lethal HP bar, and the rest have full HP bars. And we saw like 3 Divine Sunderers just to make sure that they have that sustain on the fight and make sure that they're alive after that single burst of damage coming from the side of UDG. So my biggest question is, will we see for the 4th time Mid-Arena's Hull Breaker split push action in this particular game? Because it seems to me FLA has figured it out. They know what to do against this sort of strategy. What they have to do is create big heavy engage so that they can engage immediately, making sure that the 1-4 or 1-3-1 split push will not have the same space because your 3-man or your 4-man is gone from the engage that FLA did. So we'll see if there's going to be an adaptation, or will UDG keep doing this and then just make sure that they ban out key champions that enable big 5v5s. And that's a lot, actually.
I hope so. I hope so that they would be banning it, because the Senna has been pretty effective on both sides of the teams, and where the Senna just, with the amount of utility that she does have with the Dawning Shadow, even with the whole, the Curse of the Black Mist, it helps a lot for both of these teams. They all know that they're good at team fighting, at picking most of the champions, and that is exactly what they're doing. UDG needs to give something else for their bans in order for them to get this. FLA getting the first pick is just screaming to me that they want to pick Seth.
Yeah, Seth has been super effective either on common or ref. So good with a reliable showstopper. It's really good as your first initiation tool, and then you layer it with your secondary team fight utility ult. So I feel like UDG has an option to either ban Diana early if they really respect Arise's Diana, because I have a feeling FLA is not going to wait for that second rotation of bans to come up, because that's exactly what UDG did in game number 2. They banned Orianna and Diana at the second rotation of bans, so that is an option that FLA can take.
Going for the bans here. Would they ban the Garen again? Would they let UDG take it just for them to have a chance to take the Senna and the Gragas on the, or rather at least one of them, the Gragas or the Senna on the hands of FLA? If they take the risk of, no, they're not taking the risk of giving
Garen is too good on Dawn.
Yeah, it's too good. They don't want that in their hands.
Yeah, I'm seeing if there's going to be an adaptation, at least in the first few bans, because the next one should be Camille, right? Like for UDG at least. No matter what side they pick, they don't want the Camille on the side of FLA, because that's where they tasted their first ever series defeat was against the Camille composition. So I'm sure UDG will not still let that slip. So Galio now being banned. Actually, Galio was ignored in game number 3, so we'll see a lot of open still. Will UDG ban the set? I think the set is a huge problem.
They banned the Camille. Because honestly, when you give Camille to Dominic, that just gives way for UDG to lose. Because that is exactly what they did during the last time that they won. And now with the set here, Gragas Senna, again, for the side of UDG, it was not a problem. That's why they can use it again, like how they did it in game 2.
Yeah, it's just a lot of possibilities. We talked about the showstopper. And now UDG, Senna Gragas. This, unless they go for another route. You know what? No, another route, Dash. It's the thing that works. It has been working.
Yeah. I mean, where I can see this is on the first pick for the side of FLA, is that they want Raph to get this set. if they want Raph to get this set, they need to get this in the first rotation. The Darius needs to come out for FLA. Because if ever Dawn holds it again, that was the reason also that they lost on the game too. Because there's not much of a threat on a set compared to a Darius onto the mid to the late stages of the game. Because the Darius still has a lot of damage, especially with the Noxian Guillotine.
Oh! So well, okay, Morgana
Okay.
and Akshan. So they picked up
Okay.
the Akshan this time around. So that means it's literally forcing Midarina to pick something that could not enable the Akshan Hullbreaker combo. So what else?
Yeah.
He picked up Lucian in the past before. But the thing is, Akshans, we've seen them always in the mid lane just so that they can enable the side lanes. You have going rogue. But I like
That's
this from
great.
UDG. Not
That's
waiting
great.
for the second rotation of bans. They're locking in that Kha'Zix, or else, if they don't, it's definitely going to get banned later.
Yeah, it's a good thing that on the side right now for UDG, they're locking FLA. They're locking Doming just for him to not have the champions that he can play onto the jungle. And I can see that UDG could still ban the Graves onto their side. But now, it's a good thing that FLA banned the Darius. There's not a lot of Juggernauts anymore. If ever they want Calm to pick this set onto their side, it's good. Because they can still pick another support that they can use onto the bottom side.
Yeah, there's still a lot available. So I wonder what the options will be. Remember, Raph also can play a pretty mean Leona. The single targets, the Dark Binding into the Zenith Blade stun can be deadly as well. So I think that is still an available option for the side of FLA. I like what UDG is doing. They're sort of cornering Doming's champion pool, because there was a big question. What else can he pick? He can pick the Rengar. That's still available for the taking. I think that's pretty scary. Black Shield Thrill of the Hunt. No one's going to stop Doming.
Yeah. Akali could come out this game for Calm. If ever FLA picks another squishy champions on their side for UDG, because there's not a lot of options anymore. There's not a lot of Juggernauts. There's Riven, yes, that they can use for Dawn, but I'm kind of expecting that they're gonna go something different. It's a good thing that they went for Bambi onto the Ahri. A bit of a change of pace for mid arena, right? For mid arena, right? I said Bambi for.
Don't worry, we all remember that game, Dash. It's okay.
It's like in my mind, Ahri is Bambi. So yeah, it's a good thing that Midarina is now onto the Ahri, and this could change the way that they go for it. But FLA is doubling down on what works.
Yeah, it has worked in the past. They need a big AoE combo though. That's what they need. The showstopper has to wombo with something. They have the combo. They need the wombo, because so far the FLA has a lot of single target CC, a lot of single target damage. Unless they're satisfied with this setup, but I feel like they need that big AoE. I wonder what that could be.
If they can have
Orianna?
AoE.
Oh, Leona! Yeah, of
like
course.
what you said, yeah. There you go. They doubled down on the pick composition because Leona, does have a lot of CC, but mostly single target. And they want to target with how UDG drafted. There's a lot of targets. It would be easy enough for Roth to get the CCs onto their hands, and one Facebreaker could potentially get an AoE Solar Flare on most of these members for UDG, so they need to be careful of that. They do have the safety of the Gragas, and having the Renekton, which is the buff Renekton, onto the hands of the side of UDG, they also do have a lot of potential for pick comps. This is a both pick comp position on both of our sides, though.
I know, right? I mean, I can imagine Charm, and then as well as the Kha'Zix being able to deal a lot of damage after he goes in, after he leaps in. And then there's a Dawning Shadow as well for that additional either finisher or something that can help sustain both Midarina and Sayonara in these fights, in these attempts of assassination on the side of FLA. But looking at their composition, you know that they want to be together, but at the same time also can potentially create pick potentials on their side, just as you mentioned, with Thrill of the Hunt. There's also Going Rogue, coming from the side of Arise with a single target ult, and the roams coming from Raph, because while Danny may not be on the Ziggs with amazing wave clear, Tormented Soil can be amazing on its own as well, therefore giving room for Raph to roam around the map and possibly visit mid lane.
Yeah, what's great here for Arise, if ever he goes for this is where the Hullbreaker setup would be good. Because honestly, with the champions, the Renekton and the Ahri, you won't be able to 1v1 an Akshan that does have the Hull Breaker, especially after he gets the second item after that. So now, this is where it could go. It's like the situation is favoring FLA to go for split pushes and try to go for picks if ever they want to. And UDG does have that, but they want more fights compared to what FLA does have right now.
That means there is going to be a very big responsibility for Dawn on this Renekton to, again, because you pick the Renekton to want to get that early lead. So if you get that early lead, that means the rest of the weight, the dynamic will slowly shift. I mean, there is not that big of a burden towards Midarina and Sayonara, at least. If Dawn gets in that lead as the Renekton, it's going to make the game state much easier for UDG to execute. So I'm hoping to see this Dawn and Calm matchup once more at the top portion of the map. But it's a set, you know, you got the Haymaker for the big thick shield. So Calm can play his lane calmly and then just wait for either Doming to relieve pressure or just make sure he survives and not give any kills towards Dawn.
And that's just where Seth is good at, right? At holding on to the pressure even against the Darius, but the Dark Binding was able to hit on the bottom lane, but there's no kill threat yet for Raph and Danny here. I mean, it's a classic Leona to the Morgana combo that they can just take down one just by getting all the CCs onto that one person, but right now it's not the time.
Yeah, it's not yet, but I can imagine it can get deadly when you put... Oh, a dive?
Yeah, they can go for a dive here if they want to, but they got the vision already doming. Just get the hold on to him and also the slow, so not going to continue with that fight.
Will UDG respond with a dive of their own, though? They're both level 3, Sayo's level 4. Calm has his complete kit, but the thing is he has barrier. It's really difficult to try and set up a dive towards topside because Haymaker is able to easily either get shield for yourself. There is also the face breaker to create a potential outplay when Dawn and Sayo both like dives in the tower, and you got wave clear release coming from the Haymaker. So it's really difficult to try and set up these waves and make sure that you can get a comfortable dive on towards common set.
Yeah, it's pretty much a set. You don't really want to dive a set because the set could just CC you, and the Haymaker, the amount of shield that he could go for is just so much. So yeah, he's not the potential target, but who is for UDG? Because there's not a lot of potential targets for them to go for dives or go for easy ganks for Sayonara to snowball, except for Arise.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's definitely one of the vulnerable targets. And the fact that he's not carrying a barrier, he's carrying Ignite, which is more of that offensive spell. So he's very confident in this matchup against Sayo and Midarino, both assassins that can immediately burst him down. So I like the confidence coming from FLA. And the fact that he's using Akshan against Midarina, who has used this 3 times in this entire series.
Yeah, what I like about FLA right now is that they're not going for the Hullbreaker route for Arise. They want to go for fights. That is what this is screaming for me. That's why they went for the Phage onto Arise. I'm kind of predicting that they want to go for the Rift Herald here. If they go for the Rift Herald here, they can potentially set themselves up for success if ever they take down one tower and for them to get more dives. Because that's what the composition is going for. They want to get picks every step of the way, and one tower down is that pathway, that door that gives them the pathway to that route.
Exactly. That door is going to be open, just as you mentioned, after tower is taken down. Meaning, especially if you open up mid lane tower, not only do you have better control over the river, you have control for at least the raptor area, as well as some of the brushes near the blue side buff. So that means you can put more deeper vision. That means you can execute aggressive thrill of the hunt inside the jungle of UDG, and as well as Arise roaming in with the jungle. And imagine if Raph roams with them, the necessary CC is going to be available for them.
Okay, what's good here? UDG doesn't have items yet. They haven't backed away on the side of UDG. They don't have their first item. They do have Dawn with the first item, but they have Danny with the Luden's Echo. So if ever they go for a fight here, this is not the right timing for UDG. It's a good thing that they're delaying.
Yeah, I think getting that Rift Scuttler is enough for them to sort of be confident to leave that Dragon Pit and then go back. The fact that the rest of UDG stayed at mid lane and let Sayo back instead of the rest of the members, I think is a good call from UDG to make sure that that Dragon is safe.
Yeah, they want to get that Dragon safe, and they're delaying. FLA is delaying time here for them before they go for that fight here. And considering that Midarina hasn't back yet, they're waiting for both of this. Yeah, there you go. There's the rotation. And for sure, if ever Arise and Midarina comes back, that is when they both start this objective.
Yeah, UDG is still wanting to go back. I love the adaptation. Orthros has Locket Enchant first to counter out the Solar
Yeah.
Flare when it comes in. It's just
Yeah.
too painful. That's a lot of magic as well coming from Danny Souls. I imagine Soul Shackles and Tormented Soil being
Right.
Imagine Solar Flare into a Tormented Soil. You're gonna soak a lot of damage on your side. So I really like this adjustment coming from Orthros.
Yeah, we're seeing the fight in the top side though.
Oh
Lucas
my!
Bendler is not up just yet. Kaldamik is just dealing so much damage onto Calm.
So much. Calm being able to hold on to his summoner spells because Flash is so important on some of these fights. You will need to get close to UDG and make sure you can get what Flash, Facebreaker, Flash, Showstopper as well.
Yeah. And on to the top side. You've seen them already done. Now, oh no, he's not moving, and now he's gonna get taken down, giving the first blood to FLA, and now that just gives them more door pathways for them to get to the Mountain Drake after.
Oh my word. We're looking into a pause at the moment. I mean, FLA, the dragon is up. We'll have to see what the updates are gonna come up.
Yeah, and already on the pause, already on third side on the UDG, because Dawn wasn't moving onto the top side of the map a while ago, which is really unfortunate, but the first blood already came in for FLA, giving them an advantage for them to take the next objectives in their favor.
Yeah, it was the first time that we're seeing both FLA and UDG not handshaking. They're not trading these objectives. They're making sure that, because usually at least they get a trade from games 1 to 3, and then now for game 4 they want to fight. They want to fight full on, and I think it just creates this picture of how intense and how it could possibly spin out of control. The reason why we've been having a lot of slow games is because either from 1-3-1 comps, either both of these teams just want to trade objectives. But now you could possibly see a fight. When we do get back into the game, we could see early game fights, and it could just snowball out of control, actually.
Yeah, that is what's great about this for FLA. I mean, I'm really surprised that, we're almost into the 5-minute mark of the game, and we're not seeing any objectives coming out just yet because they really don't want to risk it. This is where everyone is hands down with their cell phones right now before they go for a fight. They need to be careful on starting these fights. And FLA, you're not going to expect them to start any fights unless they know that they are on the advantage. The calculations should be correct before they start on those fights. And UDG needs to get that option. When it is the right time to strike, that is when they go. But now, with that done onto the top side, it would be easier for FLA to just take the Drake in their favor.
Yeah, because it's so critical in this point, because that's the reason why we see a lot of hesitation at the first dragon, right? Because this is match point already for FLA. UDG, even though, let's just say there's that safety net, we talked about this before, the safety net of that not the Elder Drake, but the lower bracket is still very risky, because we've seen a lot of strong teams already say goodbye to the WCS PH. So I can see that even though they both have a lot of engage tools, like both of these compositions have a lot of tools to engage, rather, we can predict and expect a lot of hesitation between these two teams.
Yeah, they are still at that point in the game that they need to really make sure that they're gonna win, because one step would just send them onto the lower bracket finals, and it would be hard enough for them to do that. And so far, I've been liking the changes for the Renekton, right? During this game, we have been seeing Dawn just dealing a lot of damage, and also the amount of sustain that he does is as different than how it should be because of their scaling onto the attack damage, and that helps him out sustain more onto the fights, making him fulfill more of a bruiser, because he can sustain, he can stay more, or rather longer, onto the fights.
Yeah, when we looked at the patch notes, right, there was this intention of what we read in the flavor text, like, we want to make sure that Renekton has a good transition after the laning phase and be more useful after the laning phase. So, like, from lane bully to now mid-game bully, so I think I'm expecting that definitely for this fight.
Oh, it's a good thing that Charm wasn't able to hit Midarina. That was kind of scary, but Dominic is going to be the target. The explosive gas was just too good, but look at the backside. The Raph is already there. Midarina is low on HP. He's half HP, but that was a great hit right there with the Dark Binding. Danny was able to get that, and now they have more space for them to take this Mountain Drake. Oh, they're not?
They don't have ults. They don't want to risk it. It's again, we talked about the hesitation before. Even though they got a pick, they still need to defend the mid lane tower.
Yeah, they're not taking the risk of giving this. Raph is just clearing the turrets. I think it was intentional. That Raph wanted to go for the flash onto the Zenith blade just for him to get that extra damage on the creeps right there, the minions, onto the mid side. Now, that gives them way for them to take this. The rotation already has been called for UDG, so it is enough for them to get the map and Jake.
Yeah, that's not the first time FLA sacrificed either a flash or a life of a player to make sure that the tower still stands. This is FLA wanting to keep control over the map. We could see part 2 of this fight, though, in this Rift Herald.
Raph, menacingly, waiting for the chance to strike back. He does have the sword and shield, can build a shield wall against UDG, and he's just that, so tanky. That's why even Sayonara wasn't able to do a lot of damage against him.
Yeah, it's that big hesitation that we're seeing again. And the fact that FLA has ults up, this team comp that they have has a lot of low ult cooldowns, even at lower levels. So that's the scary part. So even if UDG is able to bait one key ult from the side of FLA, they really have, that's just a short window that they can take advantage of. And look at that space that has been provided. FLA gets 2 objectives in the first 8 minutes of the game.
Whew, yeah. Getting that was such a need for FLA to snowball the game in their favor, and because we took a lot of time before getting those objectives, we're going to be expecting the next Drakes, the next Rift Herald onto the 10-minute or 11-minute mark of the game, because it took a long time for them to get it, because they're really calculating before they take any risk against each other. Even FLA doesn't want to get reverse sweep by UDG. That's how respectful they are of UDG.
Yeah, exactly, because we've seen it happen from upper bracket to lower bracket where reverse sweeps happen. That game 5 curse, if you will, whoever gets that early lead into the series, to the BO5, will have to end the game at game number 4. For UDG, I mean, there's still that big burst damage that I think the struggle is, if Danny is present, Black Shield is always there to counter the charm whenever mid arena wants to find an opportunity.
Rift Herald in the mid lane, and this is the door, like what we said a while ago. Getting the mid lane down was FLA doors for FLA to get onto the pathway of them getting pick-offs one by one, because now the tower pressure is on the side of UDG and they can have more presence in the map.
That means more vision, just as you mentioned. Look at them though. They want to get a pick on towards Arise, but he's already deep into the tower. No members from FLA are nearby. Do they want to commit to this? Looks like that's going to be a no. They're going to abort that mission.
Yeah, because Dawn recalled, it would be hard enough for them to get this, and not having Lara 1 here, just investing onto the resources because of the time that UDG, looking at how UDG is going for here, right? Is this, they're wanting to get fights. But because they're wanting to get fights, the resources that is all over the map are all just dwindling down, because they can't even get their waves, because they're looking for a chance to strike back. It's like they don't want to go for the long run. They don't need the waves. They want to go for kills. They want the big chunk of gold.
Yeah, they have been struggling to find those as mid arena and Sayo. Every time FLA are always together. This 4-man is super scary, especially UDG's intentions is to dive and be up close and personal. And you're gonna be greeted by Raph with the easy stun. Well, the tap and click stun. Well, point and tap stun. I apologize. And as well as the soul shackles are gonna be there. The solar flare is gonna be there. It's gonna cover a lot of ground if everybody's gonna be clumped up together.
Yeah, this is just scary that having the ultimate come out from Arise, not having it for Despite, but UDG is already onto the backside. They're up and ready to go for kills here against the members of FLA. They are just right here. Showstopper comes in. He does have the Haymaker, but the timing is just right. What was that? The delivery system for UDG.
Beautifully done by UDG there. They knew that FLA was going to, as much as possible, get that tower down. Now they're 1 man down without this Infernal Drake.
But they do have Arise. If ever Arise takes the kill on the Sayonara, that would be favorable for them to KHP. They want to get the steal right here. Was able to steal it Oh no! That's not what UDG wants. They got the kill for them to get the advantage, but now they weren't able to even get that. The Solar Break comes out, and the Soul Shackle Stasis comes in, and they're gonna get stunned onto their side. They're trying to take a lot of damage on the side of UDG. They do have Sayonara. He can go in, take a kill on Wrap, but no, they're not gonna risk it.
That was crazy. Blast Cone in, Bola Strike, auto attack, a Smite. Wow. That was the most casual steal I've ever witnessed in the WCSPH. He went in and went out like it was no sweat, and now
What a chat.
FLA. Yeah, I know, what a chat. FLA now has a lot of space to get this Rift Herald for free. And so far, looking at the gold and looking at the Dragon lead, it is slowly leaning towards FLA. Let's take a look at that steal again. It was so casual. Look, Doming, he just went out. It was the perfect timing. There was a bit of vision there for the side of FLA, but the timing coming from Doming was just perfect.
Yeah. It's a good thing they also lay down the Tormented Soul there, just for them to get that extra damage after the Bola Strike was able to hit, and that was enough for Doming to just get the steal right there. That was a 50-50, but it's a good thing that Doming was able to get it.
Yeah, it was absolutely crucial, especially was an Infernal Drake too, so
right.
There's no damage on the side of FLA. And for UDG, they've been trying to find these out. I like to see that, the Solar Flare Tormented Soil. You really have to soak all of the damage in the world. But UDG are trying to find these fights, and FLA is just so happy, waiting for the next objective to spawn and fighting there because everything fits. UDG is always expected to clump together as a squad, and that's the perfect setup for Wrath for the Solar Flare, Tormented Soil, Soul Shackle, Showstopper, everything on the side of FLA. This game is just so intense.
It just stops down the aggression from UDG. That's why it was hard enough for FLA to for UDG to even go in. And when they go in, they're met with a lot of CC. That's why they can't even chain their damage against the members of FLA. But now, with how it's shaping out, FLA they're just finding fights. Because this gold lead is not gonna move. UDG is just gonna be here until they find a way to get the shutdown goals. We're at that point in the game right now, Riku, that like what you said a while ago during game 1, we're gonna be going for a low kill count. We have three kills right now. So they're taking the risk of taking the tower in the mid lane though. They're taking the Solar Flare onto the backside. They were able to get it onto the Sayonara, but look at the backside. Wrath is just soaking a lot of damage. Sayonara is 1 HP. They were able to get the kill, but the Flash was able to get it. It's a good thing. Sayonara, a breath of fresh air that he was able to get out there.
Yeah, Calm coming from the side with a Proto Belt and jumping in. That was so nerve-wracking for Sayo.
Yeah.
But because of that fight sort of prolonging in the mid lane, the Rift Herald is able to get one charge in, so the tier 2 tower at the bottom portion of the map is very vulnerable for a potential elimination when Kong wins possibly a 1v1 or UDG takes a while in some other parts of the map.
It's really hard to fight against a set at this point in the game, especially with the Hullbreaker. Yes, you can take him down, but investing a lot of resources on a set it's not really ideal. For them, they want to get the beefier options, like for example, they want to get the kill on the Rise or even the Doming, just for FLA to not have that damage potential. So that's why they're not even taking the risk of taking Calm down.
Calm down.
Yeah.
FLA is not going to calm down for sure. In this game, it's crazy, right? It's match point. This is a significant lead already for the side of FLA. UDG has a lot of respect on FLA's damage output and the wombo combos that we've seen so far with the Solar Flare Showstopper and the map control that FLA has at the moment. Look at this. Cloud Drake has now spawned. This is going to be very beneficial for UDG if they want to get that movement speed buff to get picks across the map. They need this.
Yeah, look at Raph. He's just holding his ground right here because he knows he's not going to be taken down pretty easily. And that just gives way. He's like a wall that is just holding on to the members of UDG. That's why this Cloud Drake, easy taking for FLA.
The space that the rest of the 4 men of FLA provided for Doming, UDG had no information that that Doming was taking the dragon on his own. If UDG had information, it was going to be a temporary 4v5. They assumed, of course, understandably, because Doming is on a Rengar, he's probably going to wait somewhere around the corner to activate Thrill of the Hunt and enter the fight. So a lot of respect coming from UDG. And look, it's 16 minutes already. 3 dragons have spawned, all towards FLA. There's still 3 kills. That's how important this game is. So now it's gonna boil down to UDG finding opportunities to outplay when FLA starts either the Baron or when the Elder Drake spawns. That's when the big 50-50 comes. I think it's going to be very difficult because, look, Arias is already IE. I believe the next item he's going to build is Guardian Angel.
Yeah.
And that's going to be additional survivability for the side of FLA, which UDG does not want. They have double assassins. They want to kill them and make sure they stay dead.
And what you expect from Makosik supposedly is for you to get the early kills against the members of FLA that snowball in your favor. But now, when it comes to 5v5 fights, it's harder to find those opportunities to get an isolated target to get that extra damage. But now they're going for it. Oh, what a great way to start it. The Solar Flare to stop the fight from happening is like, yeah, stop this fight, everybody freeze. And FLA now runs away. And they don't even want to take any risk of going for fights even if they have the gold lead.
It's really difficult. It's UDG wanting to make sure everybody's isolated, but at this point of the game, especially we're moving towards the 18-minute mark, actually beyond the laning phase, everybody's gonna get clumped together. Everybody's gonna stay together. They're gonna be grouped.
For sure. And FLA does want it. Danny gonna be the target. Hole's gonna come out. Not enough AP damage for them to stop the Black Shield from happening. And FLA so far has just been threatening the top side of the map because they want to get the Baron onto this side. But now, looking at how it's working, if they get the Exodia, when Exodia, I'm saying the Elder Ocean Drake, that is what they want to go for. Larawan would be caught up in favor of them. They got the takedown. They found the opportunity. And as I said a while ago, they got vision on that part of the map. That's why they were easy enough to take Larawan in their favor.
Yeah, there's just so many wards there. Look how much of an investment FLA put on resources. This is a big 4v5. 33 seconds for Larawan. This can be a potential steal. This could be UD's chance to get back in the game.
Yeah, Silver Lining. They don't have any ultimates on the side of FLA. They're starting already. Dawn going to be the target. Showstopper comes out, and they're going to be taking up the pressure onto his side. They were able to take him down. 3v5. Not a good fight to be in. Orthos has been left alone. Arise is just going to take him down. Look at him. Heroic swing onto the arena. Now low in HP. The charm was able to hit, and now it's a 5v2. Sayonara comes in. He does have the leap, and he still got the reset, but no. Here comes another reset. Here comes another leap. Dominic is going to come in. Stasis is going to come out. 4 people are down on UDG, and they can take this Baron pretty easily.
Oh my word. Yes, there's 4 members still available, but it seems that FLA, they have no resources. They have no mana. That's the reason why they're just going to decide to go back instead. But there's a lot of death timers. 36 seconds on the clock for Sayo to spawn back. Let's take a look at this again. Man down, man advantage rather on the side of FLA already. And we talked about how this could be the potential opportunity for UDG to get back into this game because while FLA is busy taking the Baron, but FLA immediately turned and knew that they have man advantage. You know, they have man advantage. They can just immediately turn and initiate that fight. And Sayo is able to get at least 1 kill before he fell, but that means if he's down, Baron is available. Baron is free.
Has been taken already, and Doming was able to get it, but it's a good thing that they are going to be answering it back with Doming backing away. FLA lost calm, but now it's gonna be the Elder Ocean Drake. UDG can take this if they want to. 6k gold, that was a lot. That is still a lot of gold lead in favor of FLA, but at this point later in the game, it's not gonna matter anymore. It all matters on how much of the players you still have on your team. UDG can take this, can risk this Elder Ocean Drake.
Oh, they got the Scuttler. That means they have vision. They know, they have information what's going to happen here. UDG has to start this, has to make sure, because that's 20 seconds on the clock.
Oh, slowly, Kachuri. That Tormented Soul is just so annoying. They're getting antsy on the side of UDG. FLA still has a lot of healthy members. Remember, Turtle of the Hunt has been popped already. Look at that. The Soul Prayer comes out. Raph is already in, and he deals a lot of damage. Orthos falls down. 2 people are down already on the side of Dominic. He deals a lot of damage. The superhero landing. We're able to get the kill onto them. Larawan needs to survive this if they still want to survive this game against FLA. Whoever loses this will be sent to the lower bracket finals, but with 3 members down, 30 seconds of the clock, UDG could be ended pretty easily by FLA.
Yeah, they have the Baron buff. They have the minions. They have everything to try and secure this game, secure the series win.
Yeah, they want to end this. FLA waiting for the right time. They can win this. They have the Baron buff. Look at the Dark Binding onto the Stasis. It was put out. This could be the end of the game. FLA gets the takedown against UDG again. It is again them winning against them. Look at the celebration from the Fennel Adversity team. They're gonna go to the grand finals.
Yeah, they're so happy. They're jumping up and down. Look at the emotions. Look at it was a 3-1 finish against UDG. They were so patient. They kept their calm and collected play style on where we know what to do with their composition. If we're in the lead, we're going to take care of our lead. We're going to keep hammering it down around these objectives. You got to love how they get leads and how they keep the leads and how they finish the game. Fennel Adversity, very, very clean. And yes, not only do they get to go to the grand finals, they also get to represent us in the next stage of the WCS. What a team, Fennel Adversity.
Fennel Adversity, what a great finish. And as we said a while ago, it is not going to be easy for them if this goes on to Game 5. It's a good thing that they double down under pressure. The amount of kills that we had during that game, Riku, that was so little. That was so little amount of kills. And it was because it's FLA that we're seeing right now. They're calm, collected, waiting for the right time to go for fights before they even pull the trigger. And that's what I love about this team, because they know they are calm, collected, even against a team like UDG. It was like what I say. It's like Echo with the parallel convergence. It's like everything is slowing down in their favor. And if you get caught by that, you're just gonna be playing at their face, and they're just gonna find ways like what happened here when they got the kill on Lado 1. That gave them way to get the Baron. That gave them way to get the kills against UDG.
Yeah, the Zenith Blade, or you just mix and match these layering of CC, right? Dark Biting into Zenith Blade into Solar Flare. You're not gonna move at all on the side of UDG if you get caught out. And the fact that they have supplementary damage for that CC, which is a Rise here, who had a lot of space to farm, a lot of space to keep ramping up, and the way FLA controls the battlefield, controls the map, it's like they have a calculator on their head. Like, okay, even if you die here, it's fine because we get the tower, we get more gold here. It's like, it feels like that's how their thought process is going. It's fine if they have to sacrifice a flash or a life of a player in the game, as long as they know that they have more map control in the end, and that's how they get control of the game.
It's so great that this playstyle, this is one of the playstyles that I haven't seen change even during the regular season. I love that they are still going for this calm, collected playstyle. But Danny, the Glow prepaid player of the game, he was so low-key during that game. His Dark Binding hits on the crucial target, and it was enough for them to get the win. And also, the Soul Shackles, you can't even see it most of the time. Whenever he plays the Soul Shackles, it puts everyone out of the way, because if they don't get away, they're gonna get stunned. And with the Riley's Crystal Scepter to the Leandris pickup, he was able to zone, during the last fight, he was able to zone out and even dwindle down most of the HPs from UDG.
Oh yeah, for sure. The Leandris pickup and the Morello, you gotta respect the Tormented Soul. You gotta move, you gotta step aside and make sure you don't stand on the Tormented Soul. It's still gotta be respected. So Danny, a lot of key black shields as well to make sure that the charm will not hit. Any of the single target initiation coming from UDG will not hit. So props to Danny here, being able to play this utility for the team and letting the team as a whole shine.
Yeah. And this is how it always gonna go. The water versus fire, the chaos, and also the calm collectedness of FLA. They're sticking to their roots, and still FLA was victorious. It's like, Rico, it was like how the regular season happened. It's still a 2-0 because it almost went down to like a best of 3 again, right? So it ended with a 2-0 again in favor of FLA. I wish that during the lower bracket finals, UDG could find a way, if ever they defeat whoever advances, they know a way to fight against FLA at that point. But now, again, that was a great win. That was a great showing. And this is how Game of Thrones should have ended. The White Walkers, the Night King should have won the fight, not the protagonist.
Spoiler much.
No, sorry for the spoilers for everyone who hasn't watched yet, but still, that was such a great series. Grand finals for FLA, but now we're just gonna hand this on to the panel for them to analyze what happened during that game. We have been your casters for today. I'm Dash, and I was here with Riku. See you guys in just a bit.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
There are wild things, they are hiding, lying in plain sight, not just hunting in the night, no.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng low, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Welcome back to the WCSPH playoffs, where Fennel Adversity has punched their way to the grand finals, and they're also the ones to represent our region in the regionals. So, I mean, you saw the excitement in their faces when they just exploded and popped it off. Autolose, Riku, give me your thoughts. Let's start with Autolose, because this was a really drawn-out game in favor of Fennel Adversity.
Exactly, and that's the way they wanted it, right? Like, when we studied these two teams, we did say that UDG has the upper hand, or quote unquote upper hand when it comes to team fighting, because that's how they've been winning team fights, or that's how they've been winning games left and right. Now for Fennel Adversity, it's all about controlled aggression, and when the game drags out, when the kill count is that low, then Fennel Adversity, you play to their style. On game number 1 though, I actually would like to emphasize that even I, or even us in the PPGL watch party, were surprised by Fennel Adversity's decision to put Jax on the top lane. We did highlight that Jax has been a superior pick in the Baron lane for Team Secret when Azar was the one playing it, and Calm all of a sudden brings it out and bamboozled UDG all of a sudden. All throughout that game number 1, because no one was able to really get their hands against this Jax. And I just would like to also nitpick on the pick for the mid laner, Midarina Action, on 3 games straight. On game number 1, we saw him doing a Hullbreaker, and Don also being doing a Hullbreaker first item. Now the thing about Hullbreaker is, yes, it gives you 1v1 supremacy on the side lane, but it won't really allow you to do what we call the lane shadow, right? If another champion is actually behind you, that will be detected by the Hullbreaker, and FLA could still remain disciplined and will not, give you the fights that you want to. On game number 2, we saw this a notch engage, or an engage by Calm's set, and I think this was actually the turning point for UDG, and that's the reason why they won game number 2. But on game number 3, it went back and forth. UDG was able to win a team fight, but FLA was able to get that dragon team fight, which I think Riku really did highlight as the turning point in game number 3. And on game number 4, we saw once again, the team fight's not being given to the side of UDG. Overall, I believe that Fennel Adversity is the most ready team for the international waters. And then again, right, we all know this as talents, our bias is, or will remain, with the team that will give us the best chance to compete the best in the international waters. So good job to FLA, and for UDG, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, 100%. Riku, anything else to add to this?
Yeah, I have to agree 100% with Autolose there. I mean, it was just very clean. They were so calm and collected. They were unfazed by UDG's aggression. They knew what to do. Like, if they drafted this type of composition, they're just going to stick with it. They're not going to be unfazed at all. And that's what I love about Fennel Adversity. And the fact that UDG, we've seen how their win condition would always be these scrappy fights. They're always being able to get the opportunity to outplay someone. But if FLA doesn't fight, how can you outplay when there's no fight? So I love how FLA just maneuvers around, not just the game, but the entire series as a whole.
Yeah, I think if I could put it an analogy, it's when Aquaman brought the fight to the land instead of the sea. Like, I'm going to take you to where I want to take the fight. And that's what we're talking about, Autolose. Like, you don't want to face a counterpuncher that already knows what you're gonna do. So FLA, congratulations. We will be talking to Doming on the other line to congratulate him. So let's talk to him right now. Doming, FLA, congratulations. Big round of applause. There we go. So Doming, first of all, congratulations. 3-1. So kamusta? Did you guys plan this out? Did you expect the game to go 3-1 in your favor like that?
Siguro po, hindi po naman namin expected na ganun. Pero handaan po talaga namin yung UDG na bigay po namin lahat na i-represent ulit yung Philippines.
So it definitely showed that you guys did your homework. So salamat sa game. So Autolose, do you have a question for the team?
Doming, correct me if I'm wrong, pero si Sayo or si Sayonara and you, magkababayan kayo, di ba?
Apo, magkakilala po kami ni Sayo.
So, magkaibigan ba talaga kayo in real life? And yung rivalry nyo, parang Naruto at Sasuke na galing pa ng bata kayo?
Hindi, dati po ka-team ko po si Sayo. magkasama po kami ni Felix. Ang support pa po ako nun, tapos jungle si Sayo. So parang nagkasama kami pero totally hindi po kami talaga close. Parang magkaibigan lang po, magkakilala.
Okay. So last question, how does it feel, yung getting that smite steal? I know it's not an Elder Dragon, I know it's not a Baron, pero ang ganda kasi ng execution mo nun. Blast cone into the pit, smite, tapos fade away, flash away lang pare. How does it feel, doing that against Sayonara?
Parang na-boost po yung moral ko na nagawa ko po yung naka-steal ng DR na hindi ko expected. Siyempre po si Sayo ngayon parang sobrang lakas niya po. Nire-respeto ko rin po siya sa jungle ngayon. Siya yung parang malakas na jungle din sa PH ngayon.
And there you go. And we expect those same plays sa international waters. Congratulations again, Domeng, and to the whole Fennel Adversity. Riku!
Yes, napakaganda ng match nyo. Sobrang intense. And very common calculated kayo. And gusto ko lang malaman kung kamusta yung comms nyo. Intense ba? Or like, kalmado din sa comms?
Yung sa comms ko siguro, pag nasa amin na yung momentum na parang na malapit na kami manalo, parang nag-hype ko lahat para po siguro, ma-boost pa po yung parang manggigil sa laro na matapos. Pero pag in the middle game na kinakalmahan po namin na nakastick po kami sa plan na focus sa discipline ng laro.
Ang galing.
I wish we could hear it. Yeah. So yes. So Domeng, any shoutouts, any messages you want to give to the people watching? You have the floor.
Shout out to our management, kay Sir Reggie, Sir Mac, Sir Endo, and shout out sa mga sumusuporta sa Fennel. Thank you lahat. And kay Ellie and sa girlfriend kasi ko rin. And kay Papa ko, kay Tita Lotlot, and kay Pipay, Abby, and Coach Patrick. Thank you kay Papa.
Yes, sir. Shoutout po ako.
Hey.
Shoutout sa nanay ko, si Edren, tsaka yung girlfriend ko, Ira Shane. Tsaka kay, R.A. Inson. Hello.
Ako din po.
Go.
Shoutout po sa nanay ko po sa Iloilo po, pati sa ate ko po, saka sa kuya ko po na nandito po sa Papa sa girlfriend ko na rin. Shoutout po.
Shoutout sa Pamilya Family.
Shoutout sa family ko, guys.
Laksang Family.
Shoutout din po sa tita ko sa Joksalo, sa hapon po.
Sino pa?
Thank you sa suporta.
It's showtime! Matrabaho sa Mato.
Pero wala na siya ngayon siya.
Shoutout po sa barangay captain namin sa po.
Shoutout sa inyo lahat, guys. Burger guys sa amin.
Hey! Burger! The best shoutout. Domeng, Fennel Adversity.
Miguel.
Shoutout sa nanay ni Sir Eddie.
Meron pa.
So guys, shoutout sa lahat. Burger na to!
Boom! Ladies and gentlemen, Fennel Adversity. Domeng, congratulations. There we
There's
go.
a brand right now.
I love this.
Come on, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Calling out the burger brands out there. Maybe
Yeah,
you could
you'll be losing
sponsor-
them by the minute, man.
Yep.
Come on.
I see what you did there, brother.
You definitely have to get on that burger. So Fennel Adversity, their personalities did come out. Wow, so much shout outs. And
Yeah, I love it.
yeah, you definitely don't want to miss that. And also, guys, we got something special for you guys watching the WCSPH. We have the WCSPH playoff giveaway, and you can get a chance to grab an exclusive PPGL gaming chair. All you have to do is, number one, post a photo of yourself watching the PPGL WCSPH playoff stream. And number two, explain your caption why you love watching the WCSPH playoffs and which team are you rooting for. And make sure the post is public with your with the PPGL hashtag PPGL, and hashtag PPGL Wild Rift. The best entries with the best captions will win this exclusive PPGL gaming chair. Guys, I don't even have this, and you guys can be one of the lucky few who get this. Look at the support from that. Look at the
pretty.
back support. Oh my god.
It's pretty.
Yeah, so please go onto the Facebook page and do that now for you to get a chance to win this awesome gaming chair.
Woo!
Hey, and we're back to us, guys, because the day is not over. I'm so excited for this. Riku, you're definitely here as well for another big series, and we got to get our burgers soon. That's for He's just gonna have that on because, ladies and gentlemen, we have our next series, which is going to be RRQ versus Grindsky. We teased it just a little bit. It definitely favors one team, and it's definitely RRQ. So, Ricky, talk me through this all-star team that we all hail and we all love.
Right. This team is comprised of everyone who can carry the game, everyone who can play micro heavy champions. And that's the thing, right? Because if everybody can play carry, who is gonna have to give up and play utility? And I believe everyone has the capability of doing so. But usually what's happening is Marky being on that utility and Exosen being on maybe something that can initiate. But that's the thing. We saw RRQ have a bit of this roster change after the second week where, it was Exo in the middle. It was Helios at the top lane, and boom, they switched it up. Exo now support, Helios back in mid, Devil J coming into the final 5-man lineup. And it has been working so far. And when we did interview RRQ back in the group stages, they said, this is our final form, we're going with this. And this is exactly what worked up until, we're here at the current stage now. They managed the 3-0 Oasis last week and now in the lower bracket semis. And I'm loving what they've been doing so far with their draft, with a lot of heavy engage, fight. So maybe we get to see a different scenario for our second series of the day. If it's low kill count earlier, I think it's gonna be a high kill count.
So Riku wants blood, guys. Give it to him. And I'm pretty sure someone that can bring up that kill count is our player highlight, which is Chaz. And like you said, all these guys have their own highlight plays, but talk me through Chaz.
Oh yeah, Chaz definitely one of the best junglers in the Philippines for sure. Especially, we've seen him play a lot of these carry junglers. Look at him, from the Fiora to the Riven to the Kha'Zix. Anything that is able to either self-set up and is able to not be super reliant on the other lanes to be able to get kills. Because we've seen, especially the Riven has been a favorite pick of RRQ. We've seen them being picked twice as well. So I'm curious to see if that's going to be a priority for the side of RRQ to make sure that Chaz has a comfortable, jungle face for himself.
And like you said, this is their final form, and they're looking in top gear because they 3-0'd Oasis Gaming, unfortunately sending them home. So I'm excited to see how they're going to fare against our next team which we're going to highlight, which is Grindsky. Now I'm going to throw it to Autoluz. Grindsky, I know you told me a once upon a time story that this type of matchup does not favor Grindsky. Tell me why.
Yeah, well, the bane of Grindsky, like a script written by our production team. RRQ is now the boss they need to conquer to reach the lower bracket finals. Now, can Grindsky really finally do it? First, let's explore how they won against Team Secret. Grindsky relied heavily on Chinese 1 to make plays on games 3 to 5. 3 to 5. A constant pressure that Trevor was not able to control, resulting in our first ever reverse sweep. Now comes the question, why is Grindsky not winning against RRQ? My answer? Chaz. Chaz's playstyle is different from Trevor's, so his aggressiveness makes it harder for Chinese 1 to make plays for the team. But there is a way to upset RRQ, and here are my 3 keys to victory for Grindsky. Number 1, let's focus first on the Baron side. Ban Devil J's Akali. If it's left open and RRQ gets it, GS then needs to play top side. Number 2, be wary of Exosense engages and counter engages. Part of the RRQ's newfound identity is Exosense clutch decision making during team fights. If Grindsky finds a way to counter.
Wow. Okay. So, again, Autoluz was just in the middle of something. I'm so excited to get more of it. But, while he's on pause, let's actually talk about Chinese because, and move on to the player highlight here. Because Riku, he had lights last week, and he only went online in the 3rd game when they reverse sweeped everything.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of key champion picks that enable him to either set up for the team or even set up for himself, which if he sets up for himself, that's going to be most likely a tall order if he's going to, especially if he's going up against Chaz. So if he plays something like the Camille or the Lee Sin that most mostly sets up for the entirety of the squad, which is highly possible because there's a lot of key laners for the side of Grindsky that is able to to set them up, to set the kills up rather. So I wonder if we're gonna see the Shyvana though, because there's if we're expecting unconventional picks, I think we can expect them coming from Grindsky, especially in the jungle role.
Oh, I'm so excited. And I think we have Otto back with us. I think he was about to finish his point about Exocen. Exocen.
Three key.
Oh, three keys.
things
Three
to
keys.
upset.
Okay. Yeah, we're taking
You're
down
at the
notes.
second. You're at the second. You're
I'm
at the second.
Yes.
Yes.
In
Yeah.
where I was targeting Exocen. All right.
Exocen.
On number 3
Yeah.
is if Lee Sin is open, just pick it. Again, Chaz doesn't pick the champion. So Chinese one will have a lot of Lee Sin in him unless RRQ decides to ban it. But then again, the question is, will it be deja vu or will it finally be a win for Grindsky this series? And again, a win here sets up a date against UDG tomorrow, the lower bracket final. So the stakes are so high.
Yeah, they cannot look ahead because UDG is definitely a big baddie that would be against them tomorrow. But let's move on over to the head-to-head matchup between these two jungle laners, jungle weight championship, as we say. Let me throw it to Riku here. In this matchup, who do you think it favors more, Chinese or Chaz?
I think definitely for Chaz. I think Chaz again is labeled definitely one of the best junglers in the Philippines right now. And the way that I look at Chaz all the time is that he can be independent. Like the picks that he also utilizes in RQ's game can be self-set up. Like we talked about the Riven before, we talked about the Rengar before. Like the Bola Strike, you supplement your own CC into the damage that you have. I think this is gonna really help RRQ to victory. So I'm curious to see what the reactionary, what if Grindsky is gonna go reactionary, or you know what, Chinese is still gonna pick this. We're gonna do our own thing.
Okay, yeah, on their own game plan or kind of adjust to it. How about you, Auto Lose? What are your thoughts on this head-to-head?
Yeah, Chaz so far has the number of Chinese one, but then again, if Chinese one can back on the cut, was given to them by Team Secret, and if I could quote Chinese one, he said it himself. Listen, they were the ones who eliminated RRQ out of playoff contention back when he was still part of Lacan.
Oh yeah.
So
Right.
yeah, that could be put into that has to be put into consideration, because we have been noting time and time again that RQ always wins against GS, but they reminded us, hey, you know what? Back when we were with Lacan, we eliminated them.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
That's true.
That's definitely something that we have to look forward to, because the time is now for them to be able to adjust, because the stakes have never been higher. We're saying goodbye to one of these teams, ladies and gentlemen. So they really have to give their all when it comes to this next match. And I think now is the time for the predictions. And again, just letting everyone know that we won't really have any, consequences, but I don't know if we're in contention or if we agree, because I think I got to stick with my homework, which is I'm definitely going with Grindsky in this one. But it's so hard. You said, Otto, like, you know what? RRQ has definitely been the bane of Grindsky. So we're just waiting on the predictions to happen. Shine some light, Otto. I think you also went with Grindsky on this one.
Yeah, definitely. It just so happened that I was reminded yesterday that they were already able to do it, although it's a best of one, and it was at the back of Blitzcrank by Archuk. It still is something that we can bank on. And again, when talking about the support system that Grindsky has, I did say that we actually have 4 traits for the 4 remaining teams. And the best trait that I see from Grindsky is their support system. So I'm 100% sure that they will not go down without a fight and could possibly upset RQ 3-2.
3-2. All right, Riku, talk me through your predictions. Why RQ, and what would be the series score?
I think, what Otalus has mentioned as well, like RQ is the bane of Grindsky during the WCS regular season. And I think there's a lot of veteranship. These are players, especially when we look at the bottom lane, that has gone through so many BO5s in their entire Wild Rift lifetime, and even during their League of Legends PH careers. So I think that veteranship will help, especially we're talking about the lower bracket. But I feel like this could be a trend. If this game goes to Game 5, there's a big chance that Grindsky might be able to take that win for themselves. So RQ has to finish by 3 games or 4 games.
Oh, 3 to 4 games. All right. And a double question for you, Riku. How much kills are we going to see in this one? Because I think we were kind of starving for some kills in the previous game. I'm like, I want to see some team fights happen here.
When you look at the composition by both Grindsky and RRQ, they want to fight for sure. So I'm looking at double digits for both teams this series.
Wow, okay.
Every game, okay, every game.
Every game, double digits. I want to see that game. How about you, Autoluz? Would this be another bloodbath?
Same. The controlled aggression is finally in the grand final, so now we have to go with the chaotic aggression, and that's Grindsky and RRQ.
Hey, all right. I'm excited to see the chaotic aggression from both these teams. Casters, get ready to take us to the Rift. We're going to see Grindsky Esports versus RRQ. Let's go.
Controlled aggression. I'm very excited to see that one as well. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here in WCS PH playoffs. Now, in the lower bracket, RRQ versus Grindsky Esports in the best of 5 series. My name is Deadeye, together with Crazy Apple. Looking forward to this series. Again, there can only be one team going to proceed their run in the WCS PH playoffs. Crazy Apple, I'm very disheartened to see another team is going to end their run. Oh yeah.
I think I'm. Am I good? Am I good? Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, had a bit of a mic issue, but yeah. I also very much disheartened to see one of these teams go, but at the same time, the stakes couldn't be higher for both RRQ and for Grindsky because one of them's gonna go home after if one of them lose here, it's gonna be over for them. But at the same time, whoever wins here will be facing Team Underground tomorrow in the lower bracket finals.
Exactly, and that's what makes a playoffs very spicy because of this elimination factor is just pushing the limits of our teams here. And again, looking back at these two teams, RRQ, Grindsky Esports, especially on their playoffs run, I think we are having a trend of the scissors, paper, rock, of course, flow there. You know, Oasis Gaming has taken out Grindsky into the lower bracket, but it is RRQ taken down as well with Oasis Gaming. But RRQ has been taken down by Team Secret, but Grindsky Esports winning over Team Secret. Are we seeing some cycles here? But of course, the panel have just mentioned that when it comes to numbers, especially on the group stages, it is always RRQ having those wins against GS.
Right. Historically, it's been RRQ having Grindsky's number. But I also want to put a bit of a caveat to that. Grindsky, yes, they are Team Secret's kryptonite. They did take them 3-2 in that series, but they were 2 down. And I want on Grindsky's resilience and tenacity coming into this series that we might just not see the same story as we get into the draft phase.
Here we go, Crazy Apple. Ladies and gents, this is now the start of our drafting phase here in our lower bracket, RRQ and Grindsky. In the bans though, Lulu, Karma have been taken out here for the side of RRQ. They don't want those enchanters on the side of Grindsky, and they are capable to go along with this playstyle. But of course, who can forget Devil J's performance as well on that Akali? They will take him down, as well as Chaz Riven here. Much respected ban.
As so far, it feels like the bans for both teams have been tailor-fit for each team. Lulu and the Karma, as you mentioned, 2 enchanters have been very much well used by Grindsky, while on the other hand, it is the targeted bans against RRQ, the Akali, the Riven, as well as the Camille. Riven has been a big flex pick for RRQ, has been used by both Chaz and Helios. As you mentioned, that Akali is a very big threat for Grindsky because Tante is not one of those players that plays this well, while on the other hand, Devil J is very good on this champion.
True. And now, as we continue on our bans, of course, Camille still 100% since the first series has been banned in our game. But look at this one. The Fiora has been open for the side of RRQ. Of course, Chaz has been doing a pretty good job on the champion. But the response of Grindsky sets and chips.
Yeah, two quick power picks on their side. Set and Jace are also very much of a flex. Although we haven't seen a lot of Set support in the hands of Bo, we could still go to that lane. While this Jace, I believe it should go in the hands of Bambi. He has shown very good performances on this champion, especially controlling the pace of the lane. It allows Chinese to have a bit more of that support, getting those early scuttle crabs.
But on the side of RRQ, though, Crazy Apple, these are best picks coming in from this team. Fiora, Ziggs, and now Exozen's, Exozen's Rakan has been locked in. This is very interesting. On the other side, speaking of best picks, the Kha'Zix coming in from Chinese War.
Chinese is really this champion, but I want to go back to RRQ. They do have the Ziggs Han. Strong Dragon lane for them. Marky used to be known as the #1 Ziggs in the server, and he's bringing it out here in game 1, already setting the pace, as well as this Rakan, one of the breakout performances for EXO in the group stage. It's one of those games that we saw that he was really having a lot of comfort in that swap to the support role. Really good picks right here to set the tone as we get into game 1.
Wow, Grindsky right now is trying to prioritize the bans on the jungle champions here. Olaf been taken down, Listen been taken down here. On the other side, though, of course, the Darius has been taken out, and the Senna as well. Yeah, I do second that emotion coming in from you, Crazy Apple. I do love Bo's Fresh as well here in this game. And yeah, it is probably right now the champions that we are seeing so far. There's going to be a fiesta here.
Yeah, there should be a lot of fighting. The pick from RRQ has been that Garen, one of the more prominent picks from Grindsky, has gone to the side of RRQ. Most likely is going to be in the hands of Helios or Devil J, but with the Zed, this Fiora is going to go now into the hands of Chaz. I do love that the Thresh was the pick from Grindsky because it leaves open the pick for tactical, which most likely will be the Corki.
Yes.
To lock in this pick.
Exactly. I am expecting a Corki pick as well. You know what, Crazy Apple? These picks are best picks. And in the first game, you can really tell, oh no, it's going to be a Lucian. Okay, the Lucian has been picked though. But anyway, I'm just going to say that these two teams only shows their best picks right now in the opening game on how really they want to take the opening salvo here. They want to take the opening momentum. But the Lucian pick coming in from Grindsky, it's pretty good as well.
I'm just having a bit of trouble looking at Grindsky's overall composition because they are all attack damage. So no magic damage on their side. While looking at RRQ, they have one beefy tank, and that's going to be the Garen. We have seen Garen's build Hullbreaker lately, so more split push, a slightly squishier in team fights because he won't have a lot of those tank items. But at the same time, with the composition that Grindsky has, they can... they might not have enough, damage to cut down Devil J if he does go for a tanky build. So it might be in the hands right now of RRQ for Devil J to stack that armor, get that early Thorn Mail, get the Dead Man, just stack on armor to really be that annoying tank against Grindsky.
Yeah, these two teams are very aggressive teams, right? So this is basically we're seeing a fire fighting a fire here. So right now, but you know, you have mentioned here, Crazy Apple, that with the team composition coming in from Grindsky, it's all going to go for the AD side. But yeah, you have a Ziggs here. You have as well the burst protection coming in from Zed for the side of RRQ. They have diverse way here on how to distribute the damage against Grindsky. And I'm very excited here because our game 1 will start here in the lower bracket semifinals of a WCS PH RRQ versus Grindsky.
And this game 1 will set the tone for this series and will set the tone on who will be having a higher chance to go home or who will be having a higher chance to take Team Underground in that lower bracket finals to still keep their hopes alive going into the WCS finals. As we get into this game 1, no shenanigans yet for either team. Just gonna be standard default starts. While in the early game here in the mid lane, Bambi will have control over the mid lane just because he is going to be the Jace, has that range, also has 2 skills at level 1, so it really allows him to have large control here in the mid lane.
Yeah, of course, he has the poking potential as well. There you go. You can see the aggressiveness coming in from Bambi. They're on the Jace. But here in our few minutes at the start of our game, we're seeing somehow, of course, that the players or the teams just trying to get their flow going. But, this match is very much, of course, a high stake match with that run on the lower bracket is in the line. But anyway, Bo hiding in the brushes here. Gotta expect early heavy aggressions, and we know how Exozen's Rakan and Bo's Thresh playstyle have similarities when it comes to executing those initiations.
Right, they both love to go for these trades early on in the lanes. One thing that I want to highlight is Tactical has an early red trinket in the Dragon lane, while no one else has a red trinket. So that tells me that there is an opening for Grindsky to take control of vision in the bot side of the map, wherein they take away the wards from RRQ, and there could be a potential dive coming in from Chinese and from Bambi in the Dragon lane. While Exosen, though, having, as you mentioned, loving to get those trades in the bot lane. So do expect him to always go for those. We haven't really seen any hooks yet from Bo, but at the same time, Bo has been this really steps up on this champion, gets a lot of these key picks for Grindsky. So also looking forward to that as we progress throughout this game.
I'm looking as well when it comes to team fights here, Crazy Apple. Yes, you have Devil J here on Garen, but mostly the side of RRQ will rely for Exosense Rakan for those initiations. Unlike here on the side of Grindsky, you can have Tonteo here on the set, you can have Bo as well on the Thresh.
Yeah, there is a lot of ways as well to start out these fights, but I'm looking as well. It's going to be the Storm Razors for Tactical as his first item. It's different from what we usually see on some Lucians. We sometimes see the Black Cleaver, but Storm Razors, it has been buffed in the previous patch. We are currently in the newer patch, 3.1a, but as we get along here, it's gonna be the Cloud Drake. Yeah, Cloud Drake for the first Drake here. Not a huge consequential Drake in terms of the overall scheme of things. It does give you a bit of movement speed, but looking at the lineups for both of these teams, they're all very mobile. They have jumps, they have dashes, there's even the hook, so might not be the most important Drake at this point. So I am looking forward to a rip from both of these teams, and with the priority on Black Cleaver for the Garen and for the set, do expect both of these Baron laners to join the team for the contest if ever there will be an objective fight in the next couple of seconds.
Of course. Dante and Devil J really loves team fight. They're surely going to go for that objective. Of course, the Fiesta later on. But you know what? Grindsky, this is what I like about this team. They improve every series, every game. Before, we are expecting that Grindsky will have their kills, will have their pickoffs under 5 minutes. But now this is very much controlled aggression we are seeing so far, preparing for this objective takedowns that we are seeing right now here in the Rift.
Yeah, that has been the progression, the growth of Grindsky throughout this season of the WCS. They started out as this very scrappy team, very dark horse, but for that though,
yeah,
be potential first blood.
Exactly, and now Helios trying to run away there. The calling misses the last bullets though, but then again, he will not survive on that last minute of the clash. It is going to be the first blood in favor here of the side of Grindsky. Now RRQ just trying to go back away.
Even though that was a fight won right there from Grindsky, getting the first blood into the hands of Chinese. I believe he got it with a smite against Helios. 2 flashes were needed to be burned. I mean, actually 3 overall flashes were needed to be burned on the side of Grindsky, while just one ultimate really was used to really force that back from Grindsky. No one will be taking this Cloud Drake, even though that was already the first blood against the Zed. We'll see here what would be the next play from both of these teams. So still, both objectives are up at this point.
Exactly. No risky moves right now. No aggressive play onto the objectives we are seeing between these two teams. However, of course, Bo is here now in the Dragon's Pit, waiting for the rest of the teammates. They want this Dragon here in this game.
Yeah, they are prioritizing the Dragon. It will give them a bit of that stacking potential getting into the later parts of this game. RRQ is looking to contest, but they are pretty looks like there won't be any contest. It's going to be the Cloud Drake secured by Grindsky. Rift Herald is the only other objective up on the map right now. RQ seems to have started already. Grindsky looking to contest.
Yeah, and they can be able, of course, to go for the contest here. And now Qeon is one of the forward here. They do have the vision as well. The wards has been dropped. And now here comes the charm. Here comes the grand entrance. The flanking maneuver there from Devil J as well. Then again, this is going to be a kill here. Oh, Demotion Justice coming in from Devil J. That's going to be a double for him. And then again, the finishing blow from Helios on that Zed. They have taken down 3 players for the side of Grindsky.
That was a great fight, but Chinese here still looking for the potential steal. Still has Smite level 8, 2v3.
Exactly. Chinese has been one of the players who has the most steals in the game, but not this time around with a Chaz ready on his sword there. And that's going to be a counter kill once again against Chinese one.
Flash burned by Marky at the end there. There are actually 4 members of our queue there to contest. That was a very, I would say, aggressive or very risky play coming from Chinese, because there was no chance he could get away. Didn't have the flash. He only had a one-way ticket, which was the from the Kazakh. So if he got the steal, great. But it cost them 1 more death on their side. Gave a couple more gold to the side of RRQ, which has now, it's being seen in their lead. They are almost 1,000 ahead in terms of gold, 4-2 in kills, and looking at the items. Not a lot of completed items yet on the side of RRQ. Only the Triforce and 2 Black Exos and starting to spite out.
Bo backs away there, almost been caught with Exo since Grand's entrance initiation. But again, Grindsky, they really love this Black Cleaver's Crazy Apple. They usually prioritizes this item.
There's 3 of them right now, and I do understand, but Devil J might be getting caught out here.
There you go, Devil J. Tankiness is there, but then again, the burst coming in from Chinese one is not enough. Still managed to go back away.
Yeah, going back, yeah, they do love their Black Cleavers. Overall, there are 5 Black Cleavers now on the Wild Rift. We could possibly see 1 more if Chaz goes that route, although I doubt it. High chance he's going to go for a Blade of the Ruined King second item, which will allow him to have more 1v1 potential, as well as a split push RRQ. Grindsky, both smelling out a possible gap or a possible fight here at the top side. Possible 2v2 between Helios, Exocen, Tactical, and Bo, but doesn't seem like it will amount to anything as Exocen goes to recall.
That sentence connected, and now, of course, the death mark for the counter attack, and it is going to be Tactical for the chase. A kill from Bo is there, and make it another one with that insane team fight we've seen on the top side. On the bot, though, Grindsky still managed to take down there Double J, and now looking for Chaz kill as well. A double for Chinese one, and you don't want this Chinese having that momentum in the early stage of the game.
And both teams heard Riku's request. They're doing a lot of killing right here in this game. Double kill on the side of Chinese. Yeah, he will be getting a lot of really snowball himself. Early on, it felt like RRQ had decent control of the game. They were already ahead, but Grindsky right now ballooning lead to 4,000 and taking down 2 turrets overall in this game as well. Also 2 kills right now on Tactical, already finished this Infinity. As we approach the next objective, Mount in 20 seconds here, Deadeye. A lot of completed items on the side of Grindsky, as well as the Hull Breaker for Bambi for this J. So do expect if the fight breaks out, Grindsky will have a lot more damage.
Herald been summoned here in the mid. RRQ wants to have their own target objective, and they will get it. Now the mid is open against the side of Grindsky. They're waiting though. The Death Brush is there. Chinese in the target. Still, he leaps back away. And now the counter attack here coming in on the side of Grindsky. Oh, the space being given by Devil J. The burst on the backlines with the Mega Inferno Bomb as well. But then again, Chinese was the only casualty in that skirmish.
Still, a very crucial casualty for the side of Grindsky. That they don't have a smite anymore because of the jungle being down. Chinese being down. Great pick overall for RRQ, and that has so far been the name of the game for both of these teams. Getting across the map and then converting it into objectives. RRQ earlier on was able to get a couple of kills and was able to get a tower. And Grindsky answered back. RRQ answered again for this, as well as this outer tier turret in the bot lane. It felt like Grindsky could have gotten a good advantage. They're able to set themselves up at that objective, but since RRQ was the first team on the turn, they were able to put down more vision. Answer back though to Grindsky. Let's see if they will be able to secure this referral.
Yeah, they will be able to secure that one, and look at Helios with that split push on the bot side. So they will give it away to the side of Grindsky this time around.
And with the hull breaker on Bampi, he will be the guy to do the split push for the side of. And I think so far in playoffs, you haven't really seen Grindsky be the team to utilize the split push strategy with the new item, hull breaker, which has been very saw it very often earlier in the first series between Team Underground and FLA, where they just kept building it. Even at one point had 4 of them in the so there could be more the game as the later this game goes, because this Fiora also has potential to build that. Although with how the items are being built up right now on this Fiora, we could expect it maybe on the 4th item slot, because it looks like Chaz is prioritizing this death stance, which is I think a very smart itemization at this point. A lot of AD on the side of Grindsky, while they're still looking for this picks right here in the mid lane. 5-man though from Grindsky here.
Yeah, there's good convergence here in the middle lane from both teams. That sentence did not connect. Here comes the counter attack with that knock up, and now easily picked off as well. They're in the middle lane. Jace is out, and now this is going to be the side of Tante holding his ground, trying to pick up some place. But then again, Chaz very tanky in that formation, as well as Helios in the back lines picking off players one by one. A triple against Grindsky. That was a major cleanup in favor for RRQ.
Yeah, and that they summoned the Herald. It became a waste. The tackle in the mid lane, an ace right there, cleaning up Grindsky, only having 1 casualty Exocen on their side. And this fight all started out with Bo missing his hook on the Proto Belt. He wasn't able to get anyone, and as soon as they saw that, RQ engaged and killed the members of Grindsky one by one in these fights. A couple of great hooks as well from Bo, but RQ was just able to separate the members of Grindsky and was able to take them one by one, going for that ace at the end of that fight.
Oh my goodness, that was a beauty there for the side of RRQ. Imagine if the death stance also been completed for the side of Chaz, but now he has in his inventory. This is very big, but now Grindsky want to have their own pick off here, eliminating in that process Exocen, taken out of picture. Oh, the clutch stasis on point there, still managed to retreat, still managed to save his life, and now it is going to be RRQ holding the mid turret. They will not give it away freely with the side of Grindsky.
They give a step here in the mid lane. RRQ still continually, persistently defending this mid lane turret. As you mentioned, not even a plate has gone to the side of Grindsky, and it's approaching 14 minutes into the game. This has been a great source of pressure for RRQ. Grindsky can't move forward, can't put down these deep wards. That's why you always see where the picks are coming from. It's always at the middle of the map. Yes, RRQ has been giving Grindsky some of these picks, but not enough yet for Grindsky to be able to put the pressure, push the tempo against RRQ. RRQ is still able to hold on, and while they are also getting advantages on their side, they have a lot of good late game. They have Chaz on the Fiora. Marky is going to deal so much damage against this lineup from Grindsky, as well as building a lot of armor right now. Look at Devil J, Hornmail, and the Dead Man's Fate. This guy is going to be so hard to kill for Grindsky.
Exactly, but now he's been found here. Now trying to go for the judgment. Skiller trying to run away. Now the Infernal Dragon is up. Additional damage is much coveted here for both teams. It is going to be RRQ, of course, securing this lower river first. And I do believe they do have the advantage here in this game right now. They pushing the waves right now in the mid transition here for this DR takedown.
Yeah, and both teams just really not fighting it out. As you mentioned, it's going to be the Infernal Drake. RRQ has huge security here with the amount of control they have. Grindsky, though, looking for a way in.
It's very difficult to push through with that Exocen once again with a charm there. And now Devil Jace providing the zone as well. Tante is not going to be easy for him to go in with the space being secured by Devil J. And he is the sacrifice for that objective takedown. Now RRQ, another cleanup. Chaz on the forward there, trying to go for the poke. And on the back lines, Marquis following up his magic damage on the Ziggs as well. And Grindsky cannot able to penetrate that defense from RRQ.
And another win right there for RRQ, Deadeye. They were able to get the objective. They were able to trade 1-for-1. But the big thing, I think, right there was how desperate Grindsky felt taking that fight. They still haven't made use a lot of this Hull Breaker Jace. Well, tactical, he flashed over the wall to chase down Helios to try to kill him. As soon as Helios was exhausted, he made the quick maths. He made the calculation. I will die to the Death Mark here, so I'm going to try and kill him, counter-assassinate him instead. Didn't have enough damage, wasn't able to finish the kill, and out of position, too far forward, wasn't able to throw the damage. But at the same time, RL had a lot of tanky members. They could really take these fights right now in terms of a front-to-back team fight we're going to see later on. Baron is up minutes into the game. Could be the next that RRQ will prioritize. As we already see here, Exocen using the red trinket, taking out the wards, checking if Grindsky will have any vision here. Bambi though, getting caught.
Oh, they are going to target, of course, Bambi there. The stasis has been procced, and now Grindsky trying to go for the counter-attack. The charm coming in from Exocen, delaying the advance, and he will be the sacrifice on that sequence as well. Now, without Exocen's numbers advantage here for the side of Grindsky, they want to push in the mid. They have the siege minions though, and I do believe they will be able to take this one down. But look at Devil J just tanking and absorbing all the damage. Feels like nothing. Oh my goodness.
That is what happens when you have all the armor in the world right now for Devil J. This man is a beast at this point. Has a Gargos. Only earlier on that I noticed his item build. Had the Thorn Mail, had the Dead Man's. Only still has the same two to get armor. And he still can't get killed. That's why I criticized the last pick Lucian for Grindsky, because it made their damage composition for their team very monotone. It's all AD. It's all attack damage. No amount of magic damage. I was wondering why they did not choose to go for the Corki, which is also Tactical's very much a go-to champ for him. But before we talk more about the draft, it's going to be the Baron here to contest from RQ as they go, and seeing Grindsky is already here. We could probably see a fight here, Deadeye.
Exactly, but that is going to be RQ taking the Scottler there. There's going to be, of course, the push from Helios as well. All of the rest of Grindsky trying to recall back. Cannot do anything about this push, while the rest of RRQ securing the BR area around. It's difficult, really crazy apple for Grindsky and who to prioritize, what to prioritize in this game.
Right. And that's the thing, right? Grindsky needs to be together to get these pickoffs, as they're always scared if Devil J is going to be there. It's going to be hard for the skills of X could go in as well. Looking at also his items, he's not going for the usual on his Rakan. He's going for a lot of armor because he knows his team already has the damage output for his team. Look at Shaz. Does it go for the Blade of the Ranking as well, or even the Hull Breaker? He has the Triforce, that's and the Sterax. All of them are just building durability, because at this point in time, if Grindsky will get a pick, they have a chance to roll over RRQ, so they're not letting that option. A lot of members for Grindsky being seen right here by Devil J. Why do you know Devil J is here with the Elder Ocean Drake up? Grindsky looking to get a pick.
Oh, they're hiding the rushes. They have been located though, and now Grindsky scrambles back, scrambles out. Transition here for this Elder Dragon takedown. RRQ knows about this one. Helios still going to go split push on the top side. Here comes Devil J, Showstopper, trying to delay his advance there. The calling on the backlines, trying to provide the damage, but where is the damage? That is the big question. That's going to be a knockup as well, with Grand Entrance coming in from Exocen. The cleanup once more. Marky there on the Ziggs, flashes in, and this is going to be another kill here in favor for RRQ, and no answers here for Grindsky. Helios is going to finish the series, but there's going to be a death mark here. Tick, tick, tick. It is going to be a kill now, but then again, the big win here is the focus fire on the Nexus. RRQ will now secure the game one.
Yeah, RRQ takes the first game against Grindsky in our lower bracket semi-finals. They have now started out the pattern. They have set the tone for this series here with the Game 1 win. It was a good win for them in terms of really controlling the map. They were able to set the pace against Grindsky. Grindsky had a couple of good fights, had some picks, but the RRQ was able to answer back with picks of their own, and on top of that, getting more objectives on their side. I think in terms of adjustments, Grindsky, I just am not a fan of having all attack damage champions. With the pick, it essentially really hurt the damage for the side of Grindsky.
Exactly. You have mentioned, of course, that one crazy apple. The linear distribution of damage output coming in from Grindsky was really the pain. But here comes the replay of the first game. We've seen aggressiveness for both teams in our opening match. But look at Exosen as well as Devil J just zoning out the rest of Grindsky, and that was it. And Marky is feeling safe on the backlines, throwing bombs out there with that intense and massive damage burst potential.
Yeah, that first fight coming from RRQ was really masterfully executed. To have Devil J at the flank to squeeze Grindsky between the wall and place, and Grindsky couldn't get out. That's why RRQ jumped lead, but Grindsky also was able to see right here in the replay. They were able to map play where they're able to get a couple of kills, but the key thing was when RRQ was able to answer back, they also relied heavily on the pick. And the pick strategy. They always hid in bushes, waited for members of RRQ, and always just faster on a lot of these fights, which surprised and separated them. And because RRQ was just really able to get a solid enough lead wherein they took game 1.
Yeah, in these fights right now that we've seen so far, we are looking for the damage coming in from Grindsky. Look at this one, Showstopper trying to stop the advance, of course, but the calling and all the damage output coming in from Grindsky has been loose there, but no one's been picked off. Man, Devil J still managed to tank it all up, Exosen as well, and this is a statement here that one of the big changes we are going to expect, of course, on the second game is what you have mentioned, Crazy Apple, a distribution between AP and AD damage. But of course, our Globe prepaid player of the game, the clean-up party, the player himself, Marky.
It's easy to have this KDA if there's just a wall of people in front of you and no one can get to the back line.
Look at the damage, man.
The damage, even 1,544. Yeah, Marky is always the consistent player here in RRQ. He's always able to throw out the damage. That's why they love putting him on these AP champions. They love putting him on these poke champions as well, like the Luck, like the Ziggs, which he just showed right now, even the Varus. So still expecting a lot more from Marky to show here in this series, but at the same time, just going back composite. It was so easy because there wasn't really a lot of backline for Grindsky. Yes, they have the Kazakhs, but Kazakhs needs to be ahead and to be able to do a flank. And at that point in time, needed all the damage they could get, able to burn through the Garen, and they just didn't have enough.
Exactly, and opportunities for those fake-offs has not been given as well by the side of RRQ. And with those major team fights we have seen so far, Crazy Apple on the DR takedowns, there's just a big wall, really, coming in from Devil J as well as Exosen. They cannot even flank against Marky there. So it's really going to be a big game changer for the next game coming in from Grindsky to be able to redraft in their picks there. But, Crazy Apple, that was just the game 1. Very explosive, of course, because Marky on the 6, that's corny. But anyway, we are going to see, of course, the game 2 later on here in WCS PH playoffs between Grindsky and RRQ. Taking a short break. We'll see you in a bit.
Gotta take control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up, above. Fear and this pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can define me. Rising up, above. Feels good.
They've been trying for too long, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. Don't they know that I'm too strong? Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Determination on my side. Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. They're telling me to run and hide, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a
RQ makes the opening salvo, and they have taken the game one against Grindsky. So my name is Deadeye, together with Crazy Apple, and man, we are now going to start into the game two here in the best of 5 series in the lower bracket. Again, elimination match here. So Grindsky, linear damage distribution, composition. You have mentioned Crazy Apple, and what do you think about this composition here in the game two?
Grindsky, honestly, it could work if there was no TAM. But the thing was, there was a TAM. There was Garen. Also, I think in the current state of the meta, where a lot of champions are building that stance, and that stance was changed recently to be more of an to have armor instead of giving to give health. It has proven to be more of an item right now that really deters a lot of AD damage. So yeah, a lot of different changes has happened, which really deters full on AD compositions, and that's why I didn't really love the team that Grindsky went with game one. But you know, it was still only game one there. That I still a lot more. While if you could see here, it is a best of 5. Yes, this is an elimination match, which is very crucial for both of these teams. At the same time, you can afford to test things out coming into the first game.
For me, of course, testing out is very risky as well, especially on an elimination match. But I cannot doubt Grindsky Esports performance, especially on their run last weekend. They are on a deficit, almost one win away for eliminations, but they managed to go for the comeback here. Only shows that they are also a very quick witted team. They know how to adjust quickly as well. And I do believe they do have this advantage over RRQ, but Ms. Ricky have mentioned, cannot neglect the veterancy as well of the team RRQ here. And they want to take the series, and they are, both of the teams, to be honest, are very serious to take this series here because elimination is really at stake here. No, on the side of RRQ, that was best picks as we have seen coming in from them. You shall not, man, the give Chaz, that Fiora, his Fiora is one of monsters. Of course, Fiora here in the WCS we've seen so far, but being unlocked there in the game one, no doubt, RRQ will take.
Even the Zed for
the
Helios.
for sure. Yeah,
It's like one of his most comfort picks, and that's very dangerous, especially if going against a team like RRQ, because they have a lot of picks on their side. They have shown that they are a very flexible team. They have a lot of ways to win the game because as we just a callback as well, they are dubbed as the King of Kings. They are an all-star team. Any of them, any given point, given the right tools, can carry games.
Here we go, Crazy Apple, the start of our game 2. We're seeing same bands here between these two teams. Grindsky here taking down the Akali and the Riven. On the other side, still it is going to be a Lulu on Camille.
If it's only going to be the Lulu and the Camille, if Karma is not banned on the side of Grindsky, we might see the first game of the day where Karma is open for the taking. But I do think RRQ, they don't love to give, or rather they would love to take away the enchanters from Grindsky, because this is a team that utilizes 2 enchanters, or at least an enchanter in the mid lane pretty well.
Yeah, exactly. But there you go. The Fiora has been taken out. Oh, there you go. Karma is open. But, of course, Chaz Fiora right now has been banned. So the Jax has been taken away here. Grindsky this time around has the first priority pick, as you mentioned. And I do agree with that one. Karma will be a valuable opening pick, but they are going for Jace instead.
Yeah, they have chosen to go Jace, and right now, if you think about it as well, Helios, Devil J, these two solo laners for RQ don't use Karma. So if RQ does pick the Karma, it won't be a flex. It's gonna be surely in the hands of Exos, and there is a slight chance it's gonna go in the hands of Marky, but we haven't really seen. I don't think we've seen a Dragon Laner have Karma yet because of the high cooldowns. And right now, I think RQ has already locked in a possible Dragon Lane on that Gallia and the Varus, which are also 2 key picks right now for both Marky and Exos. And those 2 champions are also their go-to.
Wow, so much poking potential here for the side of RQ. On the other side, Grindsky Esports, they do have now the set and the Gragas sound. So, of course, they want to go for the brawl here. Crowd control is there as well. And I do believe the burst damage that they are lacking on the game 1 is here right now with the Gragas.
If Gragas will go AP, if it go into the hands of Bambi, sure, it will have a lot of damage. It will have a lot of AP. But if it's gonna go support in the hands of Bo, we might not see any of that damage potential from the Gragas. I also love that it has been picked up by Grindsky. It still leaves them open to take the Senna. That's why RQ right now bans out the Corki, because Corki is also a good combo with the Gragas in the Dragon Lane. So we'll see if Senna will be the last ban right here for RQ.
And possibly so. So you've seen, there you go. However, of course, they heard you, Crazy Apple. They are going to ban it away. That's Senna Gragas on the bot this time around. But then again, Grindsky here, they have a pretty solid first 3 picks, but Tiffin has been locked in there for the side of RRQ.
Renekton has been recently buffed in the latest patch. Well, I would say adjusted, not a direct buff, because early on his Call of the Meek will have less healing, but the later the game goes, because it scales with bonus AP, it'll have a lot more damage. So it would be a good, would be more of a good mid-game pick. But we do see here an Irelia. I do expect this to go into the hands of Helios.
Or Devil J. I haven't seen Devil J here on the Irelia, but then again, look at the response coming in from Grindsky. They do have the Olaf. And speaking of recent patch, of course, we've seen the nerfs coming in from the damage from Olaf. But 10 points, doesn't matter, man. Olaf is still pretty strong, even that 10 points being deducted from his 2 damage there. But anyway, Grindsky really wants to go
Karma?
very aggressive here, Crazy Apple.
They could still go for the Karma. They have played Jace in the bot lane,
Oh,
but
okay.
they are gonna go Orianna. I was thinking Karma would be great along with an Olaf, because it would really empower the Olaf to run faster, have a shield, and take down the members that we see here from RRQ. That is an Irelia right now. Just a bit of double Varus. One of them is pretty sus at this point. That's not really Varus, guys. That's an Irelia. Just to remind everyone on the picks that RRQ has done. Did the Rakan this suggests that this is gonna be a Galio solo lane, probably in the hands of Helios in the mid lane, while I believe we're gonna see the Irelia in the hands of Chaz in the jungle. And we haven't seen a jungle Irelia yet here in the WCS. I believe that
I think so too. And we usually see Irelia on the mid or on the top side of the map. But now, of course, the last pick, it is going to be Exo-Sen, of course, still on the Rakan. But with his Olaf pick, I believe he has the advantage here, just negating those crowd controls against the side of RRQ. But yeah, with now the Orianna being locked in from this team on the side of Grindsky, sustain is there. Yep, pretty good. Karma should be pretty good, but Orianna has a better scaling here for that matter. I think this is going to be looking great as well for the side of Grindsky.
We'll have to see what will be the first items from both the Jace and the Orianna, because yes, Orianna has good scaling. She deals a lot of damage late game. She sometimes builds Tear of the Goddess early, and that is also a possible build for this Jace to go to that Mana Moon, go for that Muramana, and really scale up the damage later on. But as we get into the second game of our series here, that I would like to highlight this jungle Irelia. You have to keep an eye on this. We haven't seen this yet in the WCS, but I believe we've seen this in WCK. But wait a minute here, Deadeye. Is that Rakan mid?
It is a Rakan Helios mid.
Oh my
Crazy
God.
Apple. Our eyes are not lying there. Yes, it is indeed a Helios Rakan mid. My goodness, with the electrocute, having the ignite. All right, it's now looking spicy indeed. Marky, of course, after the bot. I mean, against the or I think Orianna, of course, when it comes to laning phase, you have to tell that, of course, Bambi has the advantage when it comes to Pokemon potential in range here. But, Helios is not backing out.
We'll have to see, because Helios has the electrocute. I am not 100% sure with the scalings of AP Rakan, because we haven't really seen it often. Haven't really looked into it. But if I'm just going back to when this was shown back in LoL PC a couple of years ago, this guy can deal a lot of damage. If you max your first ability first, gives you a lot of tools for trading. You can just hit the enemy champion and then you heal back some HP, and you'll have a lot of good all-ins as well when you get your ultimate. So that could still be potential here on this AP Rakan mid lane coming from Helios. So we'll see. RRQ game 2 in this best of 5 series has thrown 2 curveball picks, Irelia jungle and the Rakan mid. If they win here, Deadeye, that's going to be a huge statement. That's going to be a great momentum booster for RRQ getting into match point, as well as winning with these very left field picks.
Oh my goodness. This is just insane here, Crazy Apple. I think they're just going to hear Chaz on that Irelia. They want to invest more on just progression here. But as you can see right now, we are going to see Chaz rotating frequently across the Wild Rift here. I think this could be their 4 protect 1 strategy here. Just going to go for the Chaz in the early game, a snowball, and making sure he has those kills. But this is, to be honest, this is the first time I'm going to see a mid Rakan Crazy Apple. I'm really excited on how he will contribute to the side of Helios. Helios, man, cannot deny his mid presence. But on that Rakan, Okay, I have some doubts there lingering around my back, but he's really capable of
But
doing carry plays there. But
Chinese almost with that dive though. There is a ward there, so not gonna happen. Good recall from Mark as we get back into the game. Sorry for cutting you off right there, Deadeye. But yeah, 3.5 minutes. We're gonna get into the first couple objectives. There is a tier on Bambi which suggests that he will be going scaling. There is also a Sapphire Crystal and Tactical, which tells me he's also gonna go tier. So this might just be a triple tier game we're gonna see here in this game.
I think by the end of the series, there's some tears for sure that's going to flow, but I don't know who, because these two teams right now is very coveting the win here in the series. Now, Grindsky Esports is going to prioritize this DR takedown. They did control the lower river here with the Scuttler being secured. Now they are going to clear the wave as well here in the mid.
Yeah, both objectives are up. So let me talk you a bit through on how these team fights are gonna go. Because Chinese one on this Olaf will just pass through all hard CC when he pops his Ragnarok. So the charm from Helios, the knock up, as well as a lot of the CC coming from Galio will be negated in the eyes of Chinese one. So what is gonna be the advantage here when having this Rakan mid? You can still CC the rest of the members from Grindsky. You can still have a lot of damage, and I think in terms of having this Irelia pick right now, it gives a lot of space for Marky, because this is still looking to be a very good front to back composition. Marky will have a lot of space to deal his poke damage, as the Rift Herald has been started right now for RRQ. Grindsky is running up the year. They want to contest this Rift Herald.
Exactly, and now it is going to be aggroed here on the side of Grindsky this time around. Rift Herald is moving towards them, but here we go, the flanking maneuver there by Helios in the back lines. Oh, perfect bunkers there, caught in the traps, in the hands of RRQ. Now Grindsky will be suffering for that wombo combo. It is again a finish-up play on the back lines. Now back away with the flash being chased still coming in from Helios there on the Rakan. Oh, that was a surprise pick coming in from RRQ.
Yeah, but because of that fight, Rift Herald did go. I wasn't able to spot which side it went to, so I would love to see the items right now, observers, if we could check which team went to the Rift Herald. But with Chaz down,
Chinese
wasn't able. Okay, Chinese was able to get the Rift Herald. Thank you for that, Deadeye. So Grindsky was able to secure it. We were able to trade 1 kill for 2 in favor of RRQ. Now Ocean Drake is the next objective in the eyes of both of these teams. Chaz still starting out this blue buff, I believe, has been spotted out by Grindsky as they start this Ocean Drake. A bit of a divided attention for both of these teams.
Yeah, Ragnarok is pretty much online here for the side of Chinese one. RRQ aggroing this DR takedown right now. They are going to go for the contest. Our skirmish is being split here on the top and in the DR pit. Here comes the initiation with a showstopper, but then again, the space being created here on the back lines coming in from the side of RRQ. It's just insane. Double J with a cleanup, and that is going to be a double him. And they did secure as well this DR objective.
This is such good momentum right now for RRQ. They were able to get the dragon, able to get 3 more kills into their pockets, and with the scaling composition from Grindsky, not necessarily the thing you would think about when you see an Olaf, but because of this Orianna and the Jace both having tier items, they're very much in scaling mode. Going to this replay right here, it was all started with the showstopper from Tante being able to throw Devil J into the back lines of Grindsky, but that didn't matter. RQ was able to have a clean engage now because Tante wasn't there to stop the engage from RRQ. We're just able to get to the back lines, finish off the damage dealers, and they were able to secure the Drake off of that as we get back into the game here. Deadeye, 2,000, almost 3,000 in the gold lead for RRQ. 3-0-2 for the mid lane AP Rakan, with the Luden's Echo also has that I call it the rod, the needlessly large rod, gonna go for a death cap most probably. Helios will pack a lot of AoE damage.
But recalling on that DU fight, Easy Apple, it is now the tactics here coming in from just zone out the back lines of Grindsky. Even though yes, Chinese has the Ragnarok here negating those squad, they just forget about him and look targeting rather the back lines here for Grindsky. And we have seen Helios there with the perfect charm. That, of course, that wombo combo coming from Grand Sky is not being implemented right there in that sequence as well. It's gonna happen frequently here. Now we have seen RQ is going to go for this execution when it comes to team fights. Grand Sky should look after this one. Look out for Helios counterattacks.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Yes, it feels like that is the opportunity for Grand Sky. That is what they should look for. But looking also at the members of RQ, there's 4 of them that can engage. There's the Renekton, there's the Irelia with the Vanguard's Edge, there's Exo set on the Galio as well as Helios on the Rakan. Who do you choose to take away here when they engage? Who do you choose to use the showstopper on? Yes, you still have Bo on the Gragas to create space for the team. But I don't think that's enough with how mobile Irelia and Rakan is in these fights. It's gonna be super hard for Grindsky to navigate these fights, especially for Chinese to choose a target because Olaf can only run at you. He can't follow you when you dash away, and that's super hard right now for this Olaf to deal damage as the rip route is being started here, Deadeye.
There's gonna be another team fight for sure. Now our Q secures this Rift Herald here, no contest. So send back with a flash, but there again, their target, that is going to be Irelia. They managed to make him so, but this is going to be now the counter-attack that RRQ is going to have. But great shockwave now stopping the advance here of the side of RRQ. But over with Helios with a grand entrance, try to pick as well. Bambi backs away, the taunt did not connect, and now Grand Sky. What? The sniper once again here from Mark executing Bambi there as well.
Aggressive play from Helios, flashing in with a grand entrance, getting one more kill into their side. That feels bad when you get hit by the poke and it's not the poke that kills you, it's Aerie runs at you and just deals a bit more of that minimal damage to just take down Bambi right there. 203 on Marky at this point, completes 2 items already, has a Muramana and the Yomu's Ghostblade. Not exactly the highest dealing damage items for that Ghostblade, but it gives you a bit more mobility, allows you to get on the map a lot faster. As we approach the next objective here, it's going to be the Cloud Drake. A lot of poke damage right now coming out from RQ, so do expect getting into this fight. Grindsky tries to farm up here, they're going to just get hit by the arrows from RQ.
And Grindsky not backing out here in the team fights, but shot black into the back lines. Marky is throwing as well his Pershing arrow here. RQ so concentrate here in the DR, but look at the flank attack and stopping once again. Test coming at Sky. He's falling down here. Tactical has that against Chaz. But is it enough for them? They want to continue the brawl here. Just poking into the backline. Shock blast here. Here comes the piercing arrow on the other end. You still managed to go for this first fight here, but no one's been able to take the DR objective.
Yeah, even fight for both teams. 2-for-2 trade. Both of them, the Baron laner and the jungler, are the ones taken down. As our observers have highlighted, that is the objective they are fighting for, the Cloud Drake, and none of them got it. Honestly, at this point in time, that is a slight win for Grindsky because they're the team who wants to keep this close. They have a lot of tools to be able to just turn around the fight with a great shockwave, with a great couple of engages. But right now, with a bit of a tussle here in the mid lane.
Yeah. On it is going to be Exo Sen backing away to Vanguard.
Helios!
Has been used. Oh, Helios once again with a perfect flank. Now a double for Double J making it. Oh, another perfect initiations. And now they're looking for more under. They don't care. Rift Herald here been summoned as well. Beeline in the mid. RR here.
Bambi's still in danger. He's so low. He's trying to defend, but it's going to be the Herald taking another turret. I think what he wants to do here, try to clear the wave so that they won't lose an inhibitor turret while the Cloud Drake is being started out by Chaz.
Beautiful flanking maneuver there, Crazy Apple. Again, thou shall not doubt Helios Rakan. That was impressive.
Right. That was a very decisive win right there for RRQ. It felt like the momentum was not clearly in their side because they're still more of a mid-game like really their team is strong in the mid game with the Renekton, with the Rakan damage as well as the pokes coming from Marky. Yes, Irelia can scale into the late game, but if you're facing a Jace, an Olaf, and an Orianna, they can burst you down pretty easily, especially with the items that Chaz has right now. It's a Triforce and a Blade of the Ruined King. I believe it's slightly different from what we see in the WCK when they play this champion in the jungle, which you usually see having a Divine Sunder. So that tells me with the Triforce on Chaz, he's feeling a lot more confident because they did have the early lead earlier on, and he wants to deal a lot more damage against Grindsky members, which is very much in the formula of now of what they have. They have a lot of CC with Helios, Marky, and Exos, and again, Chazo going in here.
Yeah, speaking of confidence, they want those pick of picks. Of course, explosive. Pat's trying to disengage there, but then RRQ Devil J once again with those pick of kills under the target. Marky! Oh my goodness! What was that? But anyway, it is going to be RRQ having this confidence, Crazy Apple. They want those kills. They want this domination against Grindsky. That dive coming in from Marky only shows how confident they are to win this game too.
Right, Marky being a bit too playful right there. That is not the Marky we know. We know Marky as this really defensive player, knowing when to deal damage. But again, another engage.
Great son indeed. And that's a quick pick off. They going for Chinese one this time around. And Chaz is there with the auto attacks. Hurts so much. Bowie is about his plans here from Tactical as well. And the rest of RQ will go for full retreat.
Yeah, a Chinese almost fell down right there. Needed to pop the Ragnarok as well as the flash to get away from RRQ members, with Chinese being forced to retreat and Bambi being down. There's still 5 members of RRQ right here. They are trying to look for a pick here.
Again, the surprise pick of Helios in that charm and the grand entrance. Bam! Easy cleanup once in RRQ transition here for this Baron dance.
And Chinese doesn't have flash, has the Ragnarok. It's engaged on.
This is going to be a Hail Mary contest for them. And again, it is going to be RRQ here having this massive damage. Sustain as well. Bambi backs away, being chased here by Marky on the Pershing Isle. But still, it is going to be being provided to take this BR.
Oh, no.
Out of Devil J in, and that's going to be a pick. And now the Nace for RRQ.
And just, it went bad to worse. Worse for Grindsky. 6-21 in kills. Baron going to the side of Grindsky. This could just be game 2 over already for Grindsky with a 10k gold lead with the Baron buff. RRQ is looking to take down more of the structures on the map. There's still a couple of turrets up for Grindsky, so they still have a lot of time that they can buy for themselves. When RRQ will be taking down these turrets. At least all of these outer turrets, inner turrets will be taken down. Inhibitor turrets are gonna be the ones that Grindsky will need to defend very hard to still have a chance in this game. And this is so much pressure right now for Grindsky.
Oh, indeed. Total domination. RRQ just feeling it in this game. Now with this BR buff, they are going to take down outer turrets on the bot side. Master Grindsky preparing for the siege coming up. Coming from the side of RRQ. There you go. They are just putting pressure here in all lanes. Explosive Cass here trying to go for this pickoff, but they cannot do so. Under the turret, Devil J is just a monster at Renekton. Here comes the hero's entrance, but the final shit. And again, look at the combo from RQ. Another cleanup. They are just feeling it, just diving in the face of Grindsky. My goodness.
Yeah, RRQ being very decisive here, Deadeye. It's only 2 members up for Grindsky to defend. 35 seconds on the death timers. RRQ is looking to finish.
Now they are going to go for this Nexus takedown. Devil J, no resistance here for Grindsky, and they will take the game 2 against Grindsky.
Woo! That was RRQ putting this series to match point. This is an elimination series for Grindsky. They need to do something in the next game to be able to keep their playoff hopes alive. But on the other hand, RRQ right now able to stamp their lead, able to put down their dominance here with a 2-0 lead in this best of 5 series. Deadeye, that was such a dominating game from RRQ.
Exactly. Very, very dominating indeed. But man, doubted the mid Helios Rakan, but he was the the man of the show there in the game too. Just those flanking maneuvers, those death rush attacks, and the surprises initiations coming in from his Rakan is just exceptionally very, very well executed there. But here comes the replay, Crazy. Yeah, this is the start of their snowball.
Yeah, it started with the first fight. Helios was very effective, as you mentioned, on that Rakan, at that Rakan pick mid lane. It's such a curveball. I have been seeing this a bit in terms of solo queue, but never in here in the competitive scene here in the WCS, and it was executed beautifully by RRQ. One thing to note as well is Chaz on this Irelia. He had a lot of good Vanguard's edges, had a lot of good engages to be able to keep pressing the fight forward for the side of RRQ, and just this maneuvering of Chaz, Helios, Devil J, Exos, and the layers upon layers of execution that these four champions brought on the table against Grindsky just really put Grindsky on the back foot the most of this game.
Yeah, look at this one. Great flank there from Helios. It's just a beauty to see this kind of team fights coming in from RRQ. And, you know, Devil J's role was just to go for the follow-up. It's just, he mostly is going to go for the cleanup party. And whatever Grindsky Esports is going to do here, they're just being outplayed. And this is where Marky feels his Varus, of course, can kill those Dante here, but under the turret, not this time.
Yeah, not that time. That was not the Marky that we know. That wasn't the Marky that plays safe, deals damage at the backline. That was a different Marky. That's a very playful Marky that we saw. But yeah, anyway, RRQ.
Oh.
As I mentioned earlier here, that this feels like it's going to be a huge momentum builder for them, because they just showed a lot of different cards here in game 2 because they really wanted to cement that 2-0 lead early on. And what is that KDA, Deadeye? 25 KDA for Helios, our Globe prepaid player of the game on this Rakan.
What can I say, man? Never doubt Helios mid Rakan. This guy just showing us how capable he is, how flexible he is as well, with a 1,300 damage per minute on that Rakan. I don't know. This is just unusual to see here. This is what makes playoffs great as well here in WCSPH, Crazy Apple. You cannot really tell what will happen here. Helios now on the Rakan, flexing his champion pool as well, and how the rest of Team RRQ can also have this diverse gameplay. And this is going to be difficult for Grindsky. Again, they have been in this setup here. They have been behind 2 games. Will this be another comeback from Grindsky? That is a big question.
I think the biggest difference here is that was the game 3 that they won to take back the momentum from Team Secret. It was a very playful draft coming from Team Secret. RRQ already showed us an interesting and playful draft here in game 2, and that feels like a different story when you get to game 3, because what else you want to show here? That mid lane Rakan, I'm not gonna lie, I was like seeing 96% kill participation because I thought he was everywhere. That Helios on that Rakan was so good, and it might not be the most bannable champion right now against RRQ, but they have shown that they don't only have Lex, they also have a Rakan which they can flex onto heal with Exos and in this support.
Exactly, he is really a threat here against Grindsky. But this is it, Crazy Apple. One more game for RRQ, and they will continue their run for WCSP playoffs here in the lower bracket. Grindsky again. Will another comeback? Will another saving grace from Chinese one? Of course, Listen will be able to show up here in the game 3. We still do not know, because we will take a few minutes break, and that game 3 will commence after this one.
been trying for too long, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. Don't they know that I'm too strong? Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Determination on my side. Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me. They're telling me to run and hide, but they could never stop me. They could never stop me. So don't get in my way. The dams are about to break. I don't care what they say. I'm more than they can take. But they don't see the struggle in my mind. And I just think of stopping all the time. But I can't. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, wherever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. I'll make my journey through the hellfire. I'll just tear down another empire. Never hold me back, hold me back. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. I'm never gonna stop, no, no. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes me. 'Cause I'm a juggernaut.
I won't give you up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Will this be the start of the comeback of Grindsky Esports? Game 3 here, match point game against RRQ, or, of course, Team RRQ will be able to seal the deal and proceed into the lower bracket run here in WCS Philippines playoffs. My name is Deadeye, together with Crazy Apple. So this is it. I think this is going to be the game, Crazy Apple, that these two teams must be very wary on their picks, must be very wary on their executions as well.
Yeah, I agree. I 100% agree with that. They need to be clean here. Both of them have a lot of pressure on them, although you could say RRQ has slightly less pressure. We did see earlier on Marky having a bit of a very playful tower dive. But I want to paint a picture here wherein both of these teams are in very familiar territory for them for the playoffs. RRQ had a sweep against Oasis Gaming. They are in familiar space where they have already done a 2-0. They can finish best of fives cleanly with a 3-0. They don't throw it away. They just play the game, finish it off, and that's the RRQ way. While on the other hand, Grindsky is also in very familiar territory. They were 2-0 down against Team Secret, and when they were given an opening, they blew a hole in it and became a torrential flood against Team Secret and took 3 games away from them, getting them into this position. So both of these teams, no pressure. Both of these teams know how to close games out and are in familiar situations here in the playoffs. So it's gonna be really a battle of wills here coming into Game 3.
For sure. And I think Team RRQ must secure this already, because we know the trend here at the playoffs, Crazy Apple. Comebacks are usually taking over the series here. But here we go. The match point game. Game 3. RRQ against Grindsky. Same bands here. Lulu being taken out for the side of RRQ and the Jace this time around. But of course, Grindsky here on the other side. Akali. And we are going to see probably, of course, a Camille or a Riven here. But anyway, this is going to be a Riven here for the side of Grindsky.
Yeah, same old bands for Grindsky. I don't think they need to change a lot of it. Maybe a third ban on the Rakan, but no, it's gonna be the Camille ban for them. They still have 2 picks on their side. They can take away this Rakan, which has been very pivotal for the side of RRQ.
There you go. Oh, there you go. The Fiora again being flexed here by the side of RRQ. I think we're seeing the same game 1 traps here in our game 3 right now, Crazy Apple. But no, of course, Grindsky. Oh, this time around, the Set and the Gragas will be locking.
Yeah, they are threatening possible Senna Gragas on the side of Grindsky. That's why they have picked both Set and the Gragas. Galio is still open, which is one of the other duo partners of Senna in the Dragon Lane, can still be taken away by RRQ. But at this point in time, we have hard expectations. It's very hard to read what RRQ is gonna do with these 2 picks, Ziggs and Rakan. Yes, we saw Ziggs earlier Dance of Marky, so high chance it's gonna go Dance of Marky. But now we usually say Rakan, it's gonna be Exocet. He's pretty good at a champion, but Helios has shown us game 1, 25 KDA could still go into his hands.
And there you go. Of course, the pick as well here on the Karma. We have been looking forward for this pick, Crazy Apple. Now it's been locked in here for the side of Grindsky.
Yeah, Karma has been permaban? Oh, no. Game 3, we didn't see any bans on it. Right now has been picked by Grindsky. They have put themselves in a position wherein they could possibly put Cheyennese 1 in a carry position. This guy has been a very pivotal member, and when he gets hot, he really burns up and takes control of the game. That's what we saw in that series against Team Secret, Games 4 and Games 5. But also, I want to highlight Bambi. This guy as well is a solid foundation of the team. He always performs well and always tries to hold on to a chance for the team to perform. So if Bambi will be the guy getting this Karma, I would rather have it on Bo, because I want to see Bambi on the playmaking champion like the Ari.
True. And now it is going to be the Listen. There you go. I was just going to open up. Will this be a Chinese one listen on the game 3, same as the Team Secret. And it is. I think this is going to be now the strategy here coming in from Grand Sky. Having this Karma for the supporting role on that listen power spike. This is going to be pretty good. But we are seeing here the bans. They are cutting off the Zed, the Kazakhs here for the side of Grand Sky. Olaf here on the other side has been banned here for the side of RQ, as well as there's, of course, Renekton been picked for the side of RQ. And you have as well here another Meow Meow player being picked.
Rengar gonna go into the hands of Chaz. It's can control the game very well. It's gonna be a strong assassin in the hands of RQ. This is, I think they picked this champion because they are anticipating a possible Santa Gragas bot lane. No, it's gonna be okay. Grind Sky with their backs against the wall is not putting tactical on an AP champion. It's not putting him the supportive champion. They will now put him on a carry on this Kaisa, and this is just gonna be an all-out brawl that we could see here, Deadeye, because it's also gonna be that Lee Sin in the hands of Chinese. He had a wonderful performance against Team Secret on this champion, and I am now expecting a lot of things from Grindsky. I'm expecting them to take control of this game 3 because this is an elimination match. If they lose here, they lose all hope. Essentially, no more place here in the WCS. They will be eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. You know, they are hungry. Grand Sky Esports is hungry as much as RRQ is. You know, of course, mentioned the interview there of Grand Sky. You know, Chinese One said that they want to win the series. They want to win against RRQ. This is also a redemption match here for them. But now we are seeing here the Kaisa being picked. There's going to be the late game insurance here for the side of Grand Sky. And I'm really hoping to see a Corki still is one of the best picks for tactical, but they are going for this Kaisa instead. They want a brawl here. They want really to slow it down, tone it down, and make sure that the listen coming in from Chinese will be able to control the tempo in the early stages of the game. But here we go, Crazy Apple, the match point game in our series here in the lower bracket, RRQ versus Grand Sky, game 3.
RRQ has all of their eggs in the basket. They can just close this out with a 3-0, secure their spot against Team Underground tomorrow in our lower bracket finals, while Grind Sky needs to put up a great fight here to be able to keep their hopes alive and extend this series at least one more game. And as we get into the first opening salvo here, just want to say that I think Grind Sky needs to get an early lead, and that is because there is a huge split push potential coming from RRQ. They have Helios on this Fiora who can just be able to take control of a side lane, because looking at the Grind Sky's composition, they don't have any champions to also build that hull breaker to be able to challenge this Fiora in any side lane.
True. I think Grand Sky here needs that opportunity as well. And with regard to the RRQ here, we have seen the trend of Helios going to go for the split push strat here in the mid to later stages of the game. And of course, Fiora is one of the best champions to do that tactics here. But on the side of Grand Sky, looking for Chinese One on that listen to really open up the inner fire of this guy. Same against against Team Secret that we have witnessed last week. Will they be able to do so here for the side of RRQ? Because they have also watched that series against Team Secret, and I do believe they have prepared on this kind of team composition from Grand Sky.
Right, and wait a minute though, there could be a fight here.
Exactly, there you go. Scottler fights, and now Exo-Sen with the grand entrance. They have, of course, actually it was still Grand Sky securing that lower river Scottler. So 2 Scottlers in favor here for the side of Grand Sky.
Yeah, I think it was Bo who was able to secure that. So good job right there. Both Scuttle Crabs have gone to the side of Grind Sky, denying Chaz a bit more gold in that Rengar. Just a tad bit though, but still having that there gives us a lot of vision for Grind Sky in the river for both sides. Going back though, I want to talk about in terms of the composition for Grind Sky. This is very similar, as you mentioned, to Game 3, I believe, from Team Secret, where Bambi was put on this AP Gragas. And Gragas, we haven't really seen him often in the current season as a mid laner. We have seen him as more of a support, and he's still a very stable mid laner. Is a very much a go-to for these teams. It allows them to have a bit more of that engage as well as disengage potential, seeing as RRQ has has the Rakan, has the Rengar, has the Renekton. If you throw the barrel at them, you can stop and engage from RRQ.
That is also very valuable, that ultimate coming in from this Gragas, and this is also one of their ultimates that they can use during those big team fights. Not only that one, of course, Bo on the Karma, also a pretty solid ultimate here for them. But so far, usually we see Chinese one dictating tempo here, just going for the early game aggressive rotations against RRQ. But this is not happening here. RRQ really knows how to evade such opportunities coming in from Grindsky.
Right, and that is one of the strengths of this team. It shows how veteran they are in terms of knowing how to read the map, knowing when to put pressure and when to let it go a bit, to be a bit safer on their side, to not give a lot of gold to the enemy team. And that has been the strength of RRQ this season so far. As we get into the 4-minute mark, though, that the Dragon, Cloud Drake, and the Referral is gonna be up. Still, the awkward build from the Kaisa is very much present. Only has the BF Sword and the Executioner's Calling. Needs to really maximize getting a lot of that AD to immediately upgrade the Acacian Drain. So I do expect Grindsky to not go for a 50-50 fight. The only fight they're going to go for against RRQ in these objectives are picks that they start out. And that pick that will be started out would be from a Dragon's Rage combo, an Insect combo from Chinese one, or even a Showstopper pick from Tante. They don't really have the traditional picks from Grindsky, like the Ari Charm or like the Thresh Hook. So it's going to be very hard for Grindsky. It's going to need a lot of preparation. While for RRQ, they would love to take a fight right now against Grindsky because they do pack damage. They already have a couple of items completed, as we see here, both of these teams forming up at this Cloud Drake.
There you go. This is going to be a transition here for the side of Grindsky right now. Ward has been taken out as well by Chinese one. RRQ knows about this one. They're ready to go for this contest as well. So it goes down. It boils down to whoever initiates first.
Right. Whoever will get initiated on Chaz already pops the ultimate, so no more ultimate on that Rengar. RRQ is the one being aggressed by the Dragon. Great disengage right there from Grindsky. Did not take the bait from RRQ because they know RRQ wants to take the fight. Right now, both teams settling in, looking for a way back into the fight. In terms of ultimates, no more Rengar ultimate for Chaz, so no more way for them to spot this guy out. He will always be seen as he goes in. Tante, with a great positioning right here, might be able to get a Showstopper off.
Oh, he'll use in the flanks, but there's going to be a showstopper in forward. There you go. Additional sustain. The first blood has been taken in by the side of Bambi. But look at this with the cleanup. Again, the flanking maneuver. Helios out of nowhere. Double J with a double as well. They have just destroyed the formation coming in from Grindsky with the blast cone and the flanking maneuver from Helios. And Grindsky just forced to back away.
Yeah, that was a 2-4-1 in favor of RRQ. And we did see the Showstopper coming from Tante. He was able to negate the engage coming from Exosen, as Exosen popped the quickness, had a grand entrance, but he was grabbed mid-air by Tante, so he wasn't able to form the engage. But since a lot of the attention went to Exosen, it opened up the opportunity for Devil J, Chaz, and Helios to jump on the members of Grindsky. Chinese one, though, being stopped from getting this this Scuttle Crab, has gone to the side of RRQ. While again, we're gonna see another Drake fight here, Deadeye.
Yeah, round 2 starts, and here we go. RRQ right now trying to go ready for this contest. Now they've been able, of course, to go for this DR takedown, and RRQ is just waiting for a perfect opportunity here to go for the pick off. Grindsky is here, still lingers around. And this is very crucial, Crazy Apple, because both teams here are just waiting who goes in first. The poking here from Mark in the back lines, though, with the bouncing bombs. And Grindsky respecting the damage. Here comes the Showstopper. Here comes the start of the battle. And now the follow-up here, the counter-attack with the charm, the grand entrance, knock up on Frey. And Marky here again with the cleanup on the back lines. A double once again for Devil J, a triple. Man, Devil J is in a rampage here with another cleanup. Time and time again, Devil J is just very, very good in jumping in at the right moment with a cleanup.
And Devil J is such a dangerous player when he's in this kind of zone. Devil J has had a lot of good performances. I would also say he has a lot of mediocre performances here in the WCS. But today, he woke up really, really well on this Renekton, having another double kill in that fight. Right now, 6-1 in kills. RRQ was able to clean up the members of Grindsky, getting 4 kills from them. And we talked about this early on in this game that Grindsky needs to take a lead early on. And you can see here another desperate play from them.
Exactly, they are just looking for opportunities here, but RRQ is very quick as well to disengage. They have taken the DR objective though, plus the tart as well on the bot side. So I think Grindsky is still here in this game. But look at this Ripple. Take a look at this one, Crazy Apple.
Yeah, Tante again, starting it off with the showstopper, but the triple knockup. They're still right there against Grindsky. They weren't able to fight it out, and RRQ was just able to pick them off one by one. Actually, a triple kill that went to the side of Devil J right there. This Renekton is 5-0-1, has 7,000 gold, right as Black Cleaver about to finish the blade of the Ruined King. This is going to be a very, very nasty Crocodile if he goes for these side lanes. He can just bully out Tante on this set. If he completes the Blade of the Ruin King, he'll have so much 1v1 kill pressure against the set that Grindsky will need to put more members against this Crocodile. And also looking at the items of the other members here, still, Tactical, having that awkward item build, already has the Blade of the Ruin King. Chaz, though, okay.
Wow. He's very confident in that one. And I don't know about this one, but this is going to be the counter-attack here on the side of RRQ. Grindsky trying to defend the top tart, but they cannot do so with that Rift Herald being summoned by RRQ. Oh my goodness, the aggressiveness coming in from RRQ is just insane here. Now Grindsky want to go for this pick of themselves, but RRQ will not give it to them.
RRQ is daring them for a fight.
Oh, there you go. This is going to be the defense of the top side. Showstopper here, isolating Devil J, but he is too tanky, but not tanky enough though, with 4 players on the side of Grindsky focusing fire on him. That is going to be his first death in the game.
Yeah, and honestly, RRQ was really fancying that fight against Grindsky, even though it was 4v5. It all started with a very weird upfront Chaz, Chaz, right, in the top side. He absorbed a lot of tower shots, but they were able to take down the turret in the end of that with the help of that Rift Herald. The bounty gold with Devil J's death did go to the side of Bambi on that Gragas. Already has the Ludens Echo and the Lich Bait. He's going to pack a lot of damage in terms of burst here the next couple of fights. So do expect that Bambi will be very influential as this game goes on. But at the same time, we have to look at Tactical on this Kai'Sa. This is the late game insurance that Grindsky has. We need Tactical to get a lot more gold into his pockets to be able to accelerate his own pacing in terms of items. The answer though right here from RRQ, I do love the cross map play. RRQ is on the bot side, while Grindsky was taking the top side of the map.
They're going to respond here and try to defend, of course, the outer turret here on the bot side, and they will be able to do so. Oh my goodness. As the game progresses, of course, you have to respect Tactical's, of course, scaling as well under Kai'Sa. This is one of their victor renditions, Crazy Apple. They want him, Tactical, of course, on the Kai'Sa to pack a punch as well. So RRQ should also respect that one. They don't want this overcommitment, because every mistake here, especially here in this match point game, can have a different result, negative result here.
Oh,
this
Chinese
one, but to go forward again with a charm. Oh, that was a great charm there, stopping again the advance coming in from the side of Grindsky, eliminating as well the players there. And look at Chaz trying to provide damage. Who will take the DR? It is going to be still Chaz there in that sequence. Now Bambi in the sides as well, looking for more, and they have taken out here the side, of course.
Oh my god, Devil J.
Grindsky, the outplays, ladies and gentlemen. Devil J trying to run away. It is going to be a bow. The flash is back. What a great play once again for the side of RRQ.
Yeah, and 4 members of Grindsky fell, but only one was a trade, I believe, for Grindsky. 10-4 in kills right now. RRQ grabbing the second Drake of the game with that Mountain Drake. This has, again, accelerated the pace of the game for them. And we were, before that fight started, we were talking about Tactical. Grindsky put all of their eggs in the tactical basket. As we get into the replay, though, right here, the fight all started out with RQ turning around. This was a very scrappy fight. It felt like it could have gone to anyone here, but in the end, RRQ, with a lot of low health members, were just able to scrap it out and put this fight into their favor, getting a lot more kills for themselves. And this accelerates the build of Marky, of Helios, of Chaz, and Marky on this Ziggs will just deal so much poke damage against Grindsky. But going back to my point earlier, tactical, this guy, we need to see him to get a lot more items because, again, Grindsky's back is against the wall. They need tactical to be able to get to that point where he's just gonna eviscerate the members of RRQ. And RRQ knows that as well. They want to accelerate the pace of the game with the Hullbreaker now on Helios. He's just being given these turrets.
Again, the map pressure will be against Grindsky. You know what? I still love Grindsky's tenacity here. They're not giving up, even though they haven't punished when it comes to their team fights. They are trying their best still in trying to go for that big win because, you know, this is what Grindsky is. This is what their characteristic is. They are really hungry right now here for the series, but RRQ just outplaying them time and time again. Crazy Apple. That is going to be their victory conditions here. Make tactical has the damage needed in this game, but so far it's not going in their favor.
Yeah, and Grindsky has been this very entertaining team that we've seen in the group stages. They play a lot of pocket picks. They are the ones who brought out they have also brought out the Nasus. They have also brought out the Shyvana. Today we have been seeing them play a lot more standard Wild Rift. And not to discount the skill of this team, they are very, very skilled. They are very tenacious. And there is a reason why at one point they were in contention for top 2 in the group stages. But RRQ right now has been mostly a middle of the pack team. But come playoffs, it feels like playoffs buff is on their side right now with this 2-0 lead. There is less pressure on them to perform this game, but at the same time, with less pressure means for some players they can perform better, and that feels like the effect right now for RRQ. They have less pressure. They are 6.5k gold advantage to them, 1-1 in terms of dragons, but with more turrets on their side, they have more pressure on the map. RRQ is now just waiting for the next objective. They want to corral Grindsky into another fight to close out this series.
I have to highlight as well that Devil J Crazy Apple has been so far the one player on the side of RRQ to step up, especially here in the playoffs. Right. I think his playoff inner fire has been unlocked. This guy, oh my goodness, we have seen his Akali just wrecking havoc in the Wild Rift. Now his Renekton, just doing the same, the dangerous presence here against Grindsky. And this is very, very good when it terms this playoff run. I think RRQ is pretty solid here right now. Now, Grindsky, on the other hand, game 3 yesterday on the Team Secret Listen, where Chinese one is the key, but right now he has been shut down. So we haven't seen the same presence of his Listen here, but look at this cheeky play coming from RRQ. Just stole it, the Infernal Dragon there, out of Grindsky.
And that shows the gold lead that RRQ has. They're so strong at this point. They can divide members up to take these objectives. Chazdo wants to look for this fight.
Oh, they're just controlling. The charm has been activated as well. Oh my goodness. RRQ is very aggressive into this point.
Yeah, they want to force a fight in the red buff side of the jungle because Helios was split pushing. Grindsky chose now to go to Helios instead to prevent this guy from getting more turrets. This Fiora has 4 items, completed items at this point. This is a very scary split pusher on the hands of RRQ. And if given the chance, he'll 1v1 Tante. He'll take him down under the turret and take the game along with him. So Grindsky is being forced here to make a decision. They need to force a fight before Baron is taken by RRQ.
It's really difficult though for the side of Grindsky here. You know, their formation right now, they're looking for this Baron here. They're looking for this Baron, but with this continued nuisance coming in from Helios on that split push on his Fiora, it has been difficult for them if they are going to commit on this Baron takedown or respect Fiora's split pushes here. The formation coming in from Grindsky originally for pick-off plays is now being cut off in their potential there. But here we go, this is going to be a team fight indeed. There you go. The kick, however, just eliminating that combo coming from Exo-Sen, but still RRQ trying to go push through. And look at the stain here, the backlines. Ultimate from the side there for Bo is not enough. No one's been hit. Helios under here behind enemy lines still managed to go back, but that is going to be a GA being popped here, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Oh, the showstopper again, but it's not enough as well with Devil J securing the pickoff. And look at this one. Oh, Bambi is very aggressive in this team fight now. It is going to be Catherine Rain coming in from Tactical on the back lines. That is going to be a 1 kill for him. They're going to push through. Bambi with the battle as well. Flashes in. Catherine Rain did not finish the pickoff though against the side of RRQ. And we are now seeing Tactical here slowly growing and dishing out damage.
Right. Grindsky is fighting back. That is the main key point right there. 18 minutes into the game, it has allowed Tactical to get his first 3 items, right? He has a Blade of the Ruined King, the Solari Charge Blade, along with an Infinity Edge. He has passed through the moment where it was super awkward for him. The key thing as well in that fight, while Grindsky was able to be very aggressive, Chaz already burned his ultimate. He wasn't able to scare away Tactical, so Tactical was just able to navigate that fight freely. And RQ stayed a bit too long. He was a bit too far forward, so his GA got popped. A lot of members of RQ were pretty low. But unfortunately for Grindsky, they weren't able to get more kills. If they were able to get more kills, this game could be a lot more even. But with RRQ being able to get out with most of their members, we're still in the same position where RRQ can still pressure this bot side of the map. They're looking at Tante right now. Chaz is fancying a fight while Helios is still at this very strong point. I also love while Helios was behind. But yeah, Chaz popping his ultimate right here.
There you go, Dante. Look at the damage. Oh my goodness gracious. Dante, sliver of health under the turret, cannot survive. But this is going to be the reinforcement they needed. The bait from Dante. And that is going to be a 2-1 trade in favor for Grindsky.
And both kills went to Tactical. Another fight though. Chinese. Okay. Almost got a good kick right there from Devil J, but that just became the disengage right now. 2 members are still down for RRQ. 20 seconds off in the death timers compared to this Elder Ocean Drake. Grindsky wants to force this.
Yeah. And now Exo-Sen trying to back away. Now transition for the side of Grindsky in the Elder Dragon. Bambi is here with Zone. Will they be able to take him down? 20 seconds until Shaz and Helios responds in the game. Oh, 3 versus 4 situation. Let us see how this one goes. Now there goes the charm. There goes the knockup with the grand entrance here. Not enough supporting damage here for the side of RRQ. Sustain is off for the side of Bo. Here comes the teleport though. And Devil J again secures the kill on the side of RRQ. They want some more. The knockup is there. But then again, Tactical backlines with a double trying to run away. But that is going to be a pickoff. And look at the cleanup party. Helios here on that Fiora. Looking for more pick off here in favor for the side of RRQ, and they will take down Tante there.
Yeah, but this buys time for Grindsky. Bambi though might be getting caught out here.
There you go. I think there's going to be a pickoff for sure. And now more? Bambi with the last ride did manage to take him down with a bad slam. And now another bad slam on the damage. What was that, Bambi? What?
Bambi just salvaging the game right now for Grindsky. That felt like RRQ taking a huge lead, but the ace going for Grindsky. Grindsky digging deep here, taking the Elder Ocean Drake with the mid lane out in their turret, about to fall against Chinese one. Only EXO and Devil J here to defend. You see the pinks on the map right now is on that Baron, but going back into this Elder Ocean Drake fight, it was a 3v4 for most of that fight. Tante was the first one who got back there with the TP, and RQ needed to force engage. They needed really to fight to stop getting that Ocean Drake, but it went to the side of Grindsky. Tactical was able to throw damage for so long that he was just able to deal enough damage to RRQ to get them very low in that fight. Bambi though, the hero of this play. It's a 1v3. 3 members were so low, and in the end, he was able to take down Chaz. I told you, Deadeye, Bambi is the most consistent player of this team, always making the plays. And deja vu, game 3, again, Bambi putting Grindsky above water.
This is the play that needed, Crazy Apple. This is the morale boost they want here this game. Game 3 once again. Now they have secured this Baron buff. They can be able to go for this comeback here. But of course, RRQ is still very strong at this point. Now there's going to be a split push. We are saying here for Chaz on the bot. And of course, Chinese on the top side as well. However, Grand Sky going to push through here in the mid. They want to take control, take advantage of this BR buff. They are slowly going for the siege, and now RRQ would go for the engage. Here comes the knockup on Frey, and the showstopper there is not enough for the counter attack, and the damage coming from Devil J hurting so much. But it's gonna be now Tante here with a sustain. It is going to be now going a pick off here in the middle of the battlefield. Tactical here, still dishing out damage on top of the cut and Ray. Devil J will be the third one, the third target, the triple kill coming in for the side of Tactical. And now Qeon one zoning out here. Helios in the process. You cannot recall back because Grand Sky here is looking for their comeback. Oh my goodness. Tactical going to go for a finishing play. Grand Sky, another comeback. Game 3.
What was that? Deadeye Grindsky in the midst of defeat. Digging deep, their willpower showing right here. Still staying in this series. Getting one more game into their pockets and still keeping themselves alive here in the WCS PH in our lower bracket semifinals. If they lost there, they would have been eliminated in the tournament. But Deadeye with some great plays coming from all of the members. Bambi, Tactical, Chinese, Tante, and Bo. Just this 5-man unit coming back here. There's still a lot more work to do. I know we're so hyped. I'm super hyped right now seeing that huge comeback. But still, this is them getting their foot at the door. Still keeping themselves alive in this best of 5.
Exactly. Oh my goodness. I am just literally shocked on that outplay coming in from Bambi on the Gragas. Crazy Apple, I cannot get over on the play. But that was it. That was the play. That was the moment where Grand Sky needed it most, that morale boost. But here comes the replay on the game 1. We have seen RRQ dominating this game for sure. But look at this one. They are just cleaning up the skirmishes here against Grand Sky.
Yeah, and we talked about this in the game, even early on. Grand Sky's win condition was Tactical, and this was the fight where it felt very even for both of these teams. It's 17 and a half minutes into the game, and RRQ kind of overextended themselves into this jungle. They were very lucky, and as well, at the same time, they also played this pretty well in terms of not having a lot of casualties, because look at how low they were when they overextended here. There could have been a lot more kills for the side of Grindsky, but this play right here, Deadeye, was the turning point. The overcommit from Chaz and Helios to take down Tante bought time for Grindsky to rotate over to take 2 of them down, and eventually with the triple kill from Bambi, it bought them a lot more minutes, a lot more time for Tactical to finish all of his items. In this last fight, at 23 minutes into the game, he had 5 completed items. He went past the limits that was early game Kaisa. He fully formed a level 100 Kaisa in the late game and was just able to take down the members of RQ. And even that last fight when his GA got popped, all of the members of Grindsky saved him. Explosive cast was used to buy him, to get him space, and the shields along with the barrier was just enough for him to be able to throw more damage and take the win.
An insane comeback once again for the side of Grand Sky, and of course Crazy Apple, our Globe prepaid player of the game. It's Bambi on the Krakus, man. That outplay really is the catalyst for this comeback coming in from Grand Sky, and man, I am just impressed on how Bambi is just also saving this team here from elimination. All eyes were on Chinese one listen there.
Yeah.
And we thought it was the moment of another Chinese save. But it is going to be Bambi this time around on the Gragas.
Yeah, and that's such a great win for Grindsky because they were so far behind. It felt like they were so far behind that RRQ had control over the game, and they were able to get a comeback on Game 3. Very crucial game for them with the clutch play from Bambi. That just boosts up the momentum and the spirits of the team. And Grindsky is so scary when they're hyped up. If you remember, Chinese won on that Lee in Games 4 and 5 against Team Secret. That was, I believe, peak Grindsky in terms of being very, very hyped up, very high spirits. And we could just see a 5-game series here that Grindsky gave us at least one more game.
Let's see. It's too early to say, but yeah, we are seeing the trend here, Crazy Apple. With his comebacks, have also a great, of course, success rate of winning the series. But of course, we are still going to take a few minutes break, guys. Hold your horses. We are all hyped up, but let's see on that Game 4 later on after a few minutes break.
I won't give you up. My heart's beating up. Give me your love. Just lose your mind, and you can have all my love when this is over. I'll trust you with my life when this is over. Need you here by my side when this is over. So stay with me. I won't give you up. Let me pull you closer. My heart's beating up, feel it taking over. Give me your love till the night is over. Take my hand and trust in me. Just lose your mind.
Just lose your mind.
We faced every demon within. We fight every battle and win. Now we're much stronger than before. I won't give you up. I won't. My heart's beating up. Give me your love. Just lose your mind, and you can have all my love when this is over. I'll trust you with my life when this is over. Need you here by my side when this is over. So stay with me. I won't give you up. Let me pull you closer. My heart's beating up, feel it taking over. Give me your love till the night is over. Take my hand and trust in me. Just lose your mind. Just lose your mind. Just lose your mind. Just lose your mind.
I can't help myself, and I really wanna show you that I wanna get to know you. Believe what I told you, and I can't help myself when I look into your eyes. I see you don't wanna fight. There's no need to stop trying, because I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, cause I know I can prove. Baby, the last thing I want is to lose you. And I can't second chance for love, and I know I need every single moment with you. 'Cause I finally found the one that makes me feel at home. And so I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, 'cause I know I can prove, baby, the last thing I want is to lose you. And I can feel the pain inside of us, and I know I can change for our love. Oh baby, I don't mind, 'cause your love's so hard to find. I wanna make it right. Every last bit of my heart I give to you, and I'm sorry that I had to leave you waiting. You deserve more than I ever gave you.
Spicy series, Crazy Apple. There we go. Game 3. And now the comeback here for the side of Grindsky against Team RRQ. Will this be the same that we have seen last week? That is a big question. But this time around, this is Team RRQ. They are one of the veteran, of course, teams here in WCSPH. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this series is not yet over. We are going to expect much more here between these two teams. This is Dead Eye together with Crazy Apple. Any thoughts on that Game 3, Crazy Apple? Bambi Gragas?
Yeah, that play, that 3v1, definitely is going to be one of the top plays here in the playoffs so far for Bambi. But yeah, Game 3, that was such a seesaw battle. RRQ led early, but the late game win condition from Grindsky, they were just able to get it there and get tactical online, and they were just able to close the game out. And I think the key thing that happened was the dive on Tante. When they dove Tante, it cost the lives of RRQ members. They were able to bring it back though, if you think about it. But Bambi with the 3v1 was able to just extend the lead from there. And the Elder Ocean Drake fight really cemented the comeback for Grindsky. And coming to Game 4 here, Deadeye, this is very familiar territory for Grindsky.
Yeah.
This is another comeback that they are brewing here, and we could just see here another team that could be crowned with that title. But we're not gonna officially give them that until we get into Game 5.
Yeah.
But still, I have this feeling that Grindsky can take this to the full 5-game series.
This is where they shine, actually, from behind now, building up the momentum. But let's see, because RRQ, for sure, when it comes to their series, they want to finish it off. But we have seen overextensions, overconfidence on the plays, and hopefully we will not see them if they want to win this against Grindsky. Very quick bans we are seeing here, Crazy Apple, but it is going to be the same bans here. But this time around, Grindsky will take down that Fiora instead.
Yeah, it's a very different bans as well from RRQ. They have banned the Jax as their third ban. They have opened 2 picks that Grindsky loves to go for, Karma and the Jace. So Grindsky now is being given that choice. They have chosen the Jace. Karma is still open. It can still be picked up here by RRQ.
Exactly. Karma is pretty much open. I don't know if they're going to go for the still pick here against Grindsky. But, the Rakan pick from RRQ is also feasible here, but instead Marky's Ziggs will now be taken in. Very impressive plays we have seen coming in from Marky. Will this be another heavy bruisers on the front line while Marky will be dishing out the damage here in the back lines?
That could very well be the case. That has been the go-to composition for RRQ when they are able to grab the Ziggs. They have already supplemented that with a set, which already is showing that they have a good starting off point for a front-to-back composition. So I do expect RRQ maybe to again go for the Renekton. If that is a choice for them at this point, yes, Set is usually a Baron laner, but they can still flex this guy maybe in the support position for Exo7.
Yeah, sure. And now, there you go. Bambi's Gragas, the savior there for Grindsky in Game 3. Now they will secure this one. I think this is going to be the same trend here on the side of Game 3. Momentum is on their side here. Grindsky is looking for this momentum to continue on here in this Game 4. On our side, RRQ will secure the Kazakhs this time around.
Yeah, I love the grab on the Kazakhs. It opens up the jungle already. For Chaz, RRQ can choose the ban junglers that Chinese has been effective with. I love the Lee Sin ban. Chinese, when he gets really hot, he just performs so well on this champion. But going back as well in the first 3 picks of Grindsky, I love how the pick and ban, or rather the draft, has progressed for Grindsky, because these 3 picks, you don't know where they're going. They're all flex picks now at the hands of Grindsky.
Exactly. And now this is going to be the last ban here for RRQ. Morgana been out. Of course, Grindsky knows that this time around they are not going to give it away for RRQ here. And of course, the last ban here. Probably, of course, they can go for this mid champions here of the side of RRQ. There you go.
Yeah, they took away the Galio, possibly a mid lane pick. They have not banned the Senna, which is still a possibility here for Grindsky. Senna, Gragas, Dragon Lane, putting that the Karma into the hands of Bambi. With them grabbing this Rakan, it opens up a possible Olaf and Senna grab from Grindsky.
Yeah, I was thinking about that one too. I think Olaf here is pretty good. Again, we have seen the Karma and Olaf, a pretty good duo here. Great synergy and a sustain and movement speed that can be added here for this team. But okay, the Nunu. And you know what? Recent patch, Crazy Apple, this Nunu has been buffed.
Right. Nunu, damage Nunu, if you build him AP, has been buffed a lot this patch. So I am not sure if Chinese would be going with AP with an AP build on this Nunu, which would give them a lot of damage on their lineup if they do decide that. While RRQ still going with a very balanced front to back composition, this Kazakhs would be the only backline access, mostly for RRQ. So do expect that they're gonna have a hard time going on this Kaisa if this Gragas, Karma, and Nunu are allowed to be the front line or to be supports for tactical.
I think this Nunu pick, I'm still, we have known rather Chinese one as a carry jungler, Crazy Apple. I haven't seen him on the Jarvan. I haven't seen him on those tanky jungler champions, utility champions, especially on this Nunu. Oh my goodness, I'm very excited for this one. But I think this Nunu pick, Crazy Apple, we have seen how RRQ executes pretty well when it comes to their team fights. Initiations from Helios, mid Rakan once again, and Devil J's follow-up. It was the same trend there. But with this Nunu, I think they now have the bruiser or the tanky type champion here that can absorb that initial damage and prolong the team fight here. It is what the Kaisa needs, especially during the later stages of the game. But I'm still doubting, to be honest, Chinese one on this tanky jungler picks.
Yeah, and as we talk about the Nunu, he has started out with the Ruby Crystal. So yeah, it might be the tanky Nunu, but we're getting into our game 4 here. Deadeye still match point for RRQ. They can still eliminate Grindsky here if they win this game. They're going back to their pocket pick on that Rakan mid lane for Helios. So I am now expecting for RRQ. They saw how Helios was able to perform this champion. They saw how hard it was for Grindsky to go against this Rakan. So if this will be the last game, it's just going to be Rakan carrying the team.
Oh yeah, we've seen the damage output 1,300 on that Rakan. Sheesh. Oh my goodness. And now I'm very excited here. Of course, this is still a match point game in favor for RRQ. I mentioned this one, Crazy Apple. One win away for the side of Team RRQ to seal the deal and take the series against Grindsky. But again, Grindsky is a momentum-based team. Pencil buff made a great, of course, factor there for the group stages run. Now, again, with this comeback potential, the Game 3 taken away against RRQ, they have now the morale needed for this series. But I'm very excited how this one goes. Chinese one, Nunu here, Helios meet Rakan. Let's go!
Yeah, Chinese one on this Nunu will provide a lot of control on the objective takes because Consume deals a lot of damage, can be able to secure objectives easily. So looking for Grindsky to slow down the pace of the game to allow Tactical to get into a position to carry similar to what we saw earlier. Grindsky has shifted their priorities. That is very much different from their usual playstyle. Grindsky really loves to put Chinese on these carry champions, but right now it seems like they're really banking on Tactical, while Bambi, Bo, and Chinese will give him a lot of space. And I love it how they're going to do that. A gank on the mid lane.
Wow, that was quick, Crazy Apple, and great gank indeed coming in from Grindsky Esports with Chinese on that snowball.
Yeah, and the Chinese, this guy, doesn't have the carry champion, but started off that snowball in the behind the red buff wall for RRQ and was able to roll it down on Helios. And those are the kinds of things that you get surprised by. Exoden, though, trying to catch out Bambi.
Oh, Chinese in the vicinity though. Here comes the snowball barrage, stunning the advance coming in from RQ. But look at Helios out of nowhere with the grand entrance. Bambi still has a sliver of health, and look at this one. Oh, the ultimate slowing down, but still they manage to take down Bambi in the process under the target with the showstopper. And look at the damage, man. Almost taking down the rest of RQ. Oh, the shock blast. But then again, Shaz with that response. Oh, chaotic team fights indeed.
Yeah, but in the end, that was an advantage for Grindsky. 3 kills towards their side, while 2 on the side of RRQ. That is a good trade for them overall. It was a 2-for-2. The first blood did go earlier on in the mid lane. But yeah, going into this replay right here, Bambi bought so much time. He eventually died to Ignite, and I felt RRQ was a bit too deep here. They got hit by the second tier turret a couple of times, and this just gave 2 kills on the side of Grindsky. Tante with a great snipe on Devil J. And then it was a 2-for-2, but in terms of kills, Grindsky has a bit of an advantage. 2 kills going early to the side of this Jace, already has that black cleaver. It accelerates his build just a tad bit more here.
There you go. They are now transitioning here for this Dragon objective. Grindsky, they have the Nunu. Smite and Consume can easily take down big objectives here in the Rift. At RRQ, just waiting for the perfect opportunity once again to go for this contest. Exosen has the vision, showstopper, but still it is going to be Chinese securing the DR. And now, in the pit though, extending once again for the side of RRQ. They have just been overpowered, outnumbered as well. Devil J looking for kills there, but he cannot secure one with GS. Grindsky completely healthy, taking as well that objective.
Grindsky, that was a great fight for them. It all started with Exosen trying to buy some space for Chaz, going into the pit, being the bait, but a great cast from Bambi, stopping Chaz from getting in so that there was no chance of a steal on that Infernal Drake. Grindsky was able to secure the Infernal Drake to their side and even clean up some kills from RQ, getting 4 kills onto their belts. Look at Chinese, this guy on the Nunu, having 7 assists right now, securing this referral. Doesn't seem like RQ has any plans of contesting it. Referral has went to the side of Grindsky, while top side being sieged right now.
Oh my goodness, Grindsky just switched on their momentum playstyle, Crazy Apple. They are on a streak here, having this great big objective team fights, now securing the first heart as well against RRQ. This is looking good for them. Here comes Grindsky looking for this bake-off. Explosive pass though. That's just an awkward play there, but in the end, they still managed to defend on the bot side.
Yeah, it was slightly off the mark for Bambi, but it's fine overall because still Grindsky was able to do what they wanted to do. Grab the top lane turret, not even using the referral, and even defending the bot side right now. They are going to summon it in the mid lane. If they take down this mid lane outer tier turret, it's just going to open up the map for Grindsky.
This is fast for the side of Grindsky. Here comes the defense from the side of Exosen. It's not enough with 4-man commitment here for the side of Grindsky. Here comes counter-attack Devil J again with a flanking maneuver and the grand entrance for that knockoff. But then again, sustain is there for the side of Grindsky.
None of them died. I thought they were gonna get picked off by Devil J with a great flank from him, but wasn't enough. The damage wasn't there still for RRQ, and that is attributed right now to the gold lead that Grindsky has. we just left the 6.5 minute mark and 6,000 gold already in the lead for Grindsky. This is very different from the first 3 games that we've had so far in this series. Deadeye, Grindsky, Bambi even throwing the explosive cast and Devil G. You won't back away here. You'll stay. I'm gonna take this turret. 153 HP. I'm just this big, bulky Gragas at this point, and Bambi on this Gragas has just been so good since game 3. Going to this replay though, we do see that there has been a defense. RRQ really tried to get this turret up, not to be taken down, but Exocen wasn't able to Exocen and the crew wasn't able to defend the turret. Now all outer tier turrets are down for RRQ. Grindsky has the map open for them. They can put down deep wards now into the jungle of RRQ.
And I couldn't agree more with what you have said, Crazy Apple, that this is a different Grindsky. Man, this is now the playoffs Grindsky we are seeing here. It's been unlocked with that win on the game 3. But look at this one, a big up play. But this is going to be, again, the Death Rush. Attack from RRQ, picking off Bo there, the process. And now on the back lines, though, there's going to be tactical dishing out damage on the Kaisa. They cannot even go near with the great defense. Coming in from the side of Chinese one. And the lockup here from Helios, trying to go for the delay on the advance, but they cannot do so with the side of Jazz here, going for pickoffs in that situation. He is now alone in this situation. An ace for the side of Grindsky.
What a turnaround for Grindsky right here. Game number 4. 8 minutes into the game, they were able to get the shutdown, the ace against RRQ, extending the gold lead right now to 7,000. And this is a very different Grindsky from the start of this series. They're more proactive. They're looking for fights. They're looking for kills, and they're getting them against RRQ. Mountain Drake right now being secured by Grindsky. RRQ looking to contest.
Now Chinese is here. It's gonna be easy for them to take this DR objective quickly with Smite as well as Consume, and they will transition right now here at the top side for the next Rift Herald.
Yeah, 15 seconds on the clock for that next Rift Herald, and Grindsky looking to be in the driver's seat here. Tactical though might be getting caught out here.
Oh my goodness, this is gonna be a perfect opportunity here for the pickoff, and they will. Isolated Tactical. He's just going to go for that recall back, and he was caught there.
Yeah, and I think RQ might be dilly-dallying here a bit too long. They're wanting to go for another pickoff.
Oh, this is great. Again, 2 kills in a row for the side of RRQ here. Chinese one, even though with an absolute 0 is not enough for that sustainability and make it free. Kills here for the side of RRQ, but that is going to be the space being created here just to take that Rift Herald for the side of Grindsky.
And that was... Honestly, I think that was a good play from RRQ. They were able to get 3 pickups, even get a turret. Yes, the Rift Herald went to the side of Grindsky. That will allow them to siege another lane later on, but that stopped a bit of the momentum that blew out some of the wins in the sails of Grindsky right now. It felt like it was going to be all Grindsky here at Game 4, but that answer from RRQ was to show that it's still not over yet. We're still in this. We want to close this out. Match point here, Game 4. They want to secure their spot into the lower bracket finals against Team Underground, while Grindsky is still grinding things out. They want to extend this to a Game 5.
And you have to respect, of course, those pickup potentials coming in from RRQ. We've seen that one and how scary it is, especially if Helios is in there for the skirmishes. You know, this is going to be now Grindsky here in the top river. They are now dewarding the area, taking that Scuttler vision as well. The rest of RRQ will not going to force the team fight.
Yeah, at this point, when a lot of the objectives are down and all outer turrets are up, we shouldn't expect a fight here from both teams. But it seems like Grindsky really wants to force the issue. They got a bit of momentum back, so they are now baiting in RRQ. They want to fight this team, knowing that they have a lot more damage, while RRQ knows that they have a lot of CC on their side. They have the Rakan mid lane, so they are going for this death rush. Chinese
there
though.
You go. Snowball. Exosan been caught with a knockup. They are still going to pursue in this siege on the top side with the Rift Herald being summoned here for the side of Grindsky. There goes the bash. Where's the follow-up? They're still waiting for the initiations for the side of Helios. No, they are not going to take that bait. Grindsky transitioning here in the mid instead. This is going to be a defensive of the side of RRQ.
this is great wave management right now from Grindsky. They started from the top side with the Rift Herald, then when it went down, mid lane wave was crashing into the turret, so they were able to throw some damage. Look at where another wave is in the bot lane. Chaz though might be getting caught out.
Yeah, Chaz, here comes the Snowball Barrage. Oh, that is going to be the stasis though, eliminating, of course, the combo. Here comes the counter attack again, coming in for the side of RRQ. Showstopper is up. Tante trying to go for the dash, and he did manage to kill Exocen in that sequence. Counter attack will now still continue for the side of RRQ. Flashes in, Brad Anson stuck up on Frey, and here comes Tactical here with the kills as well, with the killer instinct there on the back lines, and now RRQ backs away, dishing out damage. And Catherine Rain, last hit here for Tante, and now Marky, sliver of health. He is now the solo survivor after that sequence.
Yeah, I thought that was a great grand entrance from Helios because it restarted the fight for them, but Grindsky was ready. They had a lot more gold, they had a lot more items, they were able to throw the damage against RRQ. RRQ decided to go in there because Devil J just got his flashback. So when he had the timer down, he was able to go in with the team as soon as Helios went in. But this Karma pick is very crucial here for Grindsky. She's just able to throw the AoE shield for the team and run away from members of RRQ, extending their lives just a bit. But Ocean Drake now up. This could potentially be the third straight Drake for Grindsky, while RRQ is trying to look for a contest here because Elder Drake would be a pretty crucial Drake if Grindsky will get to that point.
There you go. They need this one. Sustainability is the key here. With the Ocean Break will increase their regen as well. And here comes the Showstopper initiated, but great explosive cast from Bambi.
He stole
and no advance from RRQ has been seen in that skirmish play. Beautiful.
Yeah, full age for RRQ. They were able to steal it with only Exo being down, but that has allowed now for Grindsky to shove the pressure. They're shoving mid lane. They're also shoving the Dragon lane right now. They could take this inhibitor turret.
You want a zone coming in from Chinese one there on that Nunu. No response, no defense for the side of RRQ. Transition in the mid inhibitor turret. They will be able to take it down. And now Devil Jade trying to go for the defense. And here comes the jump coming in from Chaz. Oh, that's going to be somehow very scary decision there. The rest of Grindsky managed to take down 2 inhibitor turrets. And they're happily going to go back away.
That was an amazing punish from Grindsky. They lost the Drake. It was stolen by Chaz, and Exocen was the sacrifice for that play. And they were able to grab 2 inhibitor turrets in exchange. This opens up the base for RRQ. It's gonna put a lot of pressure on the map for them because there's gonna be 2 super minion waves crashing into their nexus, and they always need to maintain that. They always need to go for the defense. Baron is up. Grindsky can look to take this. They have the Hyper Carry. They have the Kaisa who can burn this down. Ready as the IE, Blade of the Ruined King, as well as the Solari Charge Blade. Grindsky has a very clear threat towards his Baron, and RRQ will surely look into this. That's why you see where Grindsky is positioning right now. They are positioning into the red buff side jungle of RRQ.
Yeah, they are going to go for the pickoff here. Chinese one on the forward there, trying to go for the knockup, and the rest of RRQ backs away in that sequence.
Yeah, and
and now and this is great contesting so far with the side of RRQ, trying to control over the Baron area here, but this could be a fortune fight. Oh, they have caught their Qeon one in the process. Numbers advantage here for the side of RRQ. Oh my goodness, this is this box of punch, but RRQ is not forcing their way in here in Baron takedown. And this is just an insane match we're seeing right now. Oh yeah. All right. So far in the meantime here, it is going to be Grindsky. Still holding, of course, the series in this match. Man, Crazy Apple. Oh, this is nail-biting game here between these two teams.
Hi, I think I'm actually back right now. I'm sorry, with the game so hot at this point, it's just having a hard time to see to connect at this point. But Grindsky still firmly in the lead right here, 18 to 11, 17 minutes into the game, and I think we just saw earlier where Grindsky lost a fight against RQ. RQ is still able to hold on to this game. We just have to establish as well, this is game 4 of this best of 5 series. If RRQ wins this, Grindsky will be eliminated. But with the lead that Grindsky has at this point, it looks like they are securing this Elder Drink.
Oh, flank maneuver, Chaz is there, and he steals the Elder Dragon. But then again, Grindsky will go for that revenge. And now Double J take a win that it cost you in the ring from Tactical. And RRQ will try to go back. And here comes the snowball. Here comes the now again the counter attack for the face breaker. Will it be enough? Oh, Grindsky
so
very
low.
low. And it's gonna be Chaz here having those takeoff, a double on his Kazakhs and making it third one and a triple indeed for Chaz there. Oh my goodness, the steal. And this time around, RRQ has the driver's seat.
God, Deadeye, what happened there? RRQ stole the Elder Drake. Grindsky took chase while RQ had Elder Drake buff, and they were just able to pick them up one by one. They went into the base of RQ with so low health bars, and that has opened up the opportunity right now for RQ to get back into this game. They're securing the Baron. There are no members of Grindsky, only Bambi on the field, but he's not going to be able to reach this Baron. Baron has been secured by RRQ along with the tower in the top side. This has now minimized this gold lead to only 4K at this point. And although we are at the late game where gold leads don't matter as much, but this just shows how much of a swing RRQ has done with that win right there, defending their base successfully and still having that hope of being able to close out this series.
Oh my goodness, stopping the momentum of Grindsky Esports. RRQ with the spark off, going to transition here for the siege in the lane, but the flanking maneuver here coming in from Chinese on the snowball. No follow-up yet. There's going to be now the face breaker from XOSen. Trying to go for the counter. They're still trying to make opportunities, trying to find the right moment to jump in. We are seeing pokes here and there between these two teams, but no engagement yet between Grindsky and RQ.
Yeah, and RQ still needs to be very, very wary of Tactical. This guy could be very slippery against them and could still deal sustained damage. RQ does not have that, so they need to choose their fights wisely. But with the Baron buff right now, they're just able to siege down this turret and take back a lot of territory towards their side.
All for the Dashers, finish one very, very low in that sequence, and here comes the heals, and the shields coming in from Bo as well. Almost been taken down, but that is going to be Helios here being taken out as well in the process. But that split push from Renekton, Double J secures that outer turret as well on the bot side against Grindsky.
And we're in here for the long haul. Deadeye, 20 minutes in our game 4. They could still extend up to a game 5. RRQ mounting a comeback of their own. Looks like they were dead to rights earlier, but Grindsky having an early 6,000 to 8,000 gold lead. But the tables have turned. Gold is very much even between these two teams. Grindsky still has a huge potential to win this. They have Tactical on this Kaisa. All completed items can be very slippery with this Karma. RRQ though has a lot of damage, has Marky on that Ziggs as well as Shaz on the Kazakhs. RRQ needs to be able to catch out the Kaisa here.
And there comes the jump again, the showstopper for Nobam, the backline. Bow stasis are up, but Q is there for the cleanup, and now Grindsky here has been in that sequence, Chinese one left alone as well. Oh my goodness, I guess this could be it. The nail in the coffin, RRQ. But still, the waves are in favor for Grindsky. Will they be able to secure this one?
I think so. Yeah, I think Ark is about to finish here. Deadeye, only Chinese here to defend.
Very good defense. The last hurrah. Oh, the burst damage. Kill. The pickoff. Teleportation. Oh! 15 minutes until Grindsky responds. Secure this. Nexus. The Kings will continue the run in the lower brackets.
Yeah, and RRQ eliminates Grindsky. Grindsky was mounting the comeback, mounting the reverse sweep. They had it in their sights, but RRQ with a great punish. Grindsky overextended into the base of RRQ when RRQ already secured the Elder Drake buff. That was just enough of a boost to the strength of their members to be able to just take down the members of Grindsky. Grindsky was a bit overzealous there and was punished accordingly. As you mentioned, RRQ, the King of Kings, extends their playoffs run. They will be facing Team Underground tomorrow for our lower bracket finals.
Oh my goodness, this is a series once again to be noted for Crazy Apple. That was great early to mid until the last actually for the side of Grindsky. And in that late stage, you can only just witness one mistake, one big team fight can really turn the tide of the battle, and that was going into the favor of our team. Man, you can really feel that the momentum is in the side of Grindsky. We have seen that one. We have mentioned that it was a different Grindsky play style here in our series, Crazy Apple. But then again, RRQ, the composure and as well stick to their goal has been the key here in the series.
Yeah, it has been really the key. And I remember in terms of the keys to win for RRQ, they really need to put Devil J on a winning matchup. And so far, the winning matchup for them has been Renekton. Tante has shown that he is also very capable Baron laner. Already has an early good start on that Jace. But the foundation of RRQ here in this game 4 really was Chaz. Chaz carried the game hard, having 2 steals on Drakes in the later parts of the game. Because of those two, the one of them was the Elder Drake and just turned the game around for them. I felt even the late game, Grindsky still had a huge potential to just win the fights with a drawn out team fight, but RRQ also knew that, and they just bursted down the members of Grindsky, not even letting them take those extended fights.
Oh, man, and it's just beautiful team fights again for the side of Grindsky this time around. And the sustain is there. You can read, of course, this Nuna pick has been one of their pocket picks here, Crazy Apple, that you want to absorb first the initial damage coming in from RRQ, because RRQ really loves to initiate first. But with the sustain, they managed to prolong the team fight. But here in the late stage of our game, the final skirmish here, it was all going to be in the hands of RRQ. Great pick off there, great damage in the backlines coming in from Marky as well. Now, it is going to be the ultimatum here against the side of Grindsky. King of Kings secures the series.
Yeah, and RRQ has just had a long journey here in the WCS so far this season. They swapped out Exocet from the mid into the top to the support position. But before that narrative, to look at Chaz right here, the Globe prepaid player of the game on that Kha'Zix. He put the team on his shoulders, and I honestly think that Chaz has not been showing up as much as the other junglers we have seen, but with his performance here in the series, Chaz has just proven that he is still one of the best junglers here in the WCS.
Not true. Where the moment where the team needs him, he's stepping up. So this is the beauty of this playoffs. Those superheroes, those saves. Bambi there on the Dragons. Now Chaz here as well. You have seen that steal on the Elder Dragon as well. It was insane. And now they have secured the series against Grindsky. Kudos to the side of Grindsky. They have as the most improved team here in WCS, but they will be taken down by the King of Kings. Globe prepaid player of the game, Shaz, leading the charge, of course, in this game for against Grindsky.
And I just want to talk about a bit more about Grindsky, since we won't be seeing them tomorrow as they have fallen here against RRQ. This team, our expectations from them at the start of the group stages, we were thinking that the power rankings, especially from Autolus and from Osiris, I remember in PPGL cooldown, they put them firmly in fifth, sixth spot. They called them the dark horse of the tournament, and they just showed a lot of growth here in the WCS. They have gotten even to the top 2 of the rankings of their group stages, and I felt was one of my favorites to finish top 2 here in the whole league. But yeah, they had a lot of growth. In the end, though, they were taken down by RRQ, which is some masterful pocket picks. That Rakan mid on Helios just really stopped the sales from Grindsky.
Exactly, Crazy Apple. That is also one of the best Rakan we've seen so far. Performances 1,300 inch. Just insane on the channel. But of course, good game, well played to Grindsky Esports. Unfortunately, of course, their WCS PH is now going to end. And congratulations, Team RRQ. The King of Kings is still here in the lower bracket front, and they will face Team Underground tomorrow for the lower bracket finals, and that's going to be a best of. Having quite a journey here for these two teams. I'm very excited for tomorrow's action as well. There you go, guys. That's the last series here in our playoff bracket between RRQ and Grindsky. Hopefully you did enjoy as much as we did here. With Crazy Apple, Deadeye here, going to sign off right now. And after a short minute break, it is going to be discussing what will happen. What happened, guys?
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng low, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Welcome back to the WCSPH, where the King of Kings, RRQ, stand tall, and unfortunately, they send Grindsky out of the tournament, unfortunately. So, Auto lose, Riku, let's talk about the series. It was looking like we were going to see a game number 5. What do you think, Auto?
Yeah, almost, but not quite, right? Said the RRQ, especially with how Chaz really did that Elder Steel.
Right.
But more to that later as we look into the past and go for the game per game breakdown. On game number 1, I saw the Garen being unlocked again, and I was just reminded as to how obnoxious the Garen pick is, especially against a full AD composition here by Grindsky. Grindsky really stood, close to zero chance once Garen went for the armor items. Game number 2, we saw something that I did not expect to be seeing in WCSPH, and that is this guy. Oh my god, right on cue, Helios, with a very beautiful combo on that Rakan. Mind you guys, this is an AP Rakan. There was a point in League of Legends PC that this was a meta, but on Wild Rift, this is the first time that we've been seeing it and getting success here, Riku. So what are your thoughts actually on the Rakan meme?
That's the thing. We've actually seen Rakan in the support role building full AP items like Roa into Rabadon second item. Even last year, even some Rakans played during the Horizon Cup. But apparently this is also very popular in the WCS Indonesia region. So seeing it here now being played by Helios, which is super interesting, right? Because we've known Helios to be picking a lot of these assassin carries, right? Like the Zed. And during the panel, we said that RQ, they have a lot of all-stars. They have a lot of carry potential, every single one. So one of them, or some of them, have to step back and play utility. Helios is the least person in the team of RQ that I'd expect to play utility for the team. Yes, he has damage. Yes, he can playmate with a Rakan. But, I mean, it's a Rakan. It's a Rakan that after you deal a lot, after you deal a lot of these skills in one sequence, that's it, right? That's it. That's your limit as a Rakan. So, I love it because you pair it with a Galio, so
Mm-hmm.
CC over CC. And then there's Marky as the Ziggs. It just works so well because you hold people down, you make sure the bombs hit them all.
Yeah, I think it just shows that RRQ has levels to the game, and ultimately the ones to make it to the grand finals will represent us in the regional matches. So I'm super excited because RRQ seem to be stepping it up, and we will be talking to Exosen of RRQ. So let's get him on the line. Exosen, congratulations RRQ. What an amazing performance. So kamusta kayo? Did you guys think it was gonna reach a game number 5 with how Grindsky was performing?
Yung game 4 actually calculated na namin yun.
Nice. Wow. All part of the plan.
Calculated namin ma-steal yung Elder. Kaya yun.
That was the turning point and a big highlight. So congratulations. Sorry, Riku, you want to go next?
Oh yeah, congratulations ulit RRQ on your victory and moving towards the lower bracket finals. Makakalaban nyo Team Underground bukas. Ano yung expectations nyo? Especially BO7 siya.
Ayun nga. Sir, madaming games yung titignan namin bukas. I mean, madaming games yung lalaroin namin. And maghahanda kami na todo. Kasi UDG yung kalaban namin. Hindi din pwede makampante.
True.
True, very true. Otto, you have a question?
Almost 10 years ago, pare, I was in my computer and I was watching you on that Ezreal, the Chamdut moment. And that was when I said, oh my God, the Filipino teams can do it, diba? Now, you guys, you and Kaigu are actually one series away from again representing the country in the international waters. So my question for you, pare, is how do you stay on top of the game? Because to me, parang GOAT levels talaga yung dating yan. You guys are legendary players / coaches, legendary minds in League of Legends PH. How do you maintain that?
Ayun po, nag-grind pa din kami kahit na yun nga, sa ibang server nag-grind kami. Tapos, yun, nag-iisip din kami ng mga ibang strategies para may labas tulad ng mga Rakan, ganyan.
Mamba mentality, always on the grind.
Right. And ito nga, yung Rakan was actually a surprise pick. We didn't expect it to work, but is it something talaga na prepare nyo just for the playoffs, or it's something na na-practice nyo lang over the week?
Yung AP Rakan kasi parang yung AP ratio niya is 1:1. So
1:1, yeah.
Ang sakto ng damage. And nakita namin na okay din siya i-flex. Kaya sinubukan namin. Ayan.
You're right. And it was very effective on 2 games na nilaro ni Helios at ang Rakan. You guys got the win. And also, it's still a threat na kapag ikaw naman yung nakahawak na Rakan, you could still make plays. Congratulations again, Exosen, and good luck tomorrow.
Yes. So, Exosen, before I ask for your message, do you have a message to Grindsky? Because you'll be facing them tomorrow.
A Grindsky? Or UDG?
Underground.
Team Underground.
Yes.
Sorry, Team Underground. You beat Grindsky. Any message to Team Underground?
Ayun, may the best team wins. Ayun.
Okay, perfect.
Good luck.
Exosen, now it's time for your message or shoutouts you want to give out. The floor is yours.
Shoutout boss Nano, and belated happy birthday to our CEO, boss AP, and the whole RRQ organization. And shoutout sa family ko.
Hey, all right, perfect. RRQ, thank you so much again, and we can't wait to see your match tomorrow. Good luck, have a good rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, there you have it. Always on the grind, the Mamba mentality. And Autolus, thank you for being the hit that you are. 10 years. And now, you know what?
Yeah, almost.
Almost 10 years.
Right. Rico, I think it was 2013 when that happened.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's wild. That's a long time ago. Yes, that's correct.
and for them to still be on top like this and still like treat the game like Yeah, it's a daily grind. Yeah, that's the championship and mama mentality, and ultimately that's what we want here in the WCSPH, right? We want to be able to find the best of the best to represent us, represent the Philippines on the big stage, and RRQ is, making a good claim that they could be the ones to do that. So let's check out the results and the schedule that will happen tomorrow, because we're done with the best of fives. We're all 3-1s, almost made it to 3-2, but RRQ denied that from happening. Now the winner, well, it is going to be Team Underground. My apologies again for that. Team Underground versus RRQ tomorrow in a best of 7. Yeah, initial thoughts on that, guys, because we're changing things up. It's not a best of 5 anymore.
I go first. All right.
Yes.
Just looking at the regular season, it always went the distance. The full 3 games between UDG and RRQ, and I expect the same thing to happen tomorrow. So tomorrow we could very much have a full best of 7 between this two, a classic between Team Underground and RRQ, and I can't wait for it.
I know, me too. I mean, we talked to EXO earlier, right? And he said, we're gonna have a long day tomorrow. There's gonna be a lot of games. That's exactly what he said. So I think it's true. There's gonna be a lot of back and forth for RRQ, and we already saw a bit of preview. RRQ versus Grindsky, a lot of fights going on. So I think for UDG and RRQ, it's gonna be the same. It's gonna be a lot of fights happening.
Yeah, I think we were kind of teased on team fights that were supposed to happen with FLA versus UDG, and I'm sure UDG is foaming at the mouth and they want to get those team fights going because that is their bread and butter. And I'm pretty sure RRQ will meet them right in the middle and say that let's go and let's try to compete to go to that grand final spot. So it's a pretty stacked day tomorrow, and if you guys are tuning in, please make sure that you tune in tomorrow and on Sunday as well, because these are going to be some bangers of matches. First one is going to be UDG for RRQ. The winner of this will be facing FLA, and I'm pretty sure FLA will also be waiting in the wings to see who they'll be facing, because it's not enough just getting to grand finals. Placing is still very important, especially in the regional stage. So guys, I think that's a wrap. And how I usually call this, if I may ask, what kind of rating would you give today? Like if it was a Rotten Tomatoes Rotten Tomatoes rating of a movie, how would you rate today? Let's start with Riku.
Wait, how does the Rotten Tomatoes metric system work again? Is it a 9 out of 10?
No, it's like 100%. Yeah.
Oops, I lost a 0. Okay, I think today
Certified
is definitely a 95 out of 100. The reason why it's lacking that extra 5, because we didn't see 5 games for both of the series today. So
I like that. Yeah, more room for improvement, right, for tomorrow. How about you, Otto?
I would say it's a good 100. Every day in WCSPH is action-packed, and again, we actually have 2 playstyles that did clash, right? A very controlled one in series number 1, and then on series number 2, we saw team fights happen over and over again. And tomorrow we will see UDG versus RRQ, and I expect it to be as explosive. So guys, what are you waiting for? Make sure to tell everyone, every friends that you have in the Wild Rift community to tune in and wait for tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be a banger.
Ooh, I can't wait. I wish it's tomorrow already. I'm going to have a hard time sleeping. So, guys, this is the end of the show. Thank you guys so much. But before anything else, we just want to thank our amazing sponsors. First off, the PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
And we would also like to acknowledge our official mobile partner in Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with 33 watts pro fast charging enabled by the all-new MMT technology, and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 is available at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
Also, have the best time in the Rift with Globe Prepaid's Go Plus 99. Get wild with 7 days of 8 GB data for all gaming apps, 8 GB data for all sites, and only all net text, so you can always be prepared to take up the challenge in the Wild Rift. Download the new Globe One app now to register. And of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. And guys, you still can stand a chance to win an awesome PPGL gaming chair. Again, all you have to do is post a photo of yourself watching PPGL WCS PH in the playoff stream. Explain in the caption why you love watching WCS PH playoffs, and which team you're rooting for. And make sure to post it make it public and post the official PPGL hashtag #PPGL and #PPGL Wild Rift. The entries with the best caption will win this exclusive PPGL gaming chair, and the winners will be announced on PPGL's Facebook page, so tune in for that. And also, this just in, big announcement, FSL Wild Rift Open 2 is back, guys. Yes, you heard it right. FSL Wild Rift Open 2 is an all-female tournament for Wild Rift, and it aims to empower women gamers through competitive gaming. Registrations have started already, and it will be ending soon, actually on April 13. So you can sign up as an individual or as a team. The tournament is happening on April 18 until April 21. For more information on this tournament, you can check out the FSL Mobile Games Facebook page or www.facebook.com/FSL Mobile Games. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now.
Woo!
There we go. All right, guys. Man, what a jam-packed day. We're only at 95%. I can't wait to get to that 5%. But you know what? That's been everyone here in the panel desk. Can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. We will be saying goodbye to one more team. It's going to be a bittersweet day tomorrow, but we can't wait to see that. So, on behalf of everyone here in the panel desk, I'm Poch Spice. That's Autoluz. That's Riku. See you guys tomorrow, and see you in the Rift. I'm trying to think of a better thing.
That's infinity.
can't help myself, and I really wanna show you that I wanna get to know you. Believe what I told you, and I can't help myself. When I look into your eyes, I see you don't wanna fight it. There's no need to stop trying, because I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, cause I know I can prove. Baby, the last thing I want is to lose you. And I can feel the pain inside. arms. Yeah, I promise I can change for your love. Oh, baby, I don't mind, 'cause your love's so hard to find.